Chapter 273. Xiao Han was running. The 10,000 beast-devouring array formed by the ethereal immortal talismans was attracted by something and flew all the way to the west. It guided Xiao Han to move forward. Bypassing the river, climbing over the mountain, jumping over the stream, crossing the swamp, is this the legendary heart of the giant whale? Xiao Han's heart was full of questions. But at the same time, he was full of hope and expectation. At this moment, Xiao Han had completely forgotten about the matter of hunting down the other participants and robbing them of their jade badges. Boom! Xiao Han stomped his feet on the ground and leaped 1,000 feet into the air, leaping over a mountain. He was really a beast in human form. However, just as Xiao Han landed on the ground, his body suddenly stopped moving. He moved like a fleeing rabbit, and was as still as a virgin. Oh! I've been discovered. Xiao Han looked ahead. At this moment, swoosh, a sword light flashed in the sky in front of Xiao Han. This sword light didn't seem very austere or sharp, but it was grand, brilliant, and just, and had a kind of concept of the great Tao. Moreover, this sword light was infinitely mysterious. In a breath, it actually divided into two into four into 8, and a total of 1,000 sword lights, thin and dense, refined into threads. When the 1,000 sword lights trembled, they made a sound like the sword roar. In the blink of an eye, these 1,000 rays of sword light seemed to possess intelligence. They were like 1,000 world-shaking sword cultivators that tore through the sky, and sliced through the ages. Just a slight slash caused dense cracks to appear on the spatial crystal barrier like a spiderweb. The sword intent flashed all over the sky, cutting through the void. It was extremely powerful. Just this single sword strike vividly displayed the profundities of the sword Tao, and it revealed the secrets of the supreme ancient sword Tao that weren't passed down to others. Oh! It's him. This time, he entered the second round of the Devil Hero ranking competition, a senior Devil Hero. On the Devil Hero ranking list, he ranked 1,788th, the 1,000 Sword Gentleman. He is a master of the sword and has been immersed in sword Taoism for countless years. With a sharp sword in his hand, he has killed countless demons. He's a meritorious hero, no small matter. Xiao Han immediately understood. He looked around and saw that the weeds, trees, and flowers in all directions seemed to have been endowed with sword chi and sword will. They were making hissing sounds as if they were about to shoot at him. Using all things as swords, this is the middle stage sword intent. At this time, Xiao Han stopped chasing after the 10,000 beast-devouring formation. Instead, he stopped in his tracks as if he was facing a great enemy. He was not afraid that the 10,000 beast-devouring formation would fly away. After all, it was Xiao Han's own cultivation technique. Their hearts and minds were connected, and his mind would always be able to sense it. There would not be any mishaps. Pooh! In the sky, a white cloud was slashed apart by the sword energy, and a black-clothed man walked out. He had a sword on his back, and his eyes were completely white. As he walked in the air, it was as if his body was a peerless sword. As he walked, the walls of space were directly cut open. This was the ancient supreme way of the sword, a secret that was not passed down. The sword fused with the body fused with the path, the Tao fused with the heavens, and the heavens fused with fate. Xiao 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 xiao, the thousands of sword lights in the sky merged with his body, making him look even taller. It was as if an ancient sword god had descended. The 1,000 Sword Gentleman. Xiao Han. The 1,000 Sword Gentleman floated in the air and looked down at Xiao Han. Oh! 1,000 Sword Gentleman, hello. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Han smiled. After facing off against an ancient giant, Xiao Han's entire state of mind had changed. Now, even when facing a demon hero like the 1,000 Sword Gentleman, whose name could shake mountains and rivers, he could completely remain calm and indifferent, his heart as calm as still water. Oh! The 1,000 Swords Gentleman was also surprised by Xiao Han's calmness. This bearing. TSK, as expected of the most popular young swordsman recently. This calm state of mind has already far surpassed the swordsmen of the same age. It's not even inferior to some of the more experienced swordsmen. No wonder the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower broke the rules and let you fight for this ranking. I have to say, I'm a bit appreciative of your talent now. You're a peerless genius, a fine material, and a fine jade. As long as there's no accident, you'll definitely be an all-powerful character in the future. After a pause, the thousand-sword gentleman's aura suddenly became fierce. Rays of sword chi pierced out from every pore of his body. The sound of sword whistling resounded in all directions, as if countless believers of the sword god were praising and singing. However, Xiaohan, you're still too young. How about this, give me the jade token and leave the giant whale island. I don't want to hurt you. Oh. Hearing this, Xiaohan was stunned. You don't want to hurt me? Ha 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 ha. Thousand sword gentleman, you're ranked high on the demon hero ranking list. You can be considered as my senior. I also respect you. However, it's unreasonable for me to give you the jade token without a fight. Ha 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 ha, I haven't had a good fight since I came back from the great wilderness. Since you've discovered my whereabouts, I have no choice but to fight. Violent battle intent suddenly rose from Xiaohan's body and soared into the sky. 14 million cauldrons of divine power surged like a great river. The indestructible golden body emitted an everlasting crystal light, emitting an almost immortal aura. At the same time, the 93,000 demon veins on the demon god's palm on his left arm were stirring. This physical body. Powerful. It's really powerful. You're able to refine your physical body to such a degree. Your blood chi is so vigorous that it's comparable to the ancient beasts of the great wilderness. Xiaohan, you must have had a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter and consumed some heaven-defying precious medicine. However, if you want to fight against me with your physical body, you're taking it too lightly. The thousand-sword gentleman straightened his body and sword chi went berserk. All of a sudden, with his body as the center, a collapsing void was formed. The air in all directions was minced by the sword chi. It was chaotic and fell towards the center of the collapsing void. Xiaohan, let me teach you a good lesson. A fortuitous encounter is a fortuitous encounter, a foundation is a foundation, and a realm is a realm. You must never mix them together. You have a fortuitous encounter and are blessed by the heavens. That's true. However, your realm is too low. Remember, brute force will never be able to defeat Xianxia. Right now, you've almost cultivated yourself into an invincible treasure. You're a savage beast in human form. Ordinary Xianxia realm cultivators will definitely not be your match. However, if you meet a demon knight like me, your divine strength will not be of any use. You've gone astray. Look at your Xianxia cultivation. You haven't even reached the expanded acupoint realm. It's not worth mentioning. If you continue to put the cart before the horse, you'll be crippled from now on. Alright, don't even think about fighting me. Don't make a mistake. I'm warning you one last time. Hand over the jade token and leave Giant Whale Island. My original intention was not to hurt you. Don't push your luck. Stop blabbering. You're actually lecturing me? Who do you think you are? After being scolded by the thousand-sword gentleman, Xiaohan was enraged and roared in the air. You're not even an ancient giant. You've only expanded your acupoint once. Your Xianxia hasn't even reached the true manifestation talisman yet. You're nothing. Now, you're acting like a king and criticizing me. What a joke. I, Xiaohan, even dare to fight with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? You want to snatch my jade token? Fine, I'll snatch it back. Hand over the jade token and get lost from Giant Whale Island. Xiaohan's body moved, and he slammed his palm toward the thousand-sword gentleman. He struck without hesitation, swift and decisive. Xiaohan's palm contained 14 million cauldrons of divine strength. When he struck out, the force was so powerful that it could break through any illusion and go straight for the heart. As the palm slammed down, it was as if the sky had collapsed. The heaven and earth shook and the sound of the stars disintegrating could be heard incessantly. A large area of space collapsed inch by inch under Xiao Han's palm. The force of the palm spread out like a hot knife through butter. You're really stubborn. No one will believe that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was killed by you in a direct confrontation. Don't try to bluff in front of me. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth from now on. It's just brute force. Break it. Kill with one thought. Boom, a ray of sword light shot out from the 1,000-sword gentleman's body. This ray of sword light contained an immortal sword intent. In a split second, the sword light split into 1,000 swords. Each sword was sharper and faster than the previous one. Each sword contained the arc of the Great Tao. It stabbed continuously like a dazzling galaxy that rushed to the 9 heavens. In the midst of its grandeur, there was lingering sword intent that could destroy the ages. Pft! 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 The 1,000 rays of sword light intertwined and directly dismembered the 14 million cauldrons of power contained in Xiao Han's palm. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. Oh! As expected of an experienced demon warrior. This palm of mine is the condensation of my life's power, but it was so easily dispelled by him. This person's use of swordsmanship is really amazing. Xiao Han's power was dispelled by the 1,000-sword gentleman. However, not only did he not panic, but he also felt a sense of satisfaction. A battle of this level is interesting enough. Only then can I accumulate enough power before I expand my meridians. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. Suddenly, an extremely evil demonic aura descended from the sky and shrouded the surroundings. An ancient demonic talisman came down from the sky. It enveloped the 1,000-sword gentleman. With the 1,000-sword gentleman's body as the center, a large area of space was imprisoned. Sky Demon God Seal. Xiao Han used the demonic power contained in his 30,000 demonic meridians to unleash a Sky Demon God Seal, sealing the 1,000-sword gentleman's life force. At the same time, Xiao Han quickly took out a few heavenly desolate demonic fruits from his storage ring. He let his left monarch demon arm devour them to quickly replenish the demonic power that had been lost. Do you think my trump card is just the power of my flesh? Xiao Han moved again, wanting to cripple the 1,000-sword gentleman while he was sealed. However, pft! A supreme sword intent shot up from the top of the 1,000-sword gentleman's head. This sword intent had already touched the threshold of the great accomplishment sword intent. It could cut through the void and destroy gods and ghosts. It had the power to destroy all things. Boom! The demonic talisman that enveloped the 1,000-sword gentleman was shattered by this sword intent. The heavenly demon investiture had been broken. Oh! Impressive. Even the Sky Demon God Seal that I unleashed using the demonic power contained in my 30,000 demonic meridians was broken. Looks like when the heavenly devil investiture is facing a true powerhouse, it might not always be effective. Xiao Han was shocked. Demonic technique? Xiao Han, you've actually cultivated an extremely advanced demonic technique? What is this move? It contains the power of a seal. You want to imprison me? But it's useless. I've cultivated an ancient secret sword technique. There's nothing I can't break. What can a mere demonic technique do to me? Also, Xiao Han, as an experienced evil hero, let me remind you that as an evil hero, you should be righteous. Using demonic techniques is not something honorable or honorable. It's only tarnishing the reputation of us evil heroes. Since you've even used demonic techniques, I have to punish you even more. Suffer a little now and learn to restrain yourself. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets in the future. The 1,000-sword gentleman seemed to be truly enraged. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of determination in his eyes. His entire body's aura was like the mountains and the seas. It suddenly exploded, and a total of 60 halos of true energy exploded from his body. They were as dazzling as the sea. Each of these 60 halos of light was as deep as the universe, and there were faint runes appearing within them. These were the 60 acupoints of the 1,000-sword gentleman. Xiao Han. Lose. The 1,000-sword gentleman roared. His sword chi was like a dragon, and another 1,000 sword rays slashed towards Xiao Han. However, among these 1,000 sword rays, the 1,001st sword ray suddenly appeared. This 1,001st sword ray should not have existed. It was a sword that had escaped, but the 1,000-sword gentleman had killed it. This sword ray was the 1,000-sword gentleman's trump card. He was prepared to use this sword ray to establish his reputation in the 10-year Sacred War a few years later and sweep away all heroes. He would not use this sword ray lightly. However, facing Xiao Han today was indeed a headache for him. He had never expected Xiao Han to be so cunning. Not only did he have a strong physical strength, but he was also skilled in demonic techniques and had rich battle experience. He had no choice but to use his strongest sword ray to deal with Xiao Han. No one could describe the ethereal and formless nature of this sword ray. No one could describe the nimbleness and nothingness of this sword ray. This was a stroke of genius, a sure-kill sword ray. Xiao Han, you can't dodge this sword ray. However, with an ancient giant watching over us, I will not allow you to die. However, injuries are inevitable. In the future, you should think about this sword ray more. Know that there is always someone better than you, so don't be so arrogant. The 1,000-sword gentleman said proudly. Puchi, the 1,001st sword ray cut Xiao Han's body into pieces. Huh? The 1,000-sword gentleman suddenly stopped. An afterimage? Demonic techniques again? Just as the 1,000-sword gentleman hesitated for a moment, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. The next moment, boom! Another ancient demonic rune descended from the sky and enveloped the 10-swords gentleman, sweeping across the world, suppressing the 9 continents. Xiao Han had drained all the demonic energy contained in 53,000 demonic meridians for this sky demon seal. This time, I don't believe that I can't seal you. Xiao Han's real body appeared behind the 1,000-sword gentleman. Boom! 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 The 1,000-sword gentleman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He activated his sword intent, trying to break Xiao Han's seal. However, this time, Xiao Han had used more than double the demonic power of the first sky demon investiture. This made it impossible for the 1,000-sword gentleman to break through the seal immediately. Get out of my way. Xiao Han took the opportunity to throw a punch. This punch was accompanied by a dragon and a tiger. It was like a falling meteor, the roar of a demon, and the arrival of a disaster. Bang! The punch landed on the 1,000-sword gentleman's body. It let out a terrifying sound that shook the earth and shook the mountains. 1,000 Swords Lungjuan's entire body trembled from the attack. Then, his clothes were reduced to ashes. Numerous cracks appeared on his skin, as if he was a broken piece of porcelain. Pa! With another slap, Xiao Han sent 1,000-sword gentleman's battered body flying. Hee, you're only so you dare to point at me? Xiao Han sneered. He quickly took out a dozen heavenly desolate demonic fruits to replenish the demonic power on his left arm. Chapter 274. Xiao Han had fought with the 1,000-sword gentleman, who was ranked 1,788th on the monster hero ranking. He had used demonic techniques repeatedly and finally defeated him. However, this battle made Xiao Han feel the power of a veteran monster hero even more deeply. When fighting against an opponent of this level, he could not relax at all. Moreover, if he showed the slightest flaw, he would be taken advantage of and suffer a crushing defeat. To be honest, if I didn't have enough heavenly desolate demon fruits to replenish my demonic power at any time, which is equivalent to having unlimited power to fire, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat this 1,000-sword gentleman. A veteran monster hero who hasn't even entered the ranks of the ancient giants is already so difficult to deal with. If I encountered a real ancient giant or a talisman transformation expert, it would be hard to say who would win, the thousand-sword gentleman's body was almost cracked by Xiao Han. He curled up on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching. Without saying anything, Xiao Han took a step forward and bent down to pick up the thousand-sword gentleman's jade tablet that had fallen to the ground. Thousand-sword gentleman, I'm sorry. Your jade tablet belongs to me, Xiao Han. But don't worry. Although your injuries are not light, there is an ancient giant watching over you. He will be able to heal you as good as new in an instant. Ha ha ha, I won't keep you company anymore. Goodbye, goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Han's body moved. He crushed the air and disappeared in a few leaps. Xiao Han chased after the 10,000 beast-devouring formation. Not long after Xiao Han left, pure white talisman characters descended from the sky and wrapped around the heavily injured thousand-sword gentleman. It caused the shocking wounds on the surface of thousand-sword gentleman's skin. They healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rays of pearl-like luster appeared. They rolled on the surface of thousand-sword gentleman's body. The spring wind and rain nourished everything silently, injecting vitality into him. Soon, thousand-sword gentleman stood up and looked in the direction where Xiao Han disappeared. He shook his head dejectedly. Forget it, forget it. I, the thousand-swords gentleman, have traversed the world unhindered in my life. With a sharp sword in my hand, I have killed countless evil spirits. Who would have thought that I would be defeated by a young man? Ah, I'm so bored. I'll withdraw from today's ranking competition so as to avoid humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, around thousand-sword gentlemen, layers of ripples appeared in the space. It was the mysterious power of space. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the thousand-sword gentleman. In the next moment, the thousand-sword gentleman disappeared, as if he had been teleported away from this giant whale island. He gave up on cultivating his true chi and focused on cultivating his flesh shell. In addition, he is proficient in a few demonic techniques. His demonic strength is not inferior to ordinary high-level demon sovereigns. What kind of path is he taking? It's not bad to take a different path, but isn't it a little off track? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. The voice of the ancient giant resounded in the air. But soon, the voice came to an abrupt stop, and the world fell silent. How fierce! Lu Weiniang's peerless and elegant figure appeared behind a small mountain. She frowned and thought to herself. I can't believe you actually managed to break the thousand-sword gentleman. Behind a small mountain, water vapor rose and Lu Weiniang's peerless figure appeared. What a strange demonic technique. It's really hard to believe that a human would be able to cultivate demonic techniques to such a high degree of mastery. I might not be a match for him. Let's hide first and observe the situation. Someone is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, ripples appeared on Lu Weiniang's jade-like body, and she disappeared in an instant. Boom! A scorching sun fell from 10,000 meters in the sky. The sun shone brightly, and the ancient divine light bloomed. The great Sun Emperor had arrived. The great Sun Son of Heaven narrowed his eyes, as if he was concentrating on sensing his surroundings. When he opened his eyes, in the depths of his eyes, a powerful spirit storm mixed with the true fire of the sun engulfed the area. Puchi! Puchi! This spiritual storm was like a volcanic eruption, boiling magma. It shot across the space, carving marks on the crystal wall of the space. Smoke filled the air, as if it was going to tear the space into pieces and melt it. Treacherous tricks. A demonic technique. Everyone has the right to punish him. However, he actually defeated the thousand-sword gentleman. I didn't expect that a little ant in the past would grow to such an extent. The great Sun Emperor was a great figure who had expanded his acupoints 10 times. He was only one step away from the talisman transformation realm. As soon as he arrived, he deduced a little and knew that the thousand-sword gentleman was defeated. In this space, the remnant sword intent was very gloomy, indicating the crushing defeat of the thousand-sword gentleman. Moreover, in this space, there was a faint demonic aura. It even made the Great Sun Emperor feel that someone had used demonic techniques. With just a slight thought, the Emperor of the Sun pretty much reconstructed the battle that happened just now in his mind. It was Xiao Han who defeated the Thousand Sword Gentleman. He used demonic techniques to suppress the sword intent of the Thousand Sword Gentleman. Moreover, he used violence to crush the sword chi. Right now, the Great Sun Emperor's eyes had a hint of seriousness. He stood still and did not immediately chase after Xiao Han. The ant has grown into an elephant. I don't dare to say that I will be able to trample on him. I, the Great Sun Emperor, must not fail miserably and fall in the hands of such an insignificant person. Otherwise, I will have a demon in my heart. At the crucial moment when I am breaking through to the talisman transformation realm, it will be very disadvantageous. The Great Sun Emperor carefully weighed the pros and cons. Xiao Han was able to defeat the Thousand Sword Gentleman alone. This caused the Great Sun Emperor to look up to Xiao Han. In terms of realm, the Great Sun Emperor and the Thousand Sword Gentleman were similar. They both had expanded their meridians 10 times. In terms of multiplier, the Great Sun Emperor was superior to the Thousand Sword Gentleman. In terms of cultivation technique, the Great Sun Emperor was also 1 or 2 levels higher than the Thousand Sword Gentleman. Therefore, defeating the Thousand Sword Gentleman was not a difficult task for the Great Sun Emperor. However, he could defeat the Thousand Sword Gentleman. Now, Xiao Han could also defeat him. If he were to face Xiao Han alone, even though he was arrogant and proud, it would be hard to say that he could defeat Xiao Han. If there were any mishaps, it would be very disadvantageous to the future development of the Great Sun Emperor. For a proud person like him, if he were to lose to a young man, he would not be able to forgive himself. The more profound impact would be that from now on, his cultivation would be stagnant and he would never be able to reach the talisman transformation realm. Do you want me to let Xiao Han go? That is impossible. The corner of the Great Sun Emperor's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Moreover, I cannot let him continue to grow like this. I must take this opportunity. I must kill him. Then let him grow. He might be the second Xiao Mingqiu of the Pure Rain sect. When that time comes, I will not be able to deal with him. At this moment, the Great Sun Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked towards the sky. He said calmly, Seven-Night Devil Lord, since you are here, stop hiding and show yourself. Ha 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 ha. Great Sun Emperor. You also noticed that there was an intense battle here. However, why didn't you chase after them? What are you doing here? Ha 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 ha. Don't tell me you are afraid of something? An incomparably arrogant voice rang out. Boom, a heaven-shaking demonic aura descended from the sky. Like a beacon, it rolled in all directions and pierced through the heavens and the earth. In the end, it stood tall like a heavenly pillar. The Seven-Night Devil Lord walked out from the demonic aura with his hands behind his back. The demonic aura was dense and the aura of a monarch looked down on the world. With the Seven-Night Devil Lord as the center. It actually formed a collapsed void. Endless air was chaotic and fell towards the center of the collapse. Tang Shan, Zhuge Xing, show yourselves. Don't hide. The Seven-Night Devil Lord laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. Great Sun, Son of Heaven, Seven Knights Devil Young Master, I didn't think that we would meet so soon. Ha ha ha. The ground suddenly spun and formed a whirlpool. The hard surface of the ground seemed to have melted into water and air currents. From the ground, a human figure rose up. His body was clean and his aura was dignified and majestic. It was Zhuge Xing. As soon as he appeared, there were strange phenomena in all directions. He said, I really didn't expect that the Thousand Sword Gentleman would be defeated by the young Xiao Han. It seems that among the 8 participants, Xiao Han is the most underestimated one. No wonder he was able to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. It seems that his reputation is not undeserved. At the same time, rumble. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky out of nowhere and suddenly struck down. This bolt of lightning was as thick as a bucket and was surrounded by a total of 60 balls of true qi. There were indistinct runes intertwining with each other. Within the thick bolt of lightning, there were also waves of ancient hymns. Tang Shan, who was born with the thunder bloodline and could summon the 9 heavens thunder to kill his enemies, also appeared. There were traces of electric arcs flickering on the surface of his body. His eyes seemed to contain all the lightning in this world. He was also a powerful person who had expanded his acupoints 10 times. In an instant, Emperor of the Great Sun, young demon lord of the 7 Knights, Zhuge Xing, and Tang Shan appeared on the scene. All of them were at expanding acupoint realm pinnacle, existences who had expanded their acupoints 10 times. Any one of them would be able to convert their Jinshi into a Jinshi talisman within an extremely short period of time. Why? Since we've encountered each other, why don't we fight and snatch the jade tokens? Tang Shan was filled with battle intent. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The 7-Knight Devil Lord said with an evil aura. Zhuge Xing smiled without saying a word. However, his eyes seemed to be brewing some plans. Ha ha ha. All right. Everyone calm down and listen to what I have to say. Suddenly, the Great Sun Emperor spoke. Oh. Zhuge Xing, the 7-Knight Devil Lord, and Tang Shan looked at the Great Sun Emperor at the same time. Brother Great Sun, what do you have to say? Zhuge Xing smiled. Xiao Han, that bastard, has already defeated 1,000 sword gentlemen and snatched his jade token. In addition to his own jade token, this means that Xiao Han now has 2 jade tokens in his hands. The Emperor of the Great Sun laughed. So what? The 7-Knight Devil Lord glanced at the Great Sun Emperor. The Great Sun Emperor smiled. To be honest, the few of us are not Ying Zhantian's match. Although we are all proud people, we have to admit the difference between the Talisman Transformation Realm and the Expanded Acupoint Realm. Ying Zhantian had already reached the Talisman Transformation Realm 20 years ago. In addition, he has the battle experience of killing a variant demon emperor alone. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, the 4 of us are not Ying Zhantian's match. Great Sun Emperor, what are you trying to say? Tang Shan was getting impatient. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. With Ying Zhantian around, if nothing goes wrong, the few of us will not be able to win the ranking competition. However, nothing is absolute in this world. How about this, the 4 of us will work together to get rid of Xiao Han and snatch the 2 jade tokens from him. After that, I, the Great Sun Emperor, will give you my own jade token. That way, we will have 3 jade tokens. The Great Sun Emperor's eyes were sharp. Although none of us are Ying Zhantian's match in a one-on-one fight, if we work together, the situation will be different. If we work together to defeat Ying Zhantian, we will have 4 jade tokens. Then, we will work together to find Lu Weiniang and defeat her, and we will have 5 jade tokens. How about the 3 of you fight for the 5 jade tokens? In that case, one of the 3 of you will definitely win and obtain the final ranking. Oh. Zhuge Xing, Tang Shan, and the 7-Knight Devil Lord looked at each other with interest. Why? Great Sun Emperor, you are actually withdrawing? Zhuge Xing was confused. Yes, I am withdrawing. The Great Sun Emperor laughed. Withdrawing as long as I am not defeated will not affect my mental state and will not leave a shadow in my heart. Moreover, you all know that I, the Grand Sun, am a formidable opponent for you. If we really fight, among the 3 of you, the chances of Zhuge Xing and Tang Shan defeating me are very small. Only you, the 7th Knight Devil Lord, have a chance against me. However, defeating me won't be that easy. You'll have to pay a painful price. Now, I am withdrawing. This is a great thing for you guys. The Great Sun Emperor's tone was extremely arrogant. However, it was undeniable that he was speaking the truth. The Great Sun Emperor continued. My request is simple. The 3 of you, work together with me to hunt down Xiao Han. Xiao Han has an irreconcilable feud with me. I will definitely capture him alive and torture him to vent my hatred. Oh. I understand. Zhuge Xing came to a realization. Brother Great Sun, so you are asking for our help because you are not 100% confident in defeating Xiao Han. Humph. Even if you guys don't help me to deal with Xiao Han, you guys will still attack him in order to snatch the 2 jade tokens from him. It is just a small favor. What do you guys say now? The Great Sun Emperor sneered. Deal. Tang Shan was the first to nod. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Brother Great Sun, why should I not do such a small favor? Not only will we be able to force Brother Great Sun to voluntarily withdraw, we will also be able to form an alliance to fight against Yingzhantian. Good, very good. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Deal. Zhuge Xing also nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha. Great Sun Emperor, I didn't expect you to have no confidence in dealing with a small rookie. What a joke. However, on account of our many years of friendship, I will help you deal with this Xiao Han and torture him to death. Ha 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 ha. The 7-Night Devil Lord also agreed to the Great Sun Emperor's plan. Good. It's a deal. All of you help me to deal with Xiao Han. Today, I will beat him to death. The Great Sun Emperor laughed sinisterly. Let's go. Chase after him. Xiao Han sprinted madly. The 10,000 beast-devouring grand formation still did not stop. It continued to fly towards the west of the island. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster, as if it could feel the call of some mysterious object. Soon. Soon. I also feel that the 10,000 beast-devouring grand formation is about to find the source. Is it the heart of the giant whale? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation. The blood in his body was boiling. However, at this moment, Xiao Han stopped in his tracks. Boom, 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 north, south, east, west, 4 waves of true qi as strong as the ocean broke through the air. Killing intent soared to the sky. It actually formed a pincer attack on Xiao Han. Alright, Xiao Han, Heaven's Net has a long way to go. There will finally be a day when you fall into the hands of I, the Great Sun Emperor. Last time, you were lucky. Xiao Mingqiu saved you once. But this time, I want to see who can save you. You beat my beloved disciple, Crown Prince Huolai, to death. Today, I will make you beg for death. A voice filled with deep resentment roared and exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. 4 waves of true qi had already surrounded Xiao Han. Not even a drop of water could escape. To be continued. Chapter 275. Xiao Han stopped in his tracks and did not move an inch. He allowed the 4 waves of true qi to surround him. Heh, the Great Sun Emperor is finally here. They must have sensed my battle with the 1,000 sword gentlemen. There are actually 4 people surrounding me. Xiao Han's heart was as calm as still water. His lips even curled into a strange smile. One must know that each of the 4 waves of true qi was no weaker than the 1,000 sword gentleman's aura. In other words, these people were all at the peak of the expanded acupoint realm and had expanded their acupoints 10 times. Surprisingly, Xiao Han did not panic in the face of these 4 opponents. Furthermore, his entire brain became crystal clear. Within his mind, a bright light shone. His life's potential was stimulated to the maximum. His entire person was like a clear sky. His state of mind was untainted, neither servile nor overbearing, without worry or fear. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han's willpower began to sublimate again. His mental state underwent a metamorphosis, gaining an indescribable accumulation. This kind of accumulation could allow Xiao Han to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. It was crucial for him to break through to the expanded acupoint realm. Finally, right in front of Xiao Han, a blazing sun slowly rose, and in the middle of the blazing sun, there was a great god. His eyes were closed, and his hands were forming seals, brewing a terrifying majesty and power. The sun shone brightly and holy songs resounded. In every ray of sunlight, one could see all living beings praying and worshipping. Under this blazing sun, a human figure walked about. He was imposing and unmatched, his aura devouring the 9 provinces. It was the great Sun Emperor. As he walked, bright and beautiful sunlight sprinkled down incessantly. Every time the sunlight sprinkled down, the sky would shatter. Brilliant colors filled the air, and strange phenomena appeared. It was like a scene of music falling from the sky. Xiao Han, you won't be able to escape today, right? Furthermore, on this giant whale island, there are only the few of us participants and the ancient giants. The ancient giants will definitely not interfere in this matter. They will not break the rules of the competition for you. As a result, you've completely become a prisoner. How does this feel? The hatred between you and I is as deep as the sea. It will be difficult to let this matter rest. Today, you have fallen in the hands of the great Sun Emperor. I, the great Sun Son of Heaven, am ranked 1701 on the Monster Hero ranking. You will die a worthy death if I personally deal with a rookie like you. However, don't blame me for bullying you. You deserve to die. The Emperor of the Great Sun looked at Xiao Han coldly and spoke with assurance. It was as though he had already grasped Xiao Han completely, causing him to be unable to resist. Xiao Han remained silent. Hong long long, behind Xiao Han, a series of explosions occurred in the air, and within those explosions, a person appeared. He wore a black robe and had long hair. Every single cell in his body contained intense lightning, and his eyes flickered with electricity. Just the slightest movement of his body would cause thunderclaps to rumble out, causing the entire area to be filled with the smell of thunder and lightning tearing through the sky. Number 1799th on the monster ranking, Tang Shan. Tang Shan strode forward majestically. Xiao Han, you're actually proficient in all sorts of demonic techniques. In that case, it's fine. Today, us demonic heroes will be joining forces to attack a demonic emperor. Number 1811th on the monster ranking, Zhuge Xing walked out from Xiao Han's left. His robes fluttered in the wind, and waves of wild true qi emanated from his body. Azure dragon rises from the abyss, white tiger leaves the cauldron. Dragon roar, tiger roar. Moreover, his entire aura seemed to be very compatible with the earth. Obviously, the true qi that he cultivated should be of the earth attribute, and it was very dense. Number 1700 on the monster ranking, Devil Lord 7 Knights. That Devil Lord 7 Knights walked out from Xiao Han's right. He cultivated demonic techniques, and his entire body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. His strength was extremely terrifying. This Devil Lord 7 Knights demonic technique could easily seep into a person's brain and affect their thoughts, causing illusions in their minds. They would see a black demonic sun that completely covered the sky and the sun, and the earth was plunged into boundless darkness. It was extremely powerful. The 4 veteran demonic heroes each took their positions and surrounded Xiao Han. They were all experienced in battle, and had participated in many battles against demonic emperors. Looking at the current situation, it really looked like they were going to surround and kill a demonic emperor. They attacked and defended, advancing and retreating, and had formed a kind of tacit understanding. This caused their combat power to increase exponentially. Seriously speaking, if the 4 of them joined forces, even Demon Emperor Qing Lin at his peak would probably die with a grievance. Moreover, it was very likely that he would not be able to escape and could only be killed. After the 4 veteran demonic heroes took their positions, they all looked at Xiao Han with teasing eyes, as if they were cats toying with a mouse. Heh! Xiao Han, until now, you are still so calm and composed. To be honest, I, Zhuge Xing, have seen countless people, but I have never seen such a talented young man like you. Moreover, at such a young age, you were able to defeat 1,000 sword gentlemen. This is really impressive. Zhuge Xing smiled at Xiao Han. I am a little jealous of talent now. However, you have offended Brother Great Sunday. This is young and frivolous. You have offended some people that you should not have offended. If you did not offend Brother Great Sun, your future would really be limitless. What a pity, what a pity. Why did you have to do this? Zhuge Xing's tone sounded like a crocodile who was crying for help. Xiao Han smiled and said, Zhuge Xing? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You said that I am talented and my future is limitless. Then, you should not be helping the wicked and helping Emperor Great Sun to deal with me. Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you and deal with you in the future? Ha 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 ha. You all know that I am not allowed to kill me with the help of the eternal giants. As long as I am not dead, it is not difficult to deal with all of you one by one when I get out. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with interest. Heh. Yes, Xiao Han. You are right. It is impossible for us to kill you today. I heard that the higher-ups of the demonic hero pagoda think highly of you. The eternal giants will definitely not sit by and let us kill you. However, even if you do not die today, you will shed a few layers of skin. After being repeatedly ravaged by us, you will be half dead. In the future, when you get out, your talent will be wiped out and a terrible shadow will be left in your heart. The devil in your heart will be reborn, and you will become a mediocre person from a genius. Why should I, Zhuge Xing, worry about a mediocre person plotting revenge against me? Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, I, Zhuge Xing, have always been meticulous in my calculations. I have already thought through all the details. That is why I agreed to help Brother Great Sun to deal with you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, if the four of us attack at the same time and use our strongest attacks and ultimate techniques, we might be able to kill you before the eternal giants make their move. If we kill you, the higher-ups will at most reprimand us. Do you think they will let us, who have expanded our acupoints 10 times, die for you? Ha 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 ha. The 7 Night Devil Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Sun Emperor, how do you want to deal with him? Tang Shan asked. Ruthlessly torture him. Ravage him to your heart's content. The Great Sun Emperor's face showed an extremely ferocious expression. Behind a mountain not far away from here, Lu Weining's figure appeared with her brows tightly knitted. Great Sun Emperor and the 7 Night Devil Lord are really shameless. They are already so old and yet they joined forces to deal with a young man. How infuriating. If this matter were to spread out, everyone would curse them. But, what should I do now? Xiao Han is in danger. I also have no way to save him. I can only hope that the eternal giants can act in time to prevent Xiao Han from being killed. Moreover, I also hope that after Xiao Han goes out, there will not be a gap in his heart and soul because of this matter. Sigh. Lu Weining was also very anxious. Giant Whale Island. At the peak of the 10,000 Zhang Godly Mountain, the eternal giant sat cross-legged, controlling the entire situation. Numerous talismans circled around his body, and a mysterious power rippled from his body. With him as the center, the chi of heaven and earth began to revolve at a steady pace, as if it had formed a huge whirlpool that was going to devour all existences that disrespected the power of heaven. At this moment, the eternal giant could not help but exclaim. Not good. Young Xiao Han is actually surrounded by 4 demon heroes. How shameless. How shameless. The 4 famous demon heroes joined forces, not to deal with Yingzhan Tian, but to deal with the young man Xiao Han. Xiao Han was a young man with an invincible will and an excellent physique. In the future, he would definitely become a great talent. However, he never thought that he would be ganged up on by 4 shameless fellows. This time, he had nowhere to run, and he didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Terrible. What should I do? According to the rules, I absolutely cannot interfere in their competition. Moreover, the 4 of them did not break the rules of the competition, so I have no reason to interfere. The eternal giant was now in a terrible situation. He stood up and paced back and forth. This is bad, this is bad. Xiao Han actually has such a hurdle in his life. How should he deal with it? Don't tell me that I'm going to be toyed with like this, toyed with in the palms of others. You senior demon heroes are really shameless. However, a situation like this where 4 senior demon heroes ganged up on a rookie is probably a rare occurrence in the entire demon hero world. I don't know if I, Xiao Han, am lucky or unlucky. However, as long as I can defeat you all, I will have accumulated an unimaginable amount of strength, which will bring me great benefits when I try to break through to the expanding aperture realm. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes burned with a crazy battle intent. The 93,000 demon meridians in his left demon emperor palm began to circulate, and a huge amount of demon power began to be transferred to the azure dragon demon emperor crystal. Ridiculous. Xiao Han, someone once said that you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today, I have seen it with my own eyes, and it is indeed so. Do you think that you have any chance to resist or struggle against the four of us? Even if you can defeat the 1,000 sword gentlemen in a one-on-one battle, you will definitely not be able to fight against the four of us. Tang Shan sneered. You've lost your mind. At this moment, Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Ultimate Profound. Azure Dragon Possession. All of you, go to hell. Roar. Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light, and all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic meridians were injected into the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, directly triggering the Azure Dragon's possession. This technique could transform Xiao Han's entire body into a dragon. Within a certain period of time, his physical body would transform into the body of the immemorial Azure Dragon. This was also the first time Xiao Han used this domineering demonic technique. Boom! An amber-colored, beautiful, and flawless Demon Emperor crystal shone on Xiao Han's left arm. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. In the amber-colored Demon Emperor crystal, there was a ferocious, evil, and murderous Azure Dragon sealed. Every scale of the Azure Dragon was covered with demonic and evil demon clan runes, and there seemed to be countless demon clan members praying and chanting. Boom! All of a sudden, the ferocious Azure Dragon sealed in the Demon Emperor crystal was forcibly squeezed out and merged into Xiao Han's body. Two became one. In an instant, a monstrous demonic aura was emitted from Xiao Han's body, mixed with the roar of the immemorial dragon. The sky and the sun were completely covered by the demonic aura, and heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a boundless, despairing darkness. Roar! Xiao Han's body convulsed, and the crazy power was generated like a landslide and a tsunami. It caused Xiao Han's aura to rise continuously, and there was no end to it. Inside Xiao Han's body, there was also a huge upheaval. Streams of immemorial energy were burning, purifying, filling, and roaring, causing every meridian in Xiao Han's body to be like a giant dragon. The next moment, puff! 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 On the surface of Xiao Han's skin, pieces of dazzling azure dragon scales appeared. His body began to grow taller. 1 foot. 2 feet. 3 feet. 10 feet. 15 feet. 20 feet. 300 feet. 500 feet. Xiao Han's head turned into a dragon's head. His entire body was covered with azure dragon scales. With a poof, a azure dragon tail also lashed out. In an instant, the majestic aura of the immemorial desolation completely erupted, sweeping across the heaven and earth. Dragon roars resounded. Finally, Xiao Han's entire body transformed into an immemorial azure dragon. A azure dragon that was 100 feet long coiled in the sky. This azure dragon's body was like a long snake, with the head of a qilin and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard, horns like that of a deer, 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It was obvious that it had the terrifying power of an ancient remnant beast. An extremely dangerous aura filled the entire heaven and earth. This aura was incomparably evil, emitting a ferocious murderous aura. At the same time, it was high and mighty, representing nobility, looking down on everything, disregarding all life, and having a majesty that was above all other living beings. Power. This is the power of the immemorial azure dragon. This is great. I have never had this kind of power before. The current me seems to have a wonderful feeling of dominating everything, tearing everything apart. Ha 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 ha. I will crush all of you. Xiao Han's voice became muffled, reverberating between the heaven and earth. The great son of heaven, the seven-night devil young master, Tang Shan, and Zhuge Xing were all dumbfounded. They were horrified, and gurgling sounds could be heard from their throats. It was as if an invisible hand was squeezing their throats. Dragon. This is the immemorial Azure Dragon. The real immemorial Azure Dragon. The great Sun Emperor let out a voice that sounded as if he was about to collapse. Chapter 276. Xiao Han finally used his trump card, the ultimate killing technique, a secret technique of the demon clan sealed in the Green Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal. Green Dragon Possession. This was originally the secret technique that the Green Dragon Demon Emperor used to dominate the world. Countless experienced demons had died in the hands of this demonic technique. But now, this demonic technique had become Xiao Han's exclusive secret technique and he was using it for the first time. This was also the biggest reason why Xiao Han was able to remain calm when he was surrounded by the Great Sun Emperor and the other three. This was Xiao Han's trump card. Now that Xiao Han's physical body had been transformed into the immemorial Green Dragon, the power of a single strike was more than 50 million ding. If he were to fight with all his might, he could even strike out a destructive 80 million ding. Furthermore, his entire body was covered with dragon scales and his defense was insane. He was basically immortal and indestructible. However, the only flaw was that Xiao Han's physical body had been transformed into the immemorial Green Dragon's physique and obtained power. This state could only be maintained for 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, not only would he return to his original form, his qi and blood would also be exhausted and he would collapse. Ah! This is the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This is the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, why do you know this demonic technique? This is almost impossible. Zhuge Xing let out a cry of despair. Xiao Han, you killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Could it be that every time you kill a demon emperor, you can obtain their demonic technique? Unbelievable. Who the hell are you? Tang Shan wailed in a daze. Great Sun Emperor, we've been tricked by you. The seven-night devil lord was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. Rumble. Rumble. Under the pressure of the Azure Dragon's aura, the entire space seemed to have shrunk. Cracks could be seen everywhere in the gray space, and countless air currents were rampaging and collapsing. Even the light rays were distorted, and the pressure was so great that Son of Heaven and the other three could not move at all. Alright, it's all over. All of you shall die. The transformation could only last for 10 breaths of time. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Xiao Han didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his right claw, he struck towards the Great Sun Emperor. This dragon claw was a violent strike with a strength of over 50 million cauldrons. There weren't any fancy transformations to it as it struck straight at the Great Sun Emperor. This was an attack that could destroy the ages. The power contained within it was indescribable. It could definitely destroy mountains and rivers, kill ghosts and deities, explode continents, shake the sun and moon, and sweep through the starry sky. The space crystal walls shattered like glass, and countless black holes appeared in the air. The roars of the primordial Azure Dragon could be vaguely heard from each black hole. The greater the power, the faster the attack speed. This attack was something that Great Son of Heaven could not dodge at all. Ah! An ominous feeling of collapse deeply engulfed the Great Sun Emperor, causing him to let out a roar of agony like a beast on the brink of death. His entire body was covered by the blazing sunlight, and the sun above his head also covered his body in an instant. The god in the sun opened his eyes and chanted. A giant hand surrounded by sunlight also reached out. Pooh! The dragon claw and the endless sunlight finally collided together. In a breath's time. Poochie! 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 All the sunlight exploded and evaporated. That scorching sun, including the deity within it, everything was turned into dust. Furthermore, all the bones in the great Sun Emperor's body exploded. He was thrown backwards, and the sound of explosions could be heard from his body. Mushroom clouds rose up from his broken body. Just like that, Xiao Han had destroyed the great Sun Emperor. He had beaten the great Sun Emperor to a state where his life was worse than death. But very quickly, a river of jade liquid gushed out from the unseen world. This river of jade liquid was filled with countless runes, wrapping around the remnant body of Emperor Great Sun and nourishing it non-stop. At the same time, the power of space trembled and teleported Emperor Great Sun out of this place. Oh! The ancient giant has made his move? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. It seems like the ancient giant will not allow any of the participants to die. But it doesn't matter. The great Sun Emperor has been crippled by me just now. Even if he doesn't die, his vitality will be greatly damaged after he goes out. He will need a long time to recover. It will be very difficult for him to break through to the talisman transformation realm. Ha 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 ha. Without hesitation, Xiao Han moved his right claw and covered Tang Shan again. This palm was like swatting a fly, but the power was enough to destroy a place. Everywhere it went, the sky collapsed, the surroundings turned into chaos, and a large amount of space was evaporated. Puchi. Tang Shan was flattened into a meat patty with a single palm strike. Sigh. Beaten so badly. It will take a lot of this seat's energy to heal, sigh. The ancient giant's voice reverberated in the dark. There was no sadness or happiness in his voice, but he did not stop Xiao Han's violence. Instead, he quickly released a talisman storm and swept Tang Shan's broken body away. Kill. Kill him. This person has fallen into the demon Dao. Kill. The young devil lord of the Seven Knights was so frightened that he wanted to die. He was completely hysterical. All of a sudden, his entire body ignited with devilish flames. He didn't hesitate to burn his own potential and lifespan to erupt with a killing blow. Every pore on his body displayed the strongest devilish art. His hands were like devilish dragons that grabbed at Xiao Han. Die. Xiao Han opened his left and right claws and slapped towards the middle. It was as if he was slapping his palms. In an instant, the Seven-Night Devil Lord was smashed into pieces. Puchi. The Seven-Night Devil Lord was smashed into pieces. This one can't be saved. He's been smashed into pieces. He's completely killed by you. The ancient giant was very helpless. Xiao Han did not care so much. Within 10 breaths, he would crush them to his heart's content. Dead or alive. In the end, there was only Zhuge Xing left. At that moment, Zhuge Xing no longer had the demeanor that he used to have when he was in control of the world. He was so scared that he wet his pants and started to cry. No. Xiao Han. Please don't attack me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have joined hands with the great Sun Emperor to deal with you. I was deceived by his flowery words. Xiao Han, please don't attack me. I'll give you the jade token. When we get out, I'll give you a lot of contribution points. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han slapped down with his palm and smashed Zhuge Xing into pieces. This caused Zhuge Xing to howl like a pig being slaughtered. It was heart-wrenching. Enough, young man. For opponents have all been crippled by you. I saved 3 of them. The last one was the Seven-Night Devil Lord, but he was smashed into pieces by you. It's inevitable that I'll be reprimanded by my superiors when I return. However, they only have themselves to blame. The ancient giant's voice sounded again. Then, the talisman rushed forward and swept away Zhuge Xing's broken body. After knocking back the 4 people, the time limit for Xiao Han's Azure Dragon transformation was up. The 300-meter-long Azure Dragon twitched non-stop in the sky. Waves of ripples wrapped around the Azure Dragon's huge body, and a multicolored light washed over it. At the next moment, Bang Xiao Han transformed from the Azure Dragon back to his human form. He fell from the sky and smashed a pit on the ground. He was motionless. The battle ended in a short period of time, causing the space to return to peace. Just now, the reason why Xiao Han was able to crush the 4 veteran heroes in such a dominating manner was partly because of his sudden transformation, which caused the 4 veteran heroes to be so shocked that they lost their wits and were unable to put up any effective resistance. If they were to face the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, they would still end up being annihilated, but they would at least be able to put up some resistance. Furthermore, Xiao Han was decisive in his attacks. As soon as he transformed, he launched a thunderous attack on the 4 veteran heroes. In an instant, he sent the Emperor of the Great Sun flying, so that he could defeat them one by one and end the battle quickly. However, after repelling the 4 experienced evil heroes, Xiao Han's body was now filled with a feeling of being squeezed dry. He felt weak and powerless, lying on the ground. Not only did his limbs feel tired, but he also felt a sense of exhaustion in his mind. He felt dizzy and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. He was really sleepy and would definitely fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Overdraft. His physical strength, essence, chi, spirit, and even his soul were severely overdrawn. The side effects of using the Azure Dragon possession are not small. Fortunately, my body is strong. If it was an ordinary person who didn't pay attention to the cultivation of his physical body, he would definitely age by dozens of years after using the Azure Dragon possession. He might even dry up and die after using the Azure Dragon possession. However, I can't just fall asleep like this. The competition today isn't over yet. Among the 8 participants, the so-called strongest person, the Talisman Transformation Realm expert, Xianxia, has yet to appear. He must be hiding in the dark, coveting everything and ready to make a move. Huff! Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and took out a dozen heavenly desolate demon fruits from his storage ring. He fused them into the demon the arch palm on his left arm and quickly replenished his demonic power. Moreover, the heat flow from the indestructible golden body was also rolling around his body, nourishing his tired body. His physical strength was slowly recovering bit by bit. Not far away. It's too exaggerated. Lu Weiniang was peeking. She stuck out her tongue repeatedly. This Xiao Han actually managed to counterattack and defeat the Great Sun Emperor and the others, completing the counterattack. He has even learned the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This is no small matter. However, I don't know if he has enough resources to deal with Xianxia. As for me, I won't compete for this ranking. I can't compete against Xiao Han and Xianxia. I'll just observe silently from the side and see if Xiao Han can create a miracle and have the last laugh. Suddenly, Lu Weiniang flicked her finger and a stream of true qi turned into the purest water vapor and flicked it towards Xiao Han. Buzz! A dew-like water droplet fell from the sky and fused into Xiao Han's head. In an instant, waves of cool and comfortable pleasure flowed through Xiao Han's limbs, bones, meridians, and internal organs. It was like a trickle, moisturizing everything silently. It also nourished Xiao Han's spirit. Moreover, there was a sweet taste in Xiao Han's mouth. It was fragrant as if he had drunk nectar. It allowed his physical strength and spirit to recover by at least 60%. Xiao Han jumped up like a carp and looked around. Who is it? Who is helping me recover my strength? There was no one around. It was dead silent. Xiao Han called out a few times and shook his head slightly. An ancient giant? I don't think so. Could it be her? Senior Lu? Was it you who helped? Xiao Han shouted loudly. Lu Weiniang's delicate body quietly appeared behind a hill not far away from Xiao Han. She frowned and scolded slightly. You call me senior every time you open your mouth. Damn it! However, Lu Weiniang did not show herself. Instead, she turned into a stream of water vapor and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Han called out for a while, but there was no response. He could only give up immediately. He bent down and picked up a jade token from the ground. Then, He strode towards the direction of the 10,000 beast devouring formation. Giant Whale Island. On the peak of the 10,000 Zhang Divine Mountain. The ancient giant sat cross-legged and controlled the whole situation. Even I didn't expect Xiao Han to have such a trick up his sleeves. A high-level demon emperor's natal demonic technique. It is an extremely powerful demonic technique. No wonder he always looked so confident. This achievement is enough to make him proud. However, if he specializes in demonic techniques, he must have reached a bottleneck by now. He is equivalent to a top-notch high-level demon emperor. Then, if he can't mutate and become a mutated demon emperor, his demonic technique and demonic power will be stagnant. However, he is a human. How can he mutate his bloodline like a demon emperor? Xiao Han can't become a mutated demon emperor. I have also observed his bloodline. It is the bloodline of the human race. It seems that Xiao Han will soon find that his demonic technique cultivation has reached its limit. Heh. I had a chance to stop Xiao Han from killing the 7-Night Demon Lord just now. Forget it. Who asked them to be so shameless to gang up on a young man? Just take it as a lesson. However, Yingzhan Tian has been dormant for a long time. It seems that he is conserving his energy and is going to make a move at the last moment to snatch the victory of the other participants. This guy is very cunning. I wonder if the young Xiao Han, who is full of tricks, can get past Yingzhan Tian. It seems very difficult now. All of Xiao Han's trump cards have been exposed. He is indeed very strong. However, against an existence of the talisman transformation realm, I'm afraid. Boom! At the place where Xiao Han was fighting against the Great Sun Emperor and the other 3 experienced demon heroes, a golden rainbow descended from 1,000 miles away. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of rays of light. Auspicious clouds descended from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Numerous talisman characters were intertwining. A golden-robed young man with his hands behind his back walked out of the golden streak of light at a moderate speed. His steps were very calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his steps were steady, slow, and dignified. Suddenly, a huge oppressive force filled the sky and the earth. It made people feel that this golden-robed man's casual walk was like a celestial emperor descending to the world to inspect the rivers and mountains. This man looked to be around 20 or 30 years old. His face was like a crown of jade, and the lines of his face were very gentle. His hands were empty, but every move he made was emitting a kind of magic charm that could frighten the soul. It was as if anyone in front of him had to bow down to him. It was Yingzhan Tian. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that Xiao Han to be so monstrous. He defeated the experienced demon heroes one after another. However, he relied on demonic techniques to defeat the enemy. This is simply a mistake. Yingzhan Tian muttered to himself. 1, 2, 3. Now, adding his own jade token, it means that Xiao Han has at least 6 jade tokens. It's time to make a move. Do you know who I, Yingzhan Tian, am? What is their identity? I don't even bother to look for them one by one and snatch their jade tokens. Now, since the jade tokens are in Xiao Han's hands, I just need to defeat Xiao Han. Ha. Once and for all. Moreover, defeating Xiao Han is a very meaningful thing. It makes me feel like I am punishing evil. Ha. Monster Xiao Han, let me, Yingzhan Tian, deal with you. Ha. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yingzhan Tian's whole body exploded. Runes shuttled back and forth, causing him to disappear in an instant. Bang, 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 Xiao Han trampled on the ground, running like a savage beast in human form. Xiao Han's flesh shell was very strong, as deep as the sea. Coupled with the nourishment of the indestructible golden body and the help of Lu Weining, Xiao Han had swept away his previous weakness. His whole body was full of vigor and energy. He chased after the devouring 10,000 beasts formation without stopping. Soon, Xiao Han caught up with the devouring 10,000 beasts formation that was flying above his head. This formation, what kind of mysterious thing is attracting it, and where is it going? Xiao Han's heart was filled with question marks again. However, at this moment, the devouring 10,000 beasts formation stopped. Xiao Han's body also stopped. He saw the devouring 10,000 beasts formation hovering in the air, spinning continuously. Below it, a stone stele appeared. This was a naturally formed stone stele, without any man-made carvings. The stone stele's surface was uneven, crisscrossed with canine teeth, giving off a feeling of simplicity and vicissitudes. However, the strange thing was not this natural stone stele, but the stone stele under it. Under this stone stele, there was actually a space suppressed. This was a space with a circumference of several tens of zhang. In this space, light was bright and resplendent, and a strong monsoon wind blew. Chaotic air currents were rolling. Indistinctly, one could see some strange phenomena from the chaotic air currents in this space. From inside, Xiao Han saw a desolate primordial ruin. Primordial energy swirled around it, bringing with it a primordial aura. There were many dilapidated and decaying buildings, altars, stone pillars, shrines, temples, and the corpses of primordial beings. It was a ghastly sight. They were like flickering lights and passing shadows, alternating with one another. The air currents in this space give me a feeling, as if this place is the source of the giant whale island. Xiao Han was suddenly seized by an inexplicable thought. This devouring 10,000 beasts formation seems to have brought me to the origin of the giant whale island, the land of source. Xiao Han was puzzled. Shockingly. What? Why do I feel that in that strange space, there seems to be traces of life? Xiao Han suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He focused his eyes and looked. He saw that above the remnant altar in that space, there was an object that looked like a heart sealed. It was emitting divine might. It gave Xiao Han the aura of an enormous ancient creature. Bang 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 bang, it was still moving rhythmically. It seemed to still be alive. Pucci, that object that looked like a heart suddenly jumped. Its whole body emitted a dazzling light. It was almost an ancient divine light. The multicolored mist rolled over and over. It revolved and opened, and a mountain-like pressure was forced out. The air rippled like water, causing Xiao Han's body to fiercely lean back. Under this kind of terrifying pressure, he actually had a feeling of suffocation. It was as if he had returned to a period of time in the ancient desolation, facing an ancient divine beast, a creature that he could not contend against. Could this really be? It's the heart of the giant whale. Xiao Han's mouth was dry. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. On the peak of the ancient divine mountain of the giant whale island. It can't be, right? This little guy actually found it? The ancient giant's countenance changed. He suddenly stood up, his face was filled with astonishment and shock. Even the ancient giants found it was actually found by him? This is going against the heavens. Pucci. 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 Countless immortal talismans were rolling in the 10,000 devouring beasts formation. The entire formation emitted a vortex-like suction force. The veins of the stars in the universe seemed to be forming, as if it was going to absorb and refine the heart-like object in that space. I can't care so much. Whether it's the heart of the giant whale or not, I'll use the 10,000 devouring beasts formation to refine it first. Xiao Han had made up his mind. However, at this moment, ha 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 ha. What is this? Such a powerful life force, such an ancient aura. Ha 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 ha. Could this be what the ancient giant said, the essence of the giant whale island, the ancient divine whale's heart? Ha 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 ha. It's very possible. Xiao Han, I have to say, your luck really covers the heavens. No wonder you were able to draw such a good lot in the first stage. Ha 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 ha. You actually found the heart of the giant whale. Ha 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 ha. This is also my, Ingzhan Tian's, luck. The heart of the giant whale belongs to me, Ingzhan Tian. Ha 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 ha. Ingzhan Tian's voice sounded. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Extremely arrogant. P.S. This chapter is close to 6,000 words. I'm too lazy to split it into 2 chapters and publish them all at once. I won't update it at night. I'm thinking if I should write this book in a different way. I'll go eat first. Chapter 277. Xiao Han was brought by the 10,000 beast devouring formation to a special space filled with ancient chaotic qi. This place seemed to be the origin of the entire giant whale island. The birthplace. Moreover, he had discovered an ancient relic that nurtured a majestic life force. There was an object that looked like a heart. Above this object, there were vague flickering lights and passing shadows. Endless images appeared. There were mountains and rivers, magnificent scenery, primitive scenery, stars and moon, forests and ravines. Every single one of them was the scenery of this giant whale island. This made Xiao Han deeply suspect that this heart-like object was the giant whale's heart that the ancient giants had mentioned. Therefore, he activated the 10,000 beast devouring formation and directly absorbed and refined it. However, at this moment, Ingzhan appeared. Ingzhan arrived on auspicious clouds. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed, the cracks were broken, and the light was distorted. His aura was extremely vast, like an abyss, like the sea, like a mountain, like a god. From Ingzhan Tian's body, 62 halos of light bloomed. These halos of light were incomparably deep, outlining the veins of the stars in the universe. Each halo of light emitted billowing true energy. This true energy was as beautiful as a dream, and as it wove together in the void, it formed a rune. This talisman was about 10 feet long and half a foot wide. It emitted a 7-colored brilliance that one could not look at directly. The wind and clouds rolled and howled proudly under the heavens. All kinds of ancient characters intertwined with each other. On the talisman, there were many human figures the size of a finger. They were performing martial arts in a myriad of changes, creating a myriad of strange phenomena. Moreover, the aura emitted by this talisman was definitely many times stronger than ordinary true qi. Even the quality of the true qi of an aperture expansion realm expert was too weak in comparison to this talisman. For example, ordinary true qi was equivalent to sand, while the aura of this talisman was equivalent to metal. The difference between the two was too great. This is the talisman transformation realm? Xiao Han's heart stirred. After reaching the talisman transformation realm, the quality of one's true qi is completely different. This Ingzhantian's body had 62 balls of origin true qi halo. This meant that his true qi cultivation was only at the early stage of the talisman transformation realm. His body had 62 true acupoints that had been opened in his body. 61 true acupoints were converted into true talismans. 62 true acupoints were not very high in the entire talisman transformation realm. But even so, this Ingzhan Tian's aura is definitely not something that the great son of heaven, the 1,000-sword prince, the 7 knights demon lord, and the others can compare to. In an instant, Xiao Han deeply understood just how big of a gap there was between the expanded acupoint stage and the talisman transformation stage. It was no exaggeration to say that there was a heavenly moat between these two realms. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, if I'm not mistaken, you should have 6 jade tokens on you, right? Ingzhan looked deeply at Xiao Han and said slowly. How about this, you hand over the 6 jade pendants to me with both hands. Then, after I put away the giant whale's heart, we'll discuss how to deal with you. Ha 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 ha. He was heroic and very proud. His tone and attitude had firmly grasped Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han took a deep breath and focused his mind to calm himself down. He would not panic in the face of a strong opponent. The light of the indestructible golden body surged in all directions. The demonic power and the 93,000 demonic meridians on the palm of his left demon, the arch palm, had been completely replenished. Moreover, Xiao Han was secretly activating the 10,000 devouring beasts formation to absorb and refine the giant whale's heart as soon as possible. Everything was proceeding in full swing. Although Xianxia was fierce and domineering, it did not mean that Xiao Han would lay down his arms and surrender. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, it looks like you still want to resist? Ha 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 ha. How foolish. I already know that your greatest reliance is nothing more than a few demonic techniques. However, the true Qi divine art that I cultivate is not to be underestimated. You want to put up a desperate struggle? Ha 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 ha. Show me your demonic techniques. I'll break them one by one and beat the crap out of you. This Xianxia did not seem to take Xiao Han seriously at all. He was toying and mocking to his heart's content. Xiao Han was silent. At this moment, the 10,000 devouring beasts formation was about to absorb the giant whale's heart. This was the most crucial moment. The immortal characters on the 10,000 beasts devouring grand formation twisted. Gradually, beams of obscure light were emitted from the formation. They quietly shot into that space and merged with the chaotic airflow. Then, like flowing mercury, they seeped into the seal of the giant whale's heart in the remnant image of the altar. He he he. Xianxia was at the peak of his morale. Moreover, he did not believe that Xiao Han had the ability to lay his hands on the giant whale's heart. Everything should be in his pocket. Therefore, he only sneered. When he saw Xiao Han lowering his head in silence, he thought that Xiao Han's will had crumbled and he had completely given in. This made him even more complacent. A greedy look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the giant whale's heart. It seems that I, Xianxia, am destined to return to the martial world this time with an overwhelming momentum. Not only will I easily obtain this ranking, I will also be able to obtain the giant whale's heart that even the great figures of the past could not lay their hands on. This seems to be a foregone conclusion that the rise of Xianxia, is unstoppable. Alright, let's take this giant whale's heart first. This ant Xiao Han, I'll slowly train and concoct him later. Suddenly, a giant jade-colored hand reached out from Xianxia's natal true Qi characters and viciously grabbed at the giant whale's heart that was immersed in the chaotic air currents. Rumble. There were many layers of inscriptions on the surface of the jade-colored hand. In an instant, it reached into the space and tore through the chaotic air currents. With a single swipe, the chaotic air currents in the surroundings caved in and withered. In an instant, the spatial crystal wall was filled with holes. If anyone were to be caught by the jade-colored hand, even if they were an ordinary expanding aperture realm cultivator, they would be severely injured or even torn apart. Giant whale's heart, come to me. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and a bright light shone from them. Rise. Puchi. There was a loud noise. It was earth-shattering. The giant whale's heart that had been sealed in the endless chaotic air currents in that space and within the remnant of the sacrificial altar suddenly shot out. As the giant whale's heart shot out, wisps of ancient aura were uprooted like a whale sucking in water. Every wisp of ancient aura contained a heavy primordial desolate power. Every wisp of it was enough to crush and shatter mountains and fill rivers. At the same time, roar roar roar, the roar of the primordial mystical whale resounded from within the giant whale's heart. This roar was simply terrifying. All the chaotic air currents in that space were suddenly thrown into disorder, and misty beams of light went berserk. In an instant, that space caved in, collapsed, withered, and was obliterated. Moreover, that was not all. Even the space in all directions was constantly shattering, and mushroom clouds were exploding everywhere. The great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts released thousands of threads of suction force that, like a spider's web, immediately captured the giant whale's heart and absorbed it. The giant whale's heart continued to swell and puff, bursting with a terrifying power that could suppress the universe, condense the sun and moon, and destroy the 9 provinces. It was desperately trying to break free from the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Even Xiao Han's body began to sway. However, Xiao Han gritted his teeth and formed a series of hand seals with both hands. His psyche surged madly into the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Devour. Boom! Within the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts, immortal characters began to roll, bursting forth with indistinct immortal hymns that suppressed 10,000 beasts. Finally, the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts firmly bound the giant whale's heart. Just like back in the great desolate heavenly dragon empire, Xiao Han had used this immortal technique to imprison a pure-blooded swanni and a pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Roar roar, the giant whale's heart was actually very intelligent. At the last moment, it let out an extremely unwilling and helpless cry. Finally, the giant whale's heart fused into the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Within the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts, boundless immortal light, scarlet clouds, mist, and immortal characters surged and surged, sweeping and scouring the giant whale's heart as it began to refine it. The giant whale's heart squirmed incessantly, like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Strands of beautiful light were broken down. Xiao Han had used the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts to extract the giant whale's heart. It had happened in the blink of an eye, just as Xianxia was about to grab hold of the giant whale's heart. Buzz, the jade-like hand grabbed at thin air. Xianxia was stunned. However, he was indeed a talisman transformation realm expert. He had accumulated a wealth of battle experience throughout his life. In an instant, he realized that something was wrong. Xiao Han. You're up to something. Xianxia could only watch helplessly as Xiao Han snatched the giant whale's heart from his hands. This deeply infuriated Xianxia. Xiao Han. Die for this seat. The jade-like hand slapped at Xiao Han. The speed of this slap was incredibly fast. Like a meteor, the pure qi of the highest quality transformed into a dense array of talismans. They were like towering mountains, rolling over and crushing the spatial crystal barrier. Holy light surged like the sea, raging like the tide, and struck at Xiao Han. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to destroy Xiao Han in one blow. Xiao Han had clearly anticipated Xianxia's rage. With a thought, the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts fused into Xiao Han's body. The next moment, Xiao Han's body was torn apart by the jade-like hand. However, an afterimage? There are demonic qi fluctuations. It's a demonic technique. However, it's really a small trick. At this moment, Xiao Han's movements were illusory. His body dragged out an afterimage, and like an aurora, he flashed towards the horizon. You can't escape. Die. Xianxia roared. The talisman formed of his pure qi suddenly transformed into a terrifying black hand that grabbed at the afterimage that was about to disappear into the horizon. The speed of this grab was even faster than the thoughts of an acupoint expansion realm expert. The power of this grab was enough to crush a star. Puchi. This grab caused a large area of space to collapse. Meteorite fragments flew everywhere, and the heavens and earth shook violently. Moreover, the entire sky was temporarily plunged into darkness. The afterimage was caught slightly, but it was so slippery that it actually slipped through the fingers of the terrifying hand. The sky regained its brightness. Xianxia retracted his hand and snorted coldly. He actually managed to escape after activating the demonic technique repeatedly. However, he was also hit by this seat's attack. I'm afraid that his body is already in pieces, right? As long as you are still on this whale island, this seat will be able to find you in an instant. Ha 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 ha. You can't escape. Boom! Xianxia's body exploded, and the talismans that filled the sky also disappeared. At the peak of Eternal Sacred Mountain, an ancient giant was overseeing this place. At this moment, even the ancient giant was moved. This Xiao Han actually snatched food from the tiger's mouth. He forcefully snatched the giant whale's heart from Xianxia's hands. Incredible, he actually dared to compete with a talisman transformation realm expert for the treasure. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Furthermore, he was able to escape after snatching the heart. Truly incredible, truly incredible. However, Yingzhan Tian's counterattack at the last moment also caused Xiao Han to be severely injured. What should we do now? End the ranking competition? However, the 3 days of competition is far from over. There are still 2 days left. We can't end it now. Otherwise, it will be unfair to Yingzhan Tian. Secretly helping Xiao Han to treat his injuries is also impossible. This is also against the rules of the competition. Right now, the ancient giant was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a dozen breaths, the ancient giant nodded to himself. Based on Yingzhan Tian's mental strength, he will definitely be able to find the injured Xiao Han with just a simple scan. At that time, Xiao Han will definitely not be a match for Yingzhan Tian. The moment Yingzhan Tian makes his move, I will appear and prevent Xiao Han from being injured by Yingzhan Tian. This youth, Xiao Han, must not die. His talent and willpower are rare throughout the ages. However, there is no doubt that Xiao Han will lose to Yingzhan Tian in this competition. Even if he loses, it will be an honorable defeat. After all, Yingzhan Tian is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. Yingzhan Tian flew recklessly in the skies above Giant Whale Island. He was extremely arrogant. His mental strength spread out like a net, seeping into every corner of Giant Whale Island. Yingzhan Tian was an expert at the Talisman Transformation Realm. His mental strength and soul power far surpassed that of an acupoint expansion realm expert. Thus, with a single thought, he could cover 1/3 of Giant Whale Island with his mental strength. Under the coverage of his mental strength, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, every bird, beast, insect, was under his control. Humph. This seat's mental strength cannot find the giant whale's heart that is hidden so deeply. However, to find a living person, and a severely injured one at that, is simply too easy. At most, it will take some time and energy. Yingzhan Tian's face was filled with confidence. Xiao Han, you brat, you have guts. You actually dared to toy with this seat like this. Originally, this seat was in a good mood and was prepared to torture you a little. That would have been it. But now, the evils you brought upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Once this seat finds you, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. However, at this moment, what? This seat's mental strength can no longer sense this giant whale island. It is as if this giant whale island has suddenly entered a special space that prevents this seat's mental strength from prying into it. What is going on? Yingzhan Tian was instantly horrified. He hovered in the air, his face completely lifeless. At the peak of the eternal divine mountain. What is going on? Even this seat's mental strength is completely unable to envelop this island. This island is clearly right in front of this seat, but it is like the moon in the water. This seat can see it, but cannot touch it. The eternal giant's expression also changed. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Someone has refined the entire giant whale island. They have seized control of the giant whale island. Who is this? Could it be Xiao Han? Chapter 278. Giant Whale Island. Xiao Han was running wildly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, Xiao Han had exhausted all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic veins and released like an illusion twice in a row, finally escaping from the enraged Yingzhan Tian. However, Xiao Han had also been hit by the attack. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his skin was covered in ghastly cracks. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Han's flesh was strong, his qi and blood were vigorous, and he had the indestructible golden body to protect him, his entire body would have been shattered by that attack. However, he was also heavily injured, coughing up blood repeatedly. A talisman transformation realm expert is indeed too powerful. I have never missed when I used like an illusion. I did not expect that I would almost be captured just now. Xiao Han secretly felt lucky. However, Xiao Han understood that he had to find a secret place to hide from Yingzhantian's pursuit. At the very least, he had to recover from his injuries first. Xiao Han gathered his remaining strength and ran to a foothill overgrown with flowers and trees. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and collapsed. The 10,000 beast engulfing formation rose from Xiao Han's body. Within the formation, streams of immortal qi and scarlet clouds washed over the giant whale's heart. The giant whale's heart spun and rolled, and many images alternately appeared on its surface. Mountains, rivers, primitive scenery, flowers and trees, all of them were the scenery of Giant Whale Island. Xiao Han understood that this giant whale's heart was the source of the entire island. The land of origin. Cough cough. I wonder if the 10,000 beast engulfing formation can refine the giant whale's heart. Xiao Han coughed out another mouthful of blood. He did not dare to think too much and hurriedly activated the indestructible golden body. A tidal wave of heat spread out like a clear stream, nourishing the numerous wounds on Xiao Han's body. Soon, Xiao Han was immersed in an ethereal state where he was indifferent to others and was indifferent to humiliation. Xiao Han opened the 41st true acupoint in the 10 times room of spirit of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Naturally, the seals around the demon egg were triggered once again. Among them were the 71st to 80th movements of the indestructible golden body. And the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique. As for the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique, Xiao Han could only temporarily put it aside due to his low true qi realm. However, the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique could allow Xiao Han to store 4 different types of true qi divine techniques at the same time. Once his true qi realm increased, it would be of great use. Now, Xiao Han carefully visualized and practiced the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body. As Xiao Han visualized, the golden light on the surface of his body became more and more intense, emitting the sound of surging tides. The effect of nourishing his injured body became more and more obvious. However, at this moment, bang, a loud sound. It was like the heart of a giant whale that had been thrown into an oven to be roasted. It suddenly exploded, turning into surging yuan qi and light. The mottled light scattered everywhere and shot into Xiao Han's body like a meteor shower. His body was nourished and strengthened. His flesh and blood were tempered and strengthened. His spirit was stimulated and nurtured. The strength of his flesh and blood shell began to rise steadily, as if there was no end to it. Poo, poo, poo. Moreover, in Xiao Han's body, there was a series of explosion sounds, like the sound of spring thunder. Puffs of blood mist burst out from all of Xiao Han's pores, and he spat out an arrow of blood. However, this blood was not bright red, but jet black, like congested blood. In this blood, there seemed to be some impurities, as if in Xiao Han's body, there was a deep hidden waste, and even the congested blood and impurities in the bones were forcefully blown out. Ah! Comfortable. So comfortable. The whale's heart has also been refined by my 10,000 beast devouring formation. It has increased my strength. Nourishing. This taste is more nourishing than that of pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swan meat. Imbued with wisdom, cleansing one's body. This feels so good. Xiao Han finally understood what had happened. The whale's heart was a living thing, full of vitality and an ancient desolate aura. As expected, it could be refined by the 10,000 beast devouring formation. It was the same as refining the pure-blooded swan meat and the pure-blooded sky dragon. Moreover, the quality of this ancient divine whale's bloodline gene was obviously stronger than the holy beasts reared by the heavenly dragon empire, so the benefits that Xiao Han obtained were much more than refining the pure-blooded swan meat and the pure-blooded sky dragon. To his heart's content. The whale's heart was broken down into many beautiful light spots, and they fused into Xiao Han's body like a rain of flowers. A series of crackling sounds burst out, and the impurities in the depths of Xiao Han's body were blasted out, causing every pore and cell of Xiao Han's body to become like a bright star, shining brightly. There was a violent power surging and roaring in them, and waves of energy rushed out from these pore and cells, forming a millstone-like tornado in the air, crushing the air into pieces. 15 million ding. 5 million ding. 16 million ding. 17 million ding. Because Xiao Han's body was comparable to an ancient savage beast's, and his blood and qi were vigorous, and he was diligently practicing the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han was able to withstand the violent power that fused into his body. If it were other martial artists who had not refined their body, not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also explode. Only a weirdo like Xiao Han, who had an unbelievably strong body, could withstand this power and not be harmed. Gradually, Xiao Han's bloodline began to have traces of an ancient aura. Ancient and great. Xiao Han was completely immersed in the pleasure of increasing his strength. Suddenly, countless images also fused into Xiao Han's body and blood. These images included mountains and rivers, magnificent scenery, boundless stars, primeval forests. All of them were the scenery of the giant whale island. In the next moment, what? Suddenly, Xiao Han's body shook. Because he suddenly felt that he actually had a flesh and blood connection with the entire giant whale island, as if he could not be separated. This kind of feeling was extremely mysterious. It was as if every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, every river and every mountain on the island had established a soul connection with Xiao Han. So strange, it's as if the entire island has become my private property, this. Xiao Han was dumbstruck. He cast his gaze towards a huge rock in the distance. With a slight thought, that huge rock floated in the air. Xiao Han did not use any of his true energy to control that huge rock. It was purely controlled by his mind. The reason why he could use his mind to make the huge rock float in the air was because Xiao Han had the power to control every tiny substance on the giant whale island, even a grain of sand. Ah! Everything on this island belongs to me. Xiao Han was completely confused. After pondering for dozens of breaths, Xiao Han finally thought of a sentence to summarize everything that had happened in front of him. I seem to have refined the entire giant whale island. Suddenly, the images of a few people flashed past Xiao Han's mind. Apart from me, there are 3 other people on this giant whale island. I can see them clearly. Lu Weining is in a valley 387 li away from me. That ancient powerhouse is at the peak of a divine mountain 2,978 li away from me. Ingzhan Tian is in the void 297 li away from me. He is flying from east to west, getting further and further away from me. Heavens! This is really inconceivable. I have a feeling that as long as they're on Colossal Whale Island, then every single one of their actions will be completely unable to escape my eyes, and they'll be completely grasped by me. I can monitor them perfectly, but they are unable to see me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I got it. The giant whale's heart is the origin of this island. If I refine the origin, then it's the same as controlling this island. I have become the island lord. Ha 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 ha. Furthermore, I have an irreplaceable dominion over this island, so they can't even detect me with their spiritual waves. This is great. This is really great. Damn it. What is going on with this giant whale island? Even my spiritual waves are unable to penetrate it. Xiao Han. Where the hell are you hiding, brat? Right now, Ingzhan Tian was practically enraged from embarrassment. However, he was at his wit's end. His spiritual waves were like stones sinking into the ocean, unable to detect the giant whale island. In this way, if he wanted to find Xiao Han on this huge island, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Bang! 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 Everywhere Ingzhan Tian passed, rocks exploded and forests were destroyed. He gnashed his teeth in anger and began to destroy Giant Whale Island in order to vent his anger. But Xiao Han, the ranking competition is not over yet. I still have 2 days to find you. You better pray for your own good and don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. I will dig you out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Bang! 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea dried up. At the peak of the divine mountain, I understand. Xiao Han has refined the giant whale's heart and obtained control over this giant whale island. Now, even I can't accurately find Xiao Han's aura. He actually did such an earth-shattering thing. Now, everything is out of this seat's control. What a weirdo. He's truly a weirdo rarely seen throughout the ages. From this point of view, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious in the battle between Xiao Han and Yingzhan. Perhaps, he really can make a counterattack and defeat an opponent that is completely impossible to defeat. Alright, I will go find Xiao Han personally. At least, I have to control the battle between him and Yingzhan. Otherwise, if they encounter each other, I am not sure who will die. It is not a big deal if Yingzhan falls. At most, I will be punished to face the wall for a few years. If Xiao Han dies in such a dubious manner, even if the higher-ups do not punish me, I will not be able to absolve myself from the blame. The ancient giant stood up, his sleeves fluttering as if he was flying. With a flash, he left the eternal divine mountain. One day and one night later. On the bank of a meandering stream heading east. Xiao Han stood up. He slightly moved his muscles and bones. Terrifying sounds of stars disintegrating resounded in all directions. The heart of the giant whale has been perfectly refined by me. Not a single drop is left. I have also practiced the 71 to 80 movements of the indestructible golden body thoroughly. Xiao Han's entire body was enshrouded in a dazzling light. At this moment, there seemed to be a cosmic storm rolling in Xiao Han's eyes. With a slight glare, the wind and clouds would surge, sand and stones would fly, and mountains would be torn apart. His aura was like a dragon. A slight movement of his seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Xiao Han casually grabbed with his hand. A lump of air was forcibly frozen in his hand. With a slight squeeze, it exploded. He casually stood there, but there was a kind of imposing manner that could uproot the earth and support the heavens. The light in all directions was distorted, and the space slightly collapsed. Right now, Xiao Han could blow out a breath that could collapse a small mountain. His whole body was rolling with the conviction of victory. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the strength of my body, Xiao Han, has already reached 50 million cauldrons. Ha 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 ha. Yingzhan, you have been looking for me everywhere. Today, I will fight you. Chapter 279. Xiao Han had a sturdy foundation in his flesh shell. His qi and blood were so vigorous that they could rival ancient desolate beasts. As a result, refining the giant whale's heart went smoothly without any hiccups. In just a day and a night, he had completely refined the giant whale's heart. The strength of his flesh shell had skyrocketed from 14 million cauldrons to 50 million cauldrons. This kind of flesh shell strength appeared on a human youth with an ordinary bloodline. It could indeed be said to be world-shocking and unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Xiao Han gave off the feeling of a god just by standing there casually. His breath was like a cosmic storm, sweeping through the sun, moon, and stars. As he walked, his body pressed down on the air, causing light to distort. He was like a humanoid hoe with an intimidating presence. Divine light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the clouds and mist like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, after Xiao Han had practiced the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body to perfection, not only did his defense and endurance increase, but he could also reflect 30% of the enemy's attack back to him when he was under attack. This was no trivial matter. The 93,000 dried-up demon veins on Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm had been perfectly replenished by Xiao Han using the heavenly desolate demon fruit. It could be said that Xiao Han was in his peak condition right now. His aura was overwhelming, his energy brimming, and his battle intent was rampant. It's time to fight Yingzhan. Xiao Han smiled. In the next moment, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up his qi, blood, and the power of his flesh shell slightly. His presence immediately returned to its normal state, making him seem harmless. Strands of icy true qi shot out from Xiao Han's body, turning into a roaring ice soul dragon. In every direction. The world was freezing cold. Xiao Han leapt onto the dragon's head and flew east with a thought. Xiao Han knew Xianxia's current location on Giant Whale Island extremely well. Without wasting any time, he directly flew over. He was going to fight Xianxian one last time. Bang! Xianxian was utterly exasperated. He grabbed with his right hand, and a stone mountain several dozen meters tall crumbled like tofu. Rubble shot out in all directions like it was made of tofu, leaving the ground riddled with holes. Xianxian was both shocked and angry. He had already searched the island for a day and a night without rest. He had practically turned the entire Giant Whale Island upside down and dug 3 feet into the ground, but he still hadn't found Xiao Han. This made Xianxian wonder if Xiao Han had already left Giant Whale Island. He did not know that Xiao Han could accurately grasp his position. Every time he got close to Xiao Han could easily avoid him. Xianxian had returned to the martial world. He wanted to use the ranking challenge tournament to re-establish his prestige and announce to the monster warrior world that he, Xianxian, had returned. A strong return. He had always prided himself on being an invincible hero who could easily suppress the other participants and make them obey his orders. However, he had never imagined that he would be defeated by a rookie like Xiao Han. Not only did Xiao Han possess 6 jade medallions, but he had also snatched the giant whale's heart right in front of Xianxian. If the competition ended like this, the one who would be in the limelight would be Xiao Han, not Xianxian. Moreover, frankly speaking, Xianxian had been utterly defeated. This was something that Xianxian could not accept. Damn it. There is only 1 day left before the ranking challenge tournament ends. I, Xianxian, have made a strong comeback and boasted everywhere that I would be the absolute expert in this ranking challenge tournament, perfectly controlling everything. However, this little bastard Xiao Han has actually stolen the limelight and forced me to return in low spirits. This has truly caused me to lose all my face. Xiao Han. Where the hell are you? Hurry up and let me find you. I will kill you and obtain your jade medallion and the giant whale's heart. I, Xianxian, am not willing to let things end like this. Xianxian roared. Could it be that the ancient giant deliberately nurtured Xiao Han and secretly took care of him, conspired with Xiao Han to make a fool out of me? This, if it wasn't the ancient giant's doing, why can't my spirit wave scan this giant whale island? Damn it. Ancient giant. You are biased towards Xiao Han. You are being unfair. Xianxian roared furiously. However, it was at this moment that Xianxian caught a glimpse of a person walking out from behind a mound of earth from the corner of his eye. It was a young man dressed in rags as he strolled out leisurely. His aura was not sharp, but his entire body exuded a unique aura. It was an extremely moving aura, as if all the elegance and grandeur of the world had converged on his body at the same time. Like the clear moonlight under a tranquil stream, like the unmelted ice and snow on a lofty mountain peak, like the gentle breeze in the sky, like the faint singing of early spring, like the first blooming flower. Unruffled. Naturally tranquil. Aloof from worldly affairs. It was Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xianxian's eyes widened in an instant as he stared straight at Xiao Han, his face contorted with rage. Good. Xiao Han, you hid like a tortoise. I was just worrying about not being able to find you. I didn't expect you to actually come out. Good, good, very good. Then, quickly hand over all the jade tokens and the giant whale's heart, and then, that's right, even if you hand over everything, I will still not let you go. Don't worry, I will not kill you, but I will teach you a painful lesson that you will never forget. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Han appear, Xianxian finally let out a long sigh of relief, his brows relaxing. Moreover, with a slight movement of his body, beams of light imbued with runes shot out, forming a large curtain of light that completely imprisoned the surrounding space. Let's see how you will escape this time. Ingzhan Tian looked at Xiao Han and grinned maliciously. Many sinister expressions were brewing in his eyes, as if he was thinking about how to torture and play with Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han, you do have some skills. In just one day, you have actually recovered from your injuries, Ingzhan Tian mocked. You have many sacred medicines that can bring the dead back to life. But sacred medicines are just sacred medicines. Today, I will beat you so hard that it will be useless. Hovering between life and death. You have probably cultivated several demonic techniques, haven't you? Use them all. I will give you time to activate your demonic techniques. Humph. Under my eyes, you can use any demonic techniques you want. But to no avail. I will make you understand. A higher official can crush others to death. You and I are in the realm of true qi. The gap is too big to be made up for. In this battle, I will make you lose all hope and plant the seeds of failure in the depths of your heart. Ha 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 ha. After Xiao Han appeared, Ingzhan Tian was no longer anxious. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, as if he wanted to savor every inch of Xiao Han's trampling. No matter what. If you fight me alone, the ancient giants will not help you. I believe that the ancient giants will not openly side with you and break the rules for you, Xiao Han. As he spoke, Ingzhan Tian could not help but look left and right, as if suspecting that the ancient giants were nearby. Xiao Han was as calm as the bright moon. He just looked at Ingzhan Tian and said nothing. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something. All right. Xiao Han, what else do you have to say? Say it all at once. Wait, even if you want to say it, you won't have the chance. Ha 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 ha. Ingzhan Tian laughed proudly. Oh. Xiao Han also suddenly laughed. In my true qi realm, I have reached the peak of the 5th level and am about to start expanding meridians. However, expanding meridians requires accumulation. The more accumulation I have, the better the result of the first expansion will be, and the brighter my future will be. I was thinking, if I were to personally defeat a symbol transformation realm expert, then wouldn't this accumulation be very strong? Huh. Hearing this, Ingzhan Tian's face contorted, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices as he laughed wildly in anger. Ha 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 ha. The ignorant are truly fearless. A little ant dares to vainly attempt to defeat me. Xiao Han, you are too arrogant. Your flesh is strong, comparable to an ancient desolate beast, you are proficient in unorthodox demonic techniques, and your true qi cultivation cannot withstand a single blow. You want to rely on these trump cards to vainly attempt to defeat me? Ha 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 ha. Good, good, I should teach you a good lesson and let you see the power of the symbol transformation realm. At this moment, such ambition, the voice of the ancient magnate sounded. The next moment, the ancient magnate broke through the clouds and floated in the air, his eyes fixed on Xiao Han and Ingzhan Tian. I have finally found you. Xiao Han, you are a little interesting. He looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. The hidden meaning was, you, kid, have actually refined the giant whale's heart and control the entire giant whale island. You are really interesting. Beside the ancient magnate stood the peerless Lu Weining. Lu Weining smiled slightly. Ingzhan Tian, Xiao Han, Lu Weining has given up on this ranking challenge. I dare not overestimate myself and compete with you. Saying this, she also looked at Xiao Han with interest. The ancient magnate flipped his right hand, and a jade tablet glowed brightly in his hand. This is Lu Weining's jade tablet. Since there's no way to avoid this, then Ingzhan Tian, Xiao Han, the two of you shall fight it out. The winner will win Lu Weining's jade plate. Good. Ingzhan Tian roared. Ancient magnate, as long as you do not interfere, I am confident that I can defeat Xiao Han. Not only will I obtain Lu Weining's jade tablet, but I will also obtain all of Xiao Han's jade tablets, as well as the giant whale's heart. They will all be mine. This is a competition between you juniors. I respect my status and won't interfere. Ingzhan Tian, you can rest assured about this, the ancient magnate said indifferently. After a pause, the ancient magnate reminded Xiao Han. Young Xiao Han, it is already very perfect for you to be able to reach this stage in this competition. Your aptitude is rare throughout the ages. What you lack now is foundation and accumulation. Give you time, and you will definitely achieve great things. Ingzhan Tian is at the talisman transformation realm and is not to be underestimated. It is not shameful for you to lose to him. Thus, don't be too stubborn. Even if you lose, it will be a glorious defeat. Do you understand what I mean? Ancient magnate, as expected, you still value Xiao Han's talent. Ingzhan Tian's throat emitted a gurgling sound, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Ancient magnate, this junior naturally knows the power of the talisman transformation realm. However, this junior does not wish to admit defeat so easily. How do I know I can't win without fighting? Xiao Han's eyes began to emit a blazing battle intent, radiating brilliance. The ancient magnate was taken aback. He stared at Xiao Han as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han's body. Suddenly, the ancient magnate frowned. This is Xiao Han's flesh shell. Something is not right. However, this does not seem to be possible. How could he become so powerful in just one day and one night? Strange, strange. It is very difficult for a mortal to cultivate their body to such a level. Could it be that this seed is mistaken? Take a closer look, I must take a closer look. Xiao Han. If you want to defeat this seat, then come. This seat will not hold back. Ingzhan Tian was already deeply enraged by Xiao Han's words and actions. His aura was like a tidal wave. Countless runes shot out from the pores of his body, rolling and spreading, covering the sky and earth. These runes were refined from true energy, but their quality was who knew how many times stronger than true energy. When the runes formed a true Qi divine skill, it could burst out with a great killing technique that could destroy the world. It could be said that the same true Qi divine skill used by a cave expansion realm martial artist and a talisman transformation realm martial artist were two completely different concepts. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Vast chaos technique. Vast palm imprint. Ingzhan Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. Countless runes formed a giant hand that covered the sky. This giant hand was more than 10 mu in size. The runes on its surface twined and shone brightly. Its aura was vast, ancient, and mysterious. With a wave of his hand, resounding and clear sounds of praise resounded in the surroundings and filled the heavens and the earth. These sounds were like morning bells and evening drums, causing one to think deeply, yet also like a sharp warning. But the meaning they conveyed was only a single thing. You'll lose without a doubt. This sound could actually disintegrate one's fighting spirit, and it had the flavor of a mental attack. It was really too powerful. The speed of the vast expanse palm was even faster than the thoughts of an ordinary cave expansion realm cultivator. Furthermore, it was so powerful that it could easily destroy a planet. The 5 fingers of the vast expanse palm were able to shatter the dimensional walls of space. Xiao Han, what demonic techniques do you have? Hurry up and use them. It will be too late if you are too late. Ha ha ha, you only rely on some despicable demonic techniques to keep up appearances. Without these demonic techniques, you are not even a fart. However, evil cannot triumph over good. Your demonic techniques are like floating clouds in front of this seat's true Qi divine skill. Die. Tisk tisk, Eternal Giant Senior, the means of a talisman transformation realm expert are indeed extremely powerful. No cave expansion realm martial artist can stand against a talisman transformation realm martial artist, Lu Wenying said emotionally. There are no absolutes in this world. Logically speaking, it is indeed impossible for a cave expansion realm martial artist to stand against a talisman transformation realm martial artist. After transforming one's true Qi into a talisman, the quality of one's true qi increases by more than 10 times. However, theoretically speaking, it is not impossible for a cave expansion realm martial artist to defeat a talisman transformation realm martial artist. This, as long as one can expand one's acupoints a few hundred times, or even 1,000 times, one's true qi will be as deep as the ocean, and he will be able to stand against a talisman transformation realm martial artist, or even defeat him, the eternal giant said after some thought. Expand one's acupoints a few hundred times, or even 1,000 times? How is that possible? Lu Weinian clicked her tongue. Then, she exclaimed. Xiao Han is going to lose. Not necessarily, the eternal giant said grimly. Just as Zhangtian was about to strike Xiao Han dispersed the spirit turtle's true qi, and all the blood, qi, and strength in his body were completely released. Pooh! 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 Gusts of wind shot out from every cell in Xiao Han's body. His qi was like a dragon, piercing through the air. The sound of stars disintegrating rang out endlessly. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire world. The earth trembled. At this moment, Xiao Han's robes fluttered despite the absence of wind. His entire body suddenly became tall, towering, and steep. He covered the sky and the earth, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Demon God descends. Savage beast resurrection. Boom! Xiao Han also slapped out with his palm. 50 million ding of strength. Condensed into a single strike. To be continued. Chapter 280. Xiao Han finally met Zhangtian face to face, and the fight began without any tricks. There was no trickery, just a direct confrontation. Xiao Han, little ant, die for me. What is this? Zhangtian suddenly discovered that Xiao Han's aura had suddenly skyrocketed, and the strength of his flesh shell had increased by several times. His entire body was sizzling, and beams of light shot out, illuminating the world. It was as if Xiao Han had transformed from a mortal into a primordial true Ho in an instant, his power surging violently and unstoppably. Bang! Zhangtian's true talisman hand actually clashed head-on with Xiao Han's palm of pure physical strength, standing on equal footing. PFFF, the true talisman hand collapsed, turning into numerous talisman characters that merged back into Zhangtian's body. However, his face was now filled with horror, and he blurted out. How is this possible? Xiao Han, your flesh shell strength, how did it reach such a level? It's actually on par with my true qi divine art. This is impossible. Back then, when my acupoints were expanded by 45 times, the pure strength of my true qi reached more than 2 million cauldrons. When my true qi was transformed into true talismans, the quality of my true qi was increased by at least 10 times, causing the pure strength of my true qi to reach more than 20 million cauldrons. Coupled with the support of my true qi divine art, a single strike has the power of no less than 560 million cauldrons, enough to destroy mountains and rivers, and shock ghosts and gods to death. You actually used your physical body to clash with me and did not fall behind. What bloodline do you have? Are you a human of the great wilderness? Are you from some ancient country in the depths of the great wilderness? It was no wonder that Zhangtian was horrified. It had to be known that Zhangtian's entire life had been filled with countless people. He had experienced hundreds of battles. He had fought against the demon race. He had fought against the human race, but he had never encountered a monster like Xiao Han, who could contend with his true talismans with just his physical strength. This made no sense at all. Zhangtian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Lu Weinian, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also widened her eyes. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, her mouth opened so wide that a walnut could be stuffed inside. This physical body to resist true talismans. This. Her beautiful face turned pale as she could not believe what was happening in front of her. The eternal giant raised his eyebrows, his expression one of shock, gratification, and joy. All right. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. I didn't see wrongly. It was true. In just a day, the strength of his flesh shell had increased by several folds, reaching around 50 million ding. He wondered if Xiao Han had obtained a fortuitous encounter from the giant whale's heart. It was too shocking. Using pure physical strength to resist the true qi divine art of the talisman transformation realm. Since ancient times, it was almost unprecedented. Xiao Han. This young man is truly unparalleled since the ancient times. He's no small matter, absolutely no small matter. And at this moment, Xiao Han, after exchanging blows with this Xianxia, I roughly know some things about the talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han's mind was also racing. Most expanding aperture realm cultivators, even those who have expanded their acupoints by several million ding, would find it hard to exceed 10 million ding even with the augmentation of their Jinqi divine art. As for the talisman transformation realm, the quality of their qi would increase, and the pure strength of their qi would be enhanced by the augmentation of their Jinqi divine art, allowing them to burst forth with the power of tens of millions of ding. The two are indeed incomparable. Just take this Xianxian's attack just now, his strength was around 50 million ding, which is about the same as my physical strength. However, Xianxian has opened 62 acupoints and is only at the initial stage of the talisman transformation realm. The higher realm of the talisman transformation realm will definitely produce more than 50 million ding of strength. Xiao Han also had an idea in his heart. At this moment, Xianxian had completely displayed the demeanor of an expert. After a brief moment of shock, he recovered his battle state. However, his heart was still in turmoil, and his thoughts were uncertain. Monster. This Xiao Han is a monster in human form. Damn it. I, Xianxian, have been recuperating for 20 years and am about to make a strong comeback, but I actually encountered this hard rock. Am I going to fail miserably? No way. Falling into the hands of a rookie, I, Xianxian, will become a laughing stock. My reputation will be ruined. Moreover, it will create a psychological shadow, which will be extremely detrimental to my future cultivation. I must defeat Xiao Han. Besides, I have already become enemies with Xiao Han in this ranking competition. If I don't defeat him, with his speed of growth, he will be able to suppress me in 2 to 3 years. When that time comes, how am I going to turn things around? Kill. Xianxian stared at Xiao Han, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Talismans surged all over his body, like raging flames, like smoke signals. His sleeves fluttered, his hair scattered, and he looked like a demon god as he roared. Xiao Han, this seat has to admit that you are quite a character. You have some luck, to be able to fight me head-on with a trashy cultivation of level 5 true qi. However, I will not give you another chance. In my life, I, Xianxian, have roamed the Jianghu, crushing everyone with my strength. When I, Xianxian, was killing demons and making meritorious contributions, you, Xiao Han, were still in your mother's womb. All you have is some heavenly treasures and brute force. What foundation do you have to challenge me? Die. Vast primal chaos technique. Vast heaven-breaking fist. Xianxian activated his aura once more, and a powerful battle intent surged out from his body. The conviction to win surged towards Xiao Han like a surging tide, attempting to put immense psychological pressure on Xiao Han. This was the method of an expert. The magical symbols on Xianxian's body began to burn, and the quality of his true energy rose once more. 62 glowing spheres of true energy burst out of his body, and rumbling sounds could be heard as his true energy revolved. It was earth-shattering. Like thousands of soldiers and horses fighting on the battlefield, their iron hooves trampling over mountains and rivers. In an instant, Xianxian's imposing manner had reached a terrifying state. His whole body suddenly lunged at Xiao Han, his qi locked onto Xiao Han, and he punched out. When this punch was struck out, the surroundings were boundless and chaotic, and its might was peerless. It was as if the entire world was surging with the power of the fist. The spatial crystal barrier in the sky actually cracked open, and the breathing rhythm of the entire earth seemed to fuse with the power of the fist. This punch was the heavens. This punch was the earth. No one could go against heaven and earth. Otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of heaven. Oh! The ancient giants who were watching the battle from the sidelines, although they wholeheartedly thought highly of Xiao Han and held him in high esteem, now that they saw Zhantian's punch, they were slightly moved and muttered. This punch. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. It has drawn upon the power of heaven and earth. The imposing manner and the power of heaven and earth are in perfect harmony, causing Xiao Han to be pushed aside and become superfluous. He cannot be tolerated by the heavens, the earth, or even the ends of the earth. There is no place for him to stand, and he is not tolerated by heaven and earth. To be on the monster ranking list. To be ranked in the top 1500 is not an undeserved reputation. They all have amazing skills. Let's see how Xiao Han withstands it. If Xiao Han can withstand this punch, it will be amazing. Now, the ancient giants were also a little nervous. Their spiritual waves enveloped the battlefield, not daring to relax. Once there was a change, he would immediately take action and control the situation. He was very optimistic about Xiao Han and could not let Xiao Han die here. Of course, he would not take action in advance. He wanted to take this opportunity to see how great Xiao Han's potential was. And Lu Weining, at this moment, had already held her breath. Her dainty fists were clenched tightly. What a sharp punch. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He knew that this punch from Zhantian was no less than a life-risking punch. It was no small matter. Good. Let me deal with it. If I can defeat this talisman transformation realm opponent with my own hands, I will gain incomparable accumulation. Therefore, once I return to the Monster Hero Pagoda, I can enter the House of Psyche to break through my meridian. I can step into the expanding meridian realm in one step. Let's go all out. Heavenly Demon Investiture. First, Xiao Han drew out all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic veins and struck out an ancient demon talisman that could seal people and ghosts. It directly enveloped Zhantian. Child's play. Zhantian's eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were full of violent battle intent and the conviction to win. His punch, as if possessed by a god, tore the ancient demon talisman apart. Xiao Han's heavenly demon investiture failed to seal Zhantian. However, as I expected, the demonic power contained in my 63,000 demonic veins was enough to seal 1,000 sword gentlemen for a few breaths. But against Zhantian, who is at the talisman transformation realm, even draining all the demonic power contained in my 93,000 demonic veins was not enough to seal him for a moment. This was within my calculations. However, even if I could not seal him, Zhantian had used up about a third of the punch's power in order to break this heavenly demon investiture. Xiao Han's eyes were clear, his mind working at lightning speed. Yes, Zhantian could indeed resolve this sky demon god bestowal, but it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. A third of the power and momentum of his invincible punch had been consumed in the process of resolving sky demon god bestowal. Boom! The next moment, Xiao Han's entire body shone with golden light. His entire aura had transformed into a state of clear skies. Indestructible golden body. Holy song. Bone civilization destroyed. Xiao Han's body moved, taking the initiative to rush at Zhantian. He also punched out. Xiao Han had grasped the timing of this punch very precisely. It happened to be when heavenly demon investiture had worn away a third of Zhantian's punch's power. Before he could replenish it, the previous force had already dissipated, and the subsequent force had yet to follow up. Boom! Xiao Han punched out with all his strength. The winds and clouds surged, the stars shook, and everything shattered. Peng! The two punched each other again. Damn it! Zhantian's body trembled a little as they clashed. Although Xiao Han's heavenly demon investiture had used up a third of Ing Zhantian's punch's power, the remaining two-thirds of the punch's power was exactly the same as Xiao Han's pure flesh strength, 50 million cauldrons. Originally, neither side was able to gain the upper hand in this fight. However, boom! Ing Zhantian suddenly felt that a third of the punch he had thrown at Xiao Han had actually bounced back. This happened so suddenly that Ing Zhantian was caught off guard. Ing Zhantian's body trembled as the power seeped into his body, affecting his internal structure. With a jolt, his internal organs felt as if they were being tossed about. A sharp pain in his bones. Again. Xiao Han was unforgiving, throwing another punch at Ing Zhantian. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ing Zhantian could no longer retreat and could only take the punch head-on. The two punched each other, and they were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Xiao Han had taken the initiative, counterattacking Ing Zhantian in terms of momentum. Furthermore, his indestructible golden body had bounced back 30% of the opponent's attack. This move was too ruthless. After the second punch, Ing Zhantian actually took a big step back. Again. Xiao Han became more courageous as he fought, straightening up and throwing another punch. Pung! 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 The two continued to fight head-on, constantly clashing. Smoke rose from all directions, and sonic booms rang out continuously. However, with every punch, Ing Zhantian took a step back. Xiao Han was like a savage beast that did not know fatigue. Every time Ing Zhantian took a step back, he would take a step forward and throw another punch. In just 2 breaths' time, Ing Zhantian had taken 13 steps back. Pooh! 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 Ing Zhantian's clothes burst. He bared his teeth. His eyes widened. At this moment, Lu Weining covered her mouth and exclaimed, "It's splitting open." Ing Zhantian's body is splitting open inch by inch. What a good Xiao Han, to actually break Ing Zhantian's body. The ancient giant also cried out in shock. To be continued. Chapter 281. Xiao Han's divine power was endless and his qi and blood were boiling. The more he fought, the more energetic he became. He was no different from a primordial desolate beast. In a single breath, he was able to throw several punches. With the support of the invincible golden body, he was able to reflect 30% of Ing Zhantian's attack back at him, leaving him groaning in pain. Furthermore, in the process of fighting head-on, the essence of the pure-blooded swan Ni, pure-blooded sky dragon, and the giant whale's heart that had yet to be completely digested in Xiao Han's bones and bloodline, now surged out like a rain of flowers and was perfectly absorbed by Xiao Han. Finally, not a single drop was left, causing Xiao Han's strength to increase by another 3 million cauldrons. His total strength had reached 53 million cauldrons, which was another step forward. Right now, Xiao Han's blood was no longer ordinary blood. It had evolved into a noble, glassy color. Each drop of blood was as heavy as a mountain. His bones had turned golden, and his organs were even harder than diamonds. Pen Chinese Language Network. ZBZ. Under such circumstances, Ing Zhantian's defeat was revealed. His clothes were shredded by the aftershock of the energy, and the surface of his skin was full of fine cracks. He began to cough up blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. Gurgling sounds came from his throat, and his whole body was trembling. In reality, Xiao Han's close combat style was not Ing Zhantian's forte. It was equivalent to Xiao Han using his long range to attack his short range, beating Ing Zhantian into a sorry state. Finally, enough, Xiao Han. If you continue, Ing Zhantian will explode. Ing Zhantian was also a veteran swordsman, and it was not easy for him to cultivate to the talisman transformation realm. I won't allow you to beat me to death just like that. Xiao Han, you've won. Stop. The ancient giant smiled and nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a river of jade liquid rushed towards Ing Zhantian. The runes within it flickered, wrapping around Ing Zhantian and nourishing his injured body. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly glanced at Xiao Han, his eyes filled with lingering fear and trepidation. The next moment, Xianxia was teleported away. Xiao Han withdrew his aura as well. The spirit turtle's true chi surged out and sealed up his rampaging vital energy. Eternal Titan. Xiao Han looked at the Eternal Titan and nodded politely. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Even I didn't expect you to be able to completely defeat Xianxia. The ancient giant laughed. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Xiao Han. He looked him up and down as if he was studying Xiao Han as some kind of monster. Lu Weining also came to Xiao Han's side. Her face was still extremely nervous, and the sounds of fists hitting flesh during the fight between Xiao Han and Xianxia were many times more terrifying than the collision of stars, the eruption of volcanoes, and the stampede of horses. This caused Lu Weining to feel uneasy in her heart. Senior Lu, no, Sister Lu. Xiao Han smiled politely at Lu Weining. Thank you, Sister Lu. Xiao Han, why are you thanking me? Lu Weining asked in a low voice. Hey, Sister Lu once helped me heal my wounds. It's only natural for me to say thank you. Xiao Han smiled innocently. Now that Xiao Han had retracted his aura, he didn't seem fierce or frightening at all. Instead, he looked like a refined and gentle young man, very likable. Oh. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Lu Weining smiled. Xiao Han, you really are a heavenly genius. You defeated a talisman transformation realm expert with just the power of your flesh. I'm afraid no one will believe you if I tell them. Oh. I was just lucky and ate some heavenly treasures. Xiao Han hurriedly declined modestly. That's not true. Without enough foundation, even if you ate heavenly treasures, you wouldn't be able to obtain such heaven-defying power. Instead, your body would explode and you would die. Lu Weining shook her head slightly. She was also someone who had expanded her acupoint 10 times and was very knowledgeable. She wasn't so easily fooled. Xiao Han, you must have had some fortuitous encounter from the giant whale's heart, right? The ancient titan said. Oh. Xiao Han choked. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't press you about your fortuitous encounter. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. Those on the monster hero ranking have cultivated for many years. What fortuitous encounter did they not have? So don't worry. No one would get to the bottom of the matter. This giant whale island has been abandoned for a long time. Now that you have refined it, there's no harm. The ancient titan said with a pleasant expression. Hearing this, Xiao Han let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Han didn't want a secret like the myriad beast-devouring art to be made known to the world. He would just keep it a secret and make a fortune. Then, Ancient Titan, this time's ranking challenge. Xiao Han licked his lips and asked. Xiao Han, don't worry. This time, you have won a great victory. It was a clean and beautiful victory. From now on, the 1650th place on the Monster Hero ranking is yours. TSK, a young man in his 20s has obtained a place within the top 2000 on the Monster Hero ranking. This is unprecedented in the history of the Monster Hero world. The ancient titan's expression revealed his deep admiration for Xiao Han. Your future is really limitless. Moreover, even if we don't talk about the future, the fact that you've obtained this ranking right now is enough to shock the world. In 10 days to half a month, your name will shake this land. Is that so? Xiao Han thought. Could this ranking challenge not be a trap set by the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower to deal with me? Xiao Han couldn't forget that supreme, invincible psychic wave that had scanned him and discovered the secret in his heart. I'm afraid it's not going to end well. However, I still don't have the resources to deal with the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower. I'll take it one step at a time. Xiao Han made up his mind. Then, Xiao Han, I will personally bring you back now. The higher-ups will award you the ranking. The ancient titan smiled. Quickly return to the Monster Hero Tower. Yes, Xiao Han said in a low voice. The ancient titan looked at Lu Weiniang casually. Lu Weiniang, quickly return to the Monster Hero Tower as well. Your performance this time, it's not bad. At least you didn't get hurt. You escaped unscathed. At least you won't have inner demons. If there's a chance in the future, come and participate in the ranking challenge. Don't be discouraged. Yes, the ancient titan. Lu Weiniang also nodded in agreement. Then, she looked at Xiao Han, took out her Xeno Hero token and quickly said to Xiao Han. She said to Xiao Han quickly, Xiao Han, I'll send you a message now. Add me to your communication column. In the future, we can also contact each other at any time and exchange what we need. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Then, he took out his Monster Hero token. With a scan of his spirit wave, Xiao Han saw Lu Weiniang's request to add him. Lu Weiniang stole a glance at Xiao Han. She was also nervous. Ever since she became the monster hero, she had never taken the initiative to send a request to any male monster hero. This was the first time. This made her very nervous. But fortunately, Xiao Han quickly agreed to Lu Weiniang's request. Sister Lu, that's enough. Xiao Han smiled and kept the monster hero token. Sister Lu, I'll send you a message if there's anything in the future. You don't have to send me a message if there's anything. When you're bored, you can also send me a message to chat. Lu Weiniang blurted out without thinking. But after saying this, she seemed to feel that something was wrong. She seemed to have lost her modesty. Her cheeks blushed, and she quickly took a step back. Ancient giant, Xiao Han, Weiniang will leave first. Goodbye. After saying this, she flew away on her true chi. A young hero naturally attracts many admirers and pursuers. The ancient giant said emotionally. Ancient giant senior, you must be joking. Xiao Han was no longer a greenhorn. Now, he could see through Lu Weiniang's attitude. It was too subtle. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, it's not a big deal. There's no need to hide it. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll take you back to the Monster Hero Tower now. As soon as he finished speaking, a string of runes rushed out like a tornado and wrapped around Xiao Han and the ancient giant. In a breath's time, the two disappeared without a trace. After some time, Xiao Han's body solidified. He stood on the ground and found himself in a small room. However, the ancient giant was not next to him. Xiao Han quickly scanned the room and discovered that the room was glowing with a mysterious and mighty energy. The walls were transparent like jade and full of immortal qi. There were patterns of thousands of moons floating on the walls. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, which was a spectacular sight. Furthermore, there were many profound runes engraved on the walls. These runes seemed to form a formation, causing Xiao Han to feel dizzy just by looking at them. It was as if he was about to be completely lost in an endless space. Xiao Han quickly looked away and did not dare to scan the room with his mind. Then, a thought popped up in Xiao Han's mind. What is this place? Where is the ancient giant? He wants to take me back to the Monster Hero Tower. Is this a certain level of the Monster Hero Tower? At this moment, the ancient giant's voice echoed in the room. Alright, Xiao Han, I've brought you back to the Monster Hero Tower. This time, your performance was too perfect. I'll report to the higher-ups now. Rest for a while and wait for good news. Huh? This is the Monster Hero Tower? Then. Senior, which level is this? Xiao Han asked hurriedly. The top level of the Monster Hero Tower. The ancient giant answered hurriedly and then his voice disappeared. Top level. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The top level of the Monster Hero Tower. Is it where the Elders Guild is? Xiao Han was indeed uneasy now. In other words, he might face the highest level of the monster hero world in a moment's time. Thinking of this, Xiao Han could not help but touch his heart. Unconsciously, most of the spirit turtle true chi surged towards his heart, covering it tightly. This was Xiao Han's subconscious protective action. What should I do now? If the higher-ups want to deal with me, if the mind wave that peeped into my heart wants to deal with me, how can I resist? Xiao Han was a little anxious. Suddenly, young Xiao Han, hello. A man's calm voice sounded in the small room. It was ethereal and had the feeling of a saint and immortal who enlightened the people of the world. This voice was very gentle and not harsh, but it made it impossible for anyone to refute it. It was as if the words spoken by this voice were the truth. Whoever refuted it would be rebellious. They might even suffer the wrath of heaven. Suddenly, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart shrank and hid like a speck of dust. It seemed to be extremely afraid of this voice. Xiao Han was extremely nervous as he looked around. You are? Xiao Han, don't look around. I'm just using my mind wave to communicate with you. This time, we already know about your performance in the ranking challenge competition. To be honest, a talented young man like you is rarely seen. There probably won't be another heaven-defying genius like you in the future. Your appearance is a blessing for the entire monster hero world. Don't worry, we will do our best to nurture you. Why is there a series of high hats being put on me? Xiao Han's heart was stifled. However, he would not completely believe anything. He remained silent. Xiao Han, take out your monster hero token. I will personally give you the ranking. 1650. You haven't expanded your acupoints yet, right? When you expand your acupoints and even transform them into talismans, it will be a sure thing for you to become a giant throughout the ages. The voice laughed. Yes, Xiao Han calmly took out his hyperhero token. Swoosh, the monster hero token floated in the air. Hum, in an instant, immortal chi and rays of light shot into the monster hero token from all directions of the small room. Xiao Han suddenly felt that some of the data inside the monster hero token had been changed. Okay, it's done. Xiao Han, you can check it. The monster hero token was held in Xiao Han's hand again, and his mind waves slightly seeped into it. Monster hero, Xiao Han birthplace, Southern region contribution points, 200000 ranking on the monster hero ranking list, 1650 privilege. Can enter countries that 80% of ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Can enter secret realms that 80% of ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Monthly fixed benefits of 200,000 contribution points. Anything in the monster hero tower, including secret cultivation rooms and secret manuals, will be given a 20% discount. Will not be bound by secular laws. This seems not bad. Xiao Han slowly put the monster hero token back into his arms. Xiao Han, your name will soon appear on the monster hero ranking. Let the world know that you have obtained a place in the top 2,000 of the monster hero ranking at such a young age. You will cause a great stir in the entire monster hero world. After a pause, the great voice continued, then, Xiao Han, now that you have a ranking, you can also enter some places and complete some special missions. Special missions? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, Xiao Han, at this time, there is a great mission that needs to be completed by you. This mission is related to the life and death of the entire human race. It is no exaggeration to say that this mission can affect the whole situation. It is very likely to affect the rise and fall of our human race and the demon race. It is the key to victory. This? Hearing this, Xiao Han was immediately shocked. What kind of mission could be related to the eternal battle between the human race and the demon race? Was this an alarmist? Chapter 282. The more Xiao Han listened, the more confused he became. ZBZ. It was hard for him to imagine that there was a great mission that would affect the rise and fall of the relationship between the human clan and the demon clan that required a small role like him to complete. Heh. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Senior, I, Xiao Han, am definitely not someone who would belittle myself. However, I know my own strength well. I am merely at the 5th level of true Qi and have yet to start expanding my meridians. Relying on the occasional fortuitous encounter, I am able to hold my own against an early-stage talisman-shaping realm cultivator. The talisman-shaping realm is the 7th level of true Qi. Above that is the 8th level of true Qi, then the 9th level of true Qi. In fact, there are even the legendary immortals. In the Jianghu realm, starting from the expanded aperture realm, each realm was more profound than the one before it. The gap between each realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Frankly speaking, if I were to face a cultivator at the 8th level of true Qi, I could say that I would die with just a thought. There was no room for resistance. Senior, for an existence like me to complete such a mission that concerns the survival of the human race and the demon race is no different from being cannon fodder. These words had to be said out loud, so Xiao Han said them out loud. Moreover, his mind began to think quickly. Could it be that the plan of the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda is to arrange for me to complete a deadly mission after I obtain this ranking? At the thought of this, Xiao Han's heart was filled with anger. Young man, Xiao Han, are you angry? The voice sounded high and mighty, and there was a faint smile on it. The psychic fluctuations that came from that voice were extremely sensitive. They could clearly see through Xiao Han's emotions. Even the slightest bit of Xiao Han's happiness, anger, sorrow, or happiness couldn't escape his eyes. Everything was crystal clear. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he secretly exclaimed in his heart. A trace of darkness flashed across his eyes, but the emotions in his heart were deeply restrained. He had become even more cautious now, and within this cautiousness was a deep sense of vigilance. The mental fluctuation was silent for a few breaths. Then, yes, Xiao Han, I won't fool you. There is indeed such a mission, and it concerns the rise and fall of the human race. Moreover, you do need to complete this mission. Frankly speaking, you are the only one who can complete this task in the entire Devil Hero realm. The 8th level, 9th level, and 10th level of true Qi that you mentioned, are all not up to par. Even the top 100 giants on the Hex ranking would definitely die if they wanted to complete this task. However, there was always a chance of survival for everything in the world. This chance of survival is you, Xiao Han. A drink and a peck, all predetermined. You've risen like a comet in recent years, and the speed of your growth is so fast that even I'm flabbergasted. Sometimes, I wonder, Xiao Han, could it be that your appearance is the will of the group of immortals, a chance of survival, so that the mission that seems impossible can be easily solved? Xiao Han could tell that the supreme voice was very serious when it spoke. It didn't seem like it was trying to trick him. Impossible. With my cultivation, how can I complete a mission that even an ancient giant must die for? However, Xiao Han still found it hard to believe. Ha 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 ha, he laughed out loud. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a step back. Young man, this is a private conversation between me and you. It's very confidential. Even the people from the Elders Guild won't know the content of our conversation, the voice said meaningfully. Elders Guild? Xiao Han's eyes turned, and a thought flashed across his mind. From the words of this voice, it seemed that his position in the Devil Hero Tower was even higher than the Elders Guild. Who exactly is he? Xiao Han, I've personally scanned you before and found out an earth-shattering secret. Heh. The voice said indifferently. Moreover, there was a subtle change in the voice. If the attitude contained in the voice was still amiable at the beginning, then now, there was a faint majesty hidden in it, a trace of giving orders, a supreme and overweening will spread out in the room, exerting pressure on Xiao Han. It seemed to want Xiao Han to willingly surrender and become a puppet. In the face of this unparalleled mental pressure, Xiao Han's willpower seemed to be affected in an instant, and he was completely subdued. However, all of a sudden, the demon egg in his heart jumped a few times and sent out a hazy thought. In the blink of an eye, it dispersed the thought that was trying to suppress Xiao Han. "You're the spiritual wave that wanted to infiltrate my heart before this?" Xiao Han finally spoke out in shock. A feeling as if he was facing a great enemy tightly gripped Xiao Han. It was like a thorn in his back. "Yes, because of this, I know that you, Xiao Han, have an earth-shattering secret, and this secret is related to the demon race," the voice said with certainty, as if it had already grasped everything. "Xiao Han, I've scanned your bloodline and life genes. You don't have a special bloodline, and your root bone is also ordinary. The reason why you have today's achievements is closely related to the secret in your heart. Its contribution cannot be ignored. This secret is related to the demon race." Xiao Han took a few steps back. His mind was like a tide. What should I do? The higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower have finally broken through the window paper, and are discussing this secret with me face to face. What should I do? Let him punish me? Or fight back with my life? However, he is too powerful. He can easily kill me 1,000 times, 10,000 times with just a thought. How can I resist? But I, Xiao Han, am not a person who will sit and wait for death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, don't panic. This spiritual wave obviously sensed Xiao Han's uneasiness and anxiety. He smiled proudly. "Xiao Han, perhaps even you don't know the secret of the demon race in your heart, right? Then, today, I'll tell you that there is a ball of demon race's origin energy in your heart. This ball of demon race's origin energy surpasses everything, and it even surpasses the life genes of the demon race's emperors. It is absolutely extraordinary." Surpasses the life genes of the demon race's emperors? Xiao Han's heart tightened. Without a doubt, once this ball of ferocious demon race's origin energy grows up, it will bring unimaginable disasters to the human world. To our human race, it is bad luck and inauspicious. It is a great source of calamity. Logically speaking, we should kill this source of calamity in advance. However, I also noticed that this ball of demon race's origin energy has fused with you, Xiao Han. It has been refined by you without any reason. So, if we want to get rid of this demon race's origin energy, we must destroy you, Xiao Han, together with it. That voice seemed to be devising a strategy and talking cheerfully. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living things. Although you, Xiao Han, have committed a great sin in your body, you, Xiao Han, are not guilty. We also feel that it is inappropriate to implicate you. Moreover, we cherish talents. You are like an exquisite ornament carved by nature. If you were to be destroyed like this, it would be a reckless waste of God's gift. We can't bear to. Hearing this dignified and eloquent voice, Xiao Han's mind was filled with thoughts. The demon race's origin energy in my heart is even stronger than the demon race's emperors. Yes, this is right. Back then, I was able to successfully refine the demon race's palms because of the demon egg hibernating in my heart. This ball of energy is definitely more powerful than the demon race's emperor. Once it explodes, it will indeed be a disaster for the human race. Now, the senior members of the Yaoxia Pagoda had already understood this. However, they don't seem to want to destroy me immediately. What do they mean by the heavens having the virtue of cherishing all living things? What do they mean by not being cruel? What do they mean by being merciful? They might be able to fool a 3-year-old, but they won't be able to fool me, Xiao Han. The world of the Yaoxia Pagoda was extremely cruel and selfish. The Yaoxia contest had already fully demonstrated the survival of the fittest in the world of the Yaoxia Pagoda. In the Yaoxia contest, the motto of the Yaoxia Pagoda was to step on other people's heads to get to the top. The Yaoxia Pagoda didn't believe in mercy at all. Moreover, when facing the demons, there was no mercy at all. There was only killing. Of course, this was understandable. For example, when I was in Ah Chao's family, I encountered a few demon heroes. In order to hunt down the North Mystic Demon Monarch, they did not hesitate to massacre the entire city. They did not care about the lives of ordinary people. They only wanted to exterminate the demon race. They would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. These senior members of the Yaoxia Pagoda have experienced countless killings in their lives, so they don't care about anything else. It's impossible for them to give up on destroying the demon's origin energy in my heart just so that I won't be implicated. In fact, they went through a lot of trouble and set up many traps to trap me, which makes me very confused. With my current battle prowess, they could easily crush me to death. Why didn't they do that? Instead, they beat around the bush. Soon, Xiao Han pointed out the crux of the matter. Xiao Han's soul shackles had been broken, so his mind was very active and he had all kinds of bold ideas. Why didn't the senior members of the Yaoxia Pagoda just kill me and the demon egg in my heart? That would have been the end of it, but instead, they schemed against me? Why is that? Why exactly? Suddenly. Right. I know. The demon egg in my heart must be very powerful, which made the senior members of the Yaoxia Pagoda hesitate. They were also afraid of being devoured. Yes, that must be it. Before this, the soul wave wanted to enter my heart to see what was going on, but it was completely crushed by the demon egg's will and demonic energy. It's not that they don't want to kill me, but they're afraid that the demon egg in my heart will lose control and go berserk. The demon egg has been refined by me and is in my body, so the situation can still be controlled. Once they kill me, the situation will be hard to say. That must be it. It's not that they don't want to kill me, but they don't dare to. Finally, Xiao Han figured out the crux of the matter. I've said it before, everything is predetermined. When looking at things, you have to analyze it from two perspectives. Xiao Han, you're like a double-edged sword now. The demon's origin energy hidden in your heart is a potential threat to us humans. However, because you have such a secret, you have the chance to complete that mission. That mission? What exactly is it? After analyzing that the senior members of the Yaoxia Pagoda did not dare to kill the source of him immediately, the fear in Xiao Han's heart gradually subsided. There was a feeling of being barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. It could be said that he had something to rely on. Oh. His emotions slowly calmed down. Xiao Han, you have a strong will, and you are indeed blessed by the heavens. It is beyond my imagination. It seems that I need to reevaluate you. The voice muttered a few words, but it did not seem to mind. It continued. Xiao Han, do you know who the greatest traitor in the history of humans is? Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. My dear Yen. The greatest and most outstanding alchemist in the history of humans. He used to be a demon hero. Tens of thousands of years ago, he betrayed the Yaoxia Pagoda and defected to the demons. The voice was suddenly filled with anger. My dear Yen? I've heard of this name before. Besides, I know that all the divine medicine used by the demons to shield the demonic chi was made by my dear Yen. This. Oh right, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor consumed this kind of saint elixir. That's why even Li Fanming, who was an ancient powerhouse, couldn't see through him. Xiao Han blurted out. I really didn't expect that Mr. Yen was once a demon hero. He's a traitor among the demon heroes. Scum. Unforgivable. He betrayed the human race and defected to the demons. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of humans. The voice slightly lost its composure. My dear Yan's betrayal has affected the balance between the human race and the demons in this world. Oh. Hearing that, Xiao Han pricked up his ears and seemed to be very curious. There are countless human realms in this universe. The world we're in is just a drop in the ocean, the tip of an iceberg. It's just an ordinary human realm. In every human realm, the eternal theme is the battle between the human race and the demon race. Some human realms have already been lost and completely turned into demon realms. All the humans were either killed and eaten by the demon race or became slaves and laborers of the demon race. Of course, there are also human realms where the human race killed all the demons, making the world a paradise without any worries. The human race didn't have to worry about the demon race's scourge and thus lived in peace and contentment. In our human realm, the human race is also dedicated to killing the demon race. That's how the profession that specializes in killing the demon race was born. Demon hero. Tens of thousands of years ago, our human realm once achieved an important breakthrough in the war against the demon race. Many great demon emperors died in the hands of our high-level demon heroes. This greatly damaged the vitality of the demon race. According to this development, our human realm might be able to eliminate all the demon race in thousands of years or even 10,000 years. Xiao Han, I can tell you that the immortal realm and the immortal realm both exist. However, there are too many human realms like the eternal sands, but there is only one immortal realm. So, not every mortal dimension was able to receive the favor of the immortal dimension. However, if the human race wins the battle between the human race and the demon race in one of the human realms and eliminates all the demon race in this world, then the immortal realm will definitely know about it. The immortal realm will bestow rewards and enlighten this human realm. Is that so? Xiao Han tried his best to digest these words. Originally, our human realm was going to uproot the demon race and eliminate all evil, so that our human realm could obtain the favor of the immortal realm. The favor of the immortal realm. However, everything was destroyed by a traitor. My dear Yen, he actually defected to the demon race. So that the demon race could get enough supplies and breathing space from the state of being at death's door. In our human realm today, the human race and the demon race are in a state of balance again. Xiao Han thought. It seems that tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race suffered a setback and should have gradually been eliminated. However, because of my dear Yan's betrayal, not only did the demon race not die out, but it also recovered after tens of thousands of years of development. Now, it is able to fight against the human race as an equal, making it difficult for the human race to eliminate the demon race. My dear Yen, you changed the situation of the human race and the demon race in this human realm by yourself. This is really unbelievable. Xiao Han said doubtfully. Does my dear Yen really have such a skill? To be honest, my dear Yan's talent in concocting medicine and pills is almost unprecedented. Not only in our human realm, but also in other human realms. He would be an invincible and almost legendary existence. It is no exaggeration to say that if he is given enough materials, he can probably concoct immortal pills. Huh? Xiao Han's body trembled. Not only can my dear Yen concoct medicine that can shield the demon qi, but... Xiao Han, you also know that in the realm of the demon race, there is a difference between the mutated and non-mutated demon race. Although the demon emperors that don't have mutated bloodline are also cruel, they can be easily hunted by the great demon warriors of the human race. However, the mutated demon emperors are extremely terrifying. Their demonic power is as deep as the sea, and they can easily set off a bloody storm. Every time a mutated demon emperor is killed, a large number of demon warriors have to sacrifice their lives. The price is very heavy. However, the bloodline of the demon race is very special. Most of the high-level demon emperors can't mutate their bloodline in their lifetime. In fact, it is very rare for a demon emperor to have mutated bloodline. However, my dear Yen can concoct some secret medicine that can greatly increase the probability of a normal high-level demon emperor's bloodline mutation. Ah. I understand now. In other words, my dear Yen can rely on the secret medicine to create a large number of mutated demon emperors. Ordinary high-level demon emperors that can't mutate their bloodline will have a high probability of mutating after taking the secret medicine of my dear Yen. After the number of mutated demon emperors increases, the comprehensive strength of the demon race will greatly increase, and it will be more and more difficult for the human race to exterminate the demon race. Besides, what's more terrifying is that as time goes by, my dear Yen can create more mutated demon emperors. In this case, the demon race will grow stronger, and one day, our human world may evolve into the realm of demons. Xiao Han said in shock. Yes, Xiao Han, as you said, when my dear Yen first joined the demon race, he could only create 1 or 2 mutated demon emperors in a few decades. However, in recent years, probably because his medicine concoction skills are getting better and better, according to our intelligence, he can currently refine an ultra-quality medicine every 5 years, which can cause a terrifying mutation in a high-level demon emperor with an ordinary bloodline. It's extremely terrifying. It's very likely that my dear Yan's medicine concoction skills have improved again, and he can create mutated demon emperors every year. If that's the case, the demon race will launch a counterattack against the human race. A large number of mutated demon emperors, high-level demon emperors, and even demon emperors will form an army and trample on the human race's territory. The entire human world will be plunged into darkness, people will be plunged into misery and suffering, the heavenly Tao will collapse, and the human race will be destroyed. Xiao Han, you should know that every word I said is absolutely not an exaggeration. In other words, my dear Yan may be the key figure who will decide who will dominate the human world, between the human race and the demon race. So, to kill my dear Yan, or to capture him? Xiao Han said while thinking. It's almost impossible to kill or capture Yan Lang. He is valued by the demon race and is kept in the demon capital. He will never step into the territory of the human race. The demon capital is the nest of the demon race in the human world. There are no humans there, but countless demons live there. There are a lot of demon emperors, high-level demon emperors, mutated demon emperors, and even demon emperors. My dear Yan is under the strictest and most comprehensive protection. In history, there have been 18 giant demons and 5 giant demons who took the risk to enter the demon capital to assassinate my dear Yan. In the end, all of them died. They didn't even see my dear Yan's face before they were besieged by a group of demons and turned into powder in an instant. The mission to assassinate my dear Yan is known as the most important, the greatest, and the most difficult mission to complete in the demon world. If my dear Yan dies, the demon race will be weak in our human world. After all, the bloodline of the demon race is very special. Among countless high-level demon emperors, it is rare for one to have a bloodline mutation. If they lose my dear Yan, the number of mutated demon emperors will become fewer and fewer in the future. One killed will be one less. In the end, they will be annihilated by our human race. Hearing this, Xiao Han also shook his head fiercely. However, with all due respect, it's really too difficult to assassinate my dear Yan. It's almost impossible. No, it's not almost impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Yes, we've received some information. In the demon capital, every time my dear Yan goes out, there will be at least dozens or even hundreds of mutated demon emperors and hundreds of high-level demon emperors to protect him. Moreover, the loyalty of these mutated demon emperors to my dear Yan is absolutely unquestionable. They will explode their demon bodies to protect my dear Yan at any time. Because their mutation is all thanks to my dear Yan. They are loyal to my dear Yan. Probably, with the improvement of my dear Yan's medicine refining skills, these mutated demon emperors will have the possibility to evolve into demon emperors. Ha! The voice laughed, but the laughter was full of fear, unprecedented fear. If my dear Yan succeeds in refining the medicine for mutated demon emperors to evolve into demon emperors, then we will all be finished, the demon hero pagoda will be finished, and the entire human world will be finished. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. This was not an alarmist talk. If Yan Lang could create a demon emperor, even if there was a demon emperor every 50 or 100 years, it would cause the complete destruction of the human race. Kill my dear Yan without delay. This mission is related to the survival of the human race. Xiao Han, you are the only person to complete this mission. The voice was majestic and awe-inspiring. Xiao Han shivered. F***CKU. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Han cursed. For this mission, more than a dozen ancient giants and several ancient giants have died. Moreover, my dear Yan is protected by hundreds of mutated demon emperors and countless high-level demon emperors. You want me to kill him? Chapter 283. When Xiao Han heard that the so-called mission was to sneak into the demon lair of this world to assassinate the alchemist, Yan Lang, he immediately tensed up and rejected it decisively. Although Xiao Han was hot-blooded and dared to fight, it did not mean that he was retarded. Writing Chinese Language Network. ZBZ. Before that, be it the Hex Hero Trial, the Hunt for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge, or even the cross-level battle with Ying Zhantian, a powerhouse of the Talisman Transformation realm. They were all seeking survival in the midst of death, but at least there was a chance of winning. However, assassinating Yan Lang was purely courting death. There was no way he could survive. There was no way he could survive. It would be a waste of his life. Think about it, in the lair of the demon clan, the demon metropolis, it should be the most prosperous place of the demon clan. It might even be the birthplace of the demon clan in this human world. The entire demon metropolis was filled with all kinds of demons. There were countless demon generals, demon emperors, and mutated demon emperors. There were also terrifying demon emperors. In such a dangerous place, if a human were to enter it, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. A beautiful woman would enter a wolf's den. Needless to say, once she entered the demon metropolis, she would be turned into minced meat in less than a breath. She would even be torn apart and eaten by the demon clan. Assassinate Yan Lang? It was completely impossible for him to see Yan Lang. Hearing Xiao Han's angry refusal, the voice was neither fast nor slow, as if it had already expected that Xiao Han would have such a reaction. He chuckled coldly. Forget it. If you want to kill me, just do it. It's really clumsy to set up such a death trap. Xiao Han said sternly. However, he did not take it seriously. Xiao Han knew that the other party would not dare to kill him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Execute me now. Ha ha ha, the voice let out a strange laugh. Xiao Han, you are really cunning. You keep saying that you want to die, but your mind and emotions are not afraid at all. You are indeed a young hero. Not only do you have heaven-covering luck and great fortuitous encounters, you are also very meticulous and observant. You have already deduced that we will not be able to punish you for fear of breaking the vases, right? Ha ha ha. Heh. Xiao Han sneered and did not answer. It was a tacit agreement. Forget it, Xiao Han. Let's put everything else aside for now. The traitor Yan Lang does have the ability to subvert and destroy this human world. As time goes on, this is likely to grow. Xiao Han, as a member of the human race in this mortal realm, and as a swordsman, don't you have any sense of duty? As a swordsman, of course, he had to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the people from disaster. Chivalrous men were the privileged people of this world, but they also needed to contribute to this world. Every excellent swordsman must be prepared to die at any moment in the arduous battles between humans and demons. That voice spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Could it be that you, Xiao Han, can bear to see those innocent commoners die in the belly of the demon clan? The old, the young, the women and the children, the kind and harmless ordinary people. Among them, there will also be Xiao Han, your parents, your elders, your close friends, your compatriots from the sect, your senior brothers and junior sisters. Ha! Xiao Han laughed it off. If I, Xiao Han, have the ability to save the world, I will certainly not refuse. However, this mission is simply a dead end. I, Xiao Han, can't even fight against the ancient giants. How can I sneak into the demon metropolis and carry out the assassination? I'm afraid I won't even be able to see what Yan Lang looks like. Rather than throwing an egg against a stone and losing my life in vain, it's better to accept the punishment now. You can sentence me to death and see if the original energy of the demon clan in my heart will backfire or not. I also feel that the original energy of the demon clan that I have refined and hibernated in my heart is very powerful. Once I die, it will no longer be imprisoned and will burst out at once. Perhaps, it will also be a disaster. Xiao Han had completely thrown caution to the wind and was stubborn. Presumptuous. Xiao Han, you are threatening me. The voice burst out with anger. Waves of spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Han like a tide. The air in the entire small room suddenly collapsed. The wind and clouds surged. It crushed the universe. Roar. Feeling the invincible pressure that was about to invade his body, Xiao Han let out a deep roar. The power of his flesh body surged and the indestructible golden body rushed out, radiating rays of light. In an instant, Xiao Han's temperament changed greatly. He was like a star shining down, the sun and moon in the sky, the rivers flowing on the ground. Buzz buzz, under the pressure of the spiritual energy, the indestructible golden body also distorted and expanded, producing a clanging sound and shocking cracks as if it was about to be crushed. However, even so, it still unyieldingly defended Xiao Han. Too powerful. It's just a wisp of spiritual energy. With my current physical strength, the indestructible golden body is still unable to withstand it. Xiao Han's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. One should know that the stronger the physical strength, the more powerful the indestructible golden body would be. The indestructible golden body that Xiao Han released with his physical strength of 53 million cauldrons was actually about to be crushed by a wisp of spiritual energy from this expert in just a breath's time. However, at this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart began to move. Waves of demonic qi were about to shoot out from the heart. It seemed like the demon egg was about to counterattack. However, all of a sudden, the wisp of spiritual energy dissipated. Forget it. Xiao Han, I don't want to oppress you. The furious voice calmed down. The pressure on Xiao Han's body was reduced. The radiance of the indestructible golden body was withdrawn into his body. The demon egg in his heart also calmed down. It condensed into a speck of dust. Xiao Han, don't be so proud of yourself and be fearless. Frankly speaking, I do have a deep fear of the demon origin energy in your heart. I don't want to kill you. No, it's not that I don't want to kill you. I'm just worried that the demon origin energy will cause an uncontrollable backlash if we die together. However, Xiao Han, don't be complacent. Although I don't dare to kill you, I have many ways to deal with you. For example, we can imprison you in a space that is isolated from the outside world. This space has no heaven and earth spiritual qi. You can't cultivate in this space. If you are imprisoned in this space, you will never be able to cultivate your true qi. Your body refining cultivation will also be stagnant. We won't let you starve to death or commit suicide. We will imprison you for eternity. Once we imprison you, the demon origin energy in your heart will be perfectly suppressed by us. Xiao Han, to tell you the truth, if you don't increase your cultivation level and you don't become stronger, the demon origin energy will not be able to cause trouble. In this way, the demon origin energy in your heart will not be able to pose any threat to the human race. Imprisoned for eternity. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a bit, he knew that the Almighty was not lying. Once he was locked in a special space, he would not be able to come out and he would not be able to cultivate. That would be a tragedy. Even the demonic egg in his heart would be trapped. Furthermore, on a deeper level, the demon egg in his heart was still a mystery to Xiao Han. Even Xiao Han himself was deeply worried that one day he would be devoured by the demon egg, or even be possessed by it. That would lead to the destruction of his soul. Therefore, Xiao Han's original intention was to continuously cultivate and become stronger. One day, he would fight for control of the demon egg and firmly control it. He would not be harmed by it. If I am really imprisoned, won't my life be ruined? Xiao Han was also shocked. This is indeed a vicious move. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, now you know that I have a way to deal with you, right? For you, completing the mission of assassinating my beloved is the right path. Xiao Han, don't worry. If you can successfully assassinate my beloved, you will become the greatest demon hero in the history of the human world. This achievement will be unparalleled in the world. When you return in triumph, I will let you join the Elder Council directly. You will be second only to me and above all others. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you an immortal fate, a supreme opportunity for you to become an immortal. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, if you can obtain an immortal fate and be enlightened, you will become an immortal one day. Then, you will be free and unfettered. From then on, you will be invincible. The sun and moon will die, but you will not. The heavens and earth will decay, but you will not. How happy will that be? Humph. This carrot and stick method is also being used on me. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? What immortal fate? Enlightened? The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. To become an immortal is even more difficult. Especially to become an immortal. It is impossible to achieve it in one go with an immortal fate. An immortal fate is only an aid at most. It will give you a shortcut. The real cultivation still depends on yourself, step by step. With perseverance, extraordinary wisdom, determination, courage, and great willpower, you will be able to overcome your inner demons. Only then can you successfully reach the top. I, Xiao Han, am not that easy to be deceived. Xiao Han kept sneering in his heart. However, the situation was stronger than the person. Now, Xiao Han could only feign civility. Even so, I really don't have the strength to enter the demon metropolis and assassinate my beloved. Even if I, Xiao Han, have the strength of an ancient giant, I still dare to take the risk. But now, I can't. The difference is too big. Xiao Han's tone sounded a bit more relaxed. Xiao Han, listen to me in detail. Hearing that Xiao Han had the intention to admit defeat, the voice smiled and began to talk non-stop. To assassinate my beloved, strength is not the first priority. In fact, even someone as strong as me would not dare to enter the demon metropolis. But Xiao Han, you are different. Xiao Han, you have the prerequisite to sneak into the demon metropolis without being discovered. In your heart, you have refined the demon clan's origin energy, allowing you to disguise as a demon. Yes, to assassinate my beloved, you don't need to rely on strength, but disguise. Xiao Han, if you successfully disguise and sneak into the demon metropolis, then you have half succeeded. As long as you sneak into the demon metropolis, 2 months later, there will be a rare opportunity. 2 months later, it will be my beloved's birthday. With my beloved's current status in the demon metropolis, countless demon clans will want to curry favor with him. They will definitely hold a grand birthday banquet for him. At that time, tens of thousands of demons will gather and fight to be the first to offer birthday gifts and flatter him. Xiao Han, you can take advantage of the chaos and make your move. You should know that my beloved rarely goes out on normal days. He is deeply hidden in his castle, refining all kinds of divine medicine and almost never leaving his house. But every birthday, my beloved will definitely show up. His birthday banquet is already a grand event in the demon metropolis. Also, Xiao Han, I want to tell you that although my beloved was once a demon hero, and his skill in refining medicine was unparalleled, he was affected by his physique. In terms of true qi cultivation, he has a limit that is difficult to break through. His true qi realm is only at the expanded acupoint realm. And he will never be able to transform into talismans. In other words, our plan is: Xiao Han, if you sneak into the demon metropolis, with your demon strength and demon techniques, it will not be a problem to pretend to be a high-level demon emperor. You prepare a generous gift and present it in front of him. When he is caught off guard, you will definitely find a chance to assassinate my beloved. He is only at the expanded acupoint realm, that's all. Xiao Han, you can even kill an ordinary talisman transformation realm. As long as you are given the time of a breath, a slight chance, you will be able to kill my beloved with your own hands and make an everlasting contribution. The tone of the voice became urgent and very eager. Xiao Han, do you understand? As long as you kill my beloved, I can even give my position to you and make you the pagoda master of the Demon Knight Tower. From then on, you will be in existence like an emperor in this mortal world. All the chivalrous heroes will be your people. I am willing to abdicate my position. Hee hee. Even if I kill my beloved, I will be blasted into ashes by the demon race at the scene almost instantly. Do you think I am capable of escaping? What a joke. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. However, he did not want to refute. He knew that no matter how he refuted, it would be useless. How can I pretend to be a demon? Xiao Han frowned and said. My bloodline is that of a pure-blooded human. I am a genuine human, not a demon. It is extremely difficult to pretend to be a demon. You don't have to worry about this. The voice said urgently. Xiao Han, we have not been idle in these tens of thousands of years. We have also been preparing for a rainy day. We have painstakingly researched a type of medicinal pill. When a human consumes this medicinal pill, his body will produce demonic qi. That is the purest demonic qi. It will wander in the internal organs, blood vessels, bones, pores and cells. This is the most perfect disguise. Even I am unable to see through this disguise. If I am unable to see through it, it means that even the great emperor of the demon race will not be able to see through it. Any human will mistake you for a demon. The demon race will see you as one of their kind. However, if an ordinary human consumes this medicinal pill, his body will explode with demonic qi within 2 hours. But you, Xiao Han, are different. You have refined the origin energy of the demon race. It is very likely that you can control this medicinal pill perfectly, causing the demonic qi to grow in your body without harming you. You have successfully disguised yourself as a demon. Moreover, you have the demonic qi of a high-grade demon sovereign. You even know several demonic techniques. This is absolutely flawless. You will be no different from a real high-grade demon sovereign. Since the ancient times, only you, Xiao Han, have the aptitude to perfectly disguise as a demon sovereign. What ancient tycoon? None of them have this kind of foundation. There was once an ancient tycoon who wanted to carry out this plan. He consumed the medicinal pill. As a result, demonic qi filled his body, causing him to lose control of his mind. He became a crazy, perverted savage, killing people everywhere. In the end, the Council of Elders had no choice but to kill him. At that time, we knew that we must be able to perfectly control the demonic qi contained in the medicinal pill in order to carry out the disguise. But the physique and bloodline of the human race are completely different from the demon race. No matter how high the cultivation of true qi is, we cannot control the demonic qi that surges into the body. In order to assassinate Yan Lang, we spent tens of thousands of years to refine this medicinal pill. It seems that it is destined to be a failure. Until you, Xiao Han, appeared out of nowhere. This made us suspect that you, Xiao Han, are the only person who has inherited the will of the immortals to complete this mission. Xiao Han, you are a heaven-sent candidate. Xiao Han, think about it. Not only can you disguise yourself as a demon, but you also have boundless demonic qi. When you reach the demon metropolis, find a chance to use a few demonic techniques. What world-destroying demon saber, azure dragon possession, use them all. The demon race will definitely admit that you are a demon sovereign. Because it is impossible for a human to use the natal demonic technique of a high-grade demon sovereign. The voice kept egging him on. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Xiao Han was very quiet, but his mind was working non-stop. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. The danger of this trip to the demon metropolis is self-evident. I have to enter the place where tens of thousands of demons gather alone. I will encounter high-grade demon sovereigns, mutated demon sovereigns, and even demon sovereigns. The demon egg that hibernates in my heart is also very attractive to the demon race, causing them to covet it. Even if I can successfully disguise myself as a demon, it is inevitable that I will fall into a dangerous situation. This mission is courting death. However, if I refuse, the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda will definitely send me to that sealed special space and imprison me for eternity. How hateful. If I, Xiao Han, have a stronger power, I will not be threatened. Now, what should I choose? Xiao Han could not decide. He deeply felt that he had been forced into a path of no return. It was impossible for him to turn back. The world was so big, and he could not escape. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, really have to go to the demon metropolis to seek death? Xiao Han laughed bitterly in his heart. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the demon egg in his heart actually sent out a hazy thought. This thought was extremely obscure, but it made Xiao Han vaguely feel a kind of yearning. Yes, yearning. There was a kind of will that could only be understood but not expressed in words that went into Xiao Han's mind. I want to go to the demon metropolis. It seems that the demon egg is very eager to go to the demon metropolis. How? How could this be? The demon egg actually sent out a kind of message, wanting me to go to the demon metropolis. Xiao Han only felt frightened. At this moment, the voice seemed to be a little impatient. Xiao Han, what are you still hesitating for? This mission is related to the life and death of the human race. You are also hot-blooded, you don't want to see our human world completely become a demon world, right? Alright, don't test my patience anymore. Go or not, it's up to you. If you refuse, then I have no choice but to exile you to a special space and imprison you. In the future, you will spend endless years in that lonely space. In fact, Xiao Han, the reason why you have the power you have today is almost related to the demon race. In the Hex Hero preliminaries, you killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin and obtained the Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique, the world-annihilating demonic blade. You used this demonic technique to kill your strong enemy, Garen. In the ranking competition, you used the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This must have been a fortuitous encounter after killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Since your adventure is related to the demon race, you may have more adventures when you go to the demon metropolis. You will be like a fish in water and complement each other. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. To be honest, his battle strength was indeed due to his 93,000 demon veins and 4 demon emperor crystals. It was true that the voice kept inciting him, but it was exactly what Xiao Han wanted. In addition, the demon egg in his heart was also eager to try, which made Xiao Han's decision gradually become clear: forget it. Instead of being imprisoned for life, it's better to give it a try. This time, I'm going to the demon metropolis. The demon egg in my heart is a body of energy that is superior to the demon race's great sovereign. Perhaps, I might really have an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. I'm also forced into a corner. Okay, I'll go to the demon metropolis. If I, Xiao Han, come back alive and have enough power, I will definitely poke a hole in this demon hero tower. I will turn the world upside down. This time, I, Xiao Han, have suffered in the hands of this powerful figure. I was threatened and tempted by him, and I lost my dignity. I'm too weak. If I have enough power to crush everything today, I will definitely beat him up. Strength. No matter where you are, you need great strength. Only with strength can you protect your dignity. Only with strength can you look down on the world. Only with strength can you be the only one in the world. A roar erupted from the depths of Xiao Han's heart. For the first time, he felt how insignificant he was, how weak he was. He also had an unprecedented thirst for power. Good. I, Xiao Han, hereby swear that I will train well in this trip to the demon metropolis. I will definitely have a fortuitous encounter and become 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. One day, I, Xiao Han, will humiliate and trample on the upper echelons of the demon hero tower. They treated me like this today because they are much stronger than me. It's the law of the jungle. I, Xiao Han, accept it wholeheartedly. But one day, I, Xiao Han, will definitely pay them back. If I break this oath, let me, Xiao Han, be turned into ashes. I will not exist in the 6th Dao. After making this oath, Xiao Han felt a little better in his heart as he said indifferently. Okay, I agree to disguise myself as the Demon Emperor and sneak into the Demon Metropolis. I will find a chance to assassinate Brother Yen during his birthday banquet. Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xiao Han, I express my gratitude and respect to you on behalf of all the humans in this world. Your decision is equivalent to sacrificing your life for righteousness. The voice was loud and clear. Okay, this mission is to be carried out in secret. No one else can know about it. Xiao Han, you must not tell anyone. You must keep it a secret. The more people know about this mission, the more dangerous it will be for you, Xiao Han. After all, sneaking into the demon metropolis, the nest of the demon clan, is a very dangerous thing. I will also keep my mouth shut. Even the elders' council, I will not spread it too much. Don't even tell your sect, Xiao Han. It will not do them any good if they know about this mission. Of course, I understand. Xiao Han laughed at himself. Xiao Han, listen, from the moment you took this mission, you are not a human anymore. You are a demon emperor. The voice said seriously. On the way to the demon metropolis, there may be demon heroes of the human clan hunting you down. What you need to do is to completely treat yourself as a demon emperor. You can kill the demon heroes. What? Xiao Han's body trembled. Listen, in order to gain the trust of the demon clan, I will deliberately release some news and let the demon heroes hunt you down. You can kill them. Since they were able to sacrifice themselves in this great mission, it was a worthy death. Also, we will prepare some congratulatory gifts for you, and you can give them to Yan Lang. These congratulatory gifts are not trivial, and should be able to make Yan Lang value you. You want me to kill the demon heroes? Xiao Han was really shocked. For this mission. To make your identity as a demon emperor more realistic. The voice said coldly. I think it is necessary to sacrifice a few demon heroes. Moreover, after disguising yourself, you will be a demon emperor through and through. If you don't kill them, you will be besieged and killed by the demon heroes. Xiao Han was silent. Also, Xiao Han, the journey to the demon metropolis is very long. 5 days later, I will let you take the secret medicine, and then you will leave for the demon metropolis. In these 5 days, you should deal with all the trivial things around you. Once I take the secret medicine, Xiao Han will become a high-level demon emperor. Xiao Han felt that this matter was getting more and more strange. Yes, 5 days later, you will change from a human to a high-level demon emperor. The voice laughed. Don't you think it is very interesting? This is a plan that the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Pagoda have been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Now, we have finally found a suitable candidate to complete it. To be honest, I am a little excited. I also hope that you can successfully kill Yan Lang. Alright, Xiao Han, you can leave. Right, let me remind you that your true Qi realm has reached the peak of the 5th stage, and you have accumulated enough, so you can expand your meridians. But don't expand your meridians for the time being. Once you expand your meridians, the capacity of your true Qi will increase greatly, and it will be disadvantageous for your disguise. It is possible that powerful demon emperors will find traces of true Qi on your body, and you will be dead. If you want to expand your meridians, wait until you finish this mission, then come back and expand your meridians peacefully. After entering the demon metropolis, you must never use true Qi divine art. You must remember this. You must think of yourself as a high-level demon emperor and pass off as the real one. Xiao Han, the more you accumulate, the more times you can expand your meridians. This is an unchanging truth. If you can complete this mission, then your accumulation will be heaven-defying. When that time comes, you can expand your meridians again, and you may make history. It is not impossible to expand your meridians by 100 times. Oh. Okay, I will leave first. Xiao Han nodded. Well, Xiao Han, you should relax for 5 days. After 5 days, I will find you. Buzz, waves of spatial teleportation undulated in this small room. In the next moment, Xiao Han had already left the small room and appeared on the first floor of the Demon Hero Pagoda, the teleportation area. Chapter 284. After a meeting with the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower, Xiao Han finally agreed to participate in the shocking plan that the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower had been planning for tens of thousands of years. Disguising as a high-level demon emperor, sneaking into the demon metropolis, attending Yan Lang's birthday banquet and taking the opportunity to assassinate him. Of course, the reason why Xiao Han agreed to participate in this mission was that he didn't want to be imprisoned and forced to do so. On the other hand, he wanted to go to the demon metropolis and obtain his own adventure. One should know that the vague will of the demon egg also hoped that Xiao Han would take the risk and go to the demon metropolis. Right now, Xiao Han had a premonition. It was as if he had obtained this strange and mystical demon egg in the unseen world. However, he was destined to go to the demon metropolis in the unseen world. This seemed to be a kind of predestined fate. There was a feeling that he couldn't escape from this disaster. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would have to go to the demon metropolis. Standing on the first floor of the Yaoxia Tower, in the teleportation area, Xiao Han let out a long breath of turbid air, calmed down his feelings, and then took out the Yaoxia token. Through the communication function, he sent a message to Wu Yu. Sect Master, you are safe and sound. I have finished this time's Yaoxia ranking challenge and returned to the Yaoxia Tower. Soon, Wu Yu replied. Xiao Han. You are back? What's the result? I am in the resting area of the 29th floor, come here quickly. Okay, Sect Master, let's talk when we meet. On the 29th floor of the Yaoxia Tower, in a private room in the quiet and comfortable resting area. Wu Yu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling had surrounded Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, how is it? In this time's ranking challenge, did you really encounter strong opponents such as the Great Sun Emperor and Ingzhantian? Dongfang Qin asked eagerly. Wu Yu also stared at Xiao Han with his burning eyes. Xiao Han won this time's Yaoxia ranking challenge and successfully obtained the ranking of 1650. This matter had not been publicized yet. Very few people knew about it. Heh. Xiao Han smiled. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang, fortunately, I didn't fail you. I, Xiao Han, didn't disgrace the prestige of Wu Yu sect. Heh, I have already obtained the ranking of 1650. Just now, the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower personally gave it to me. See, hearing this, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling gasped at the same time. Xiao Han, I never expected that you would actually create another miracle. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about you participating in this ranking competition. After all, among your competitors, there are extremely famous and experienced villains like the Great Sun's Son of Heaven and Ingzhantian. Furthermore, Ingzhantian has already turned into a talisman, and the quality and quantity of his Jinqi are extraordinary. Most expanded acupoint realm cultivators are unable to challenge Ingzhantian. To think that you, Xiao Han, would be able to suppress him. What is going on? Fang Ling blurted out. In the Jinqi realm, starting from the expanded acupoint realm, each realm is far more powerful than the one before it. It is nearly impossible for one to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Han, how did you do it? You are only at the 5th level of true qi and have yet to start expanding your acupoints. You certainly did not rely on your true qi cultivation to defeat Ingzhantian. Right, did you rely on the methods of the demon clan? Dongfang Qin also analyzed. To be able to defeat the Great Sun's Son of Heaven and Ingzhantian, there is a great deal of luck involved, Xiao Han said honestly. I refined the heart of the giant whale, and the strength of my flesh shell increased by several times. I now have the foundation to contend against Ingzhantian. Xiao Han told them about the various thrilling battles that happened on the giant whale island in a few words. Xiao Han also briefly talked about the 1,000 beast devouring technique. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were speechless as they listened. Even Wu Li's eyes flashed with a strange light. You are indeed a peerless divine talent. Xiao Han, with your current talent, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling can no longer catch up to you. Even the beginning of the Ming dynasty was far inferior to you back then. If you are given time, your achievements will probably surpass my sect. Wu Li finally spoke. Even the usually calm Wu Li was moved at this moment. Xiao Han, although you've used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up your shell and vital energy, I can still sense that your body possesses the power to collapse the heavens. The sharpness in your eyes is withdrawn. Just by standing there casually, you seem as lofty as an abyss, like a mountain from ancient times. You have really cultivated yourself into a humanoid savage beast. This kind of thing is rarely seen. Now, your physical strength should be around 40 million cauldrons, right? 53 million ding. Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. Oh, Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin choked. 53 million ding. This kind of strength is enough to kill most acupoint expansion realm experts. Good lad. No wonder you can defeat Yingzhan Tian. With this kind of strength, you won't be at a disadvantage when you fight against someone who just entered the talisman transformation realm. The pure strength of your flesh shell can reach 53 million ding, which is almost unparalleled in the entire monster cultivator ranking. You won't lose to those with special bloodlines in the depths of the great wilderness. Wu Li said with a gratified expression. After pausing for a moment, he said seriously. Xiao Han, now that you have defeated a talisman transformation realm expert like Yingzhan Tian, your will has been unimaginably tempered. Moreover, I can see that your spirit and bearing are extremely full and mellow. You seem to have broken the shackles of your soul and completely have the embryonic form of an expert. Your eyes are also bright and clear, as if you can see through everything. Now, your accumulation is definitely enough, and this accumulation is too vigorous. I have not seen anyone with a more vigorous accumulation than you. It's time to expand your acupoints. Junior brother Xiao Han, directly break through to the acupoint expansion realm. Dongfang Qin's face was also fiery. You have broken out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Your true acupoint will transform and expand its capacity. The only question is how many times can you expand your acupoint for the first time? With such a terrifying accumulation, it won't be a problem for you to expand your acupoint by 10 times. The first time you expanded your acupoint by 10 times, you are a heaven-defying genius. But this time, I am also very optimistic about you. Break through to the next realm. Fang Ling also said fervently. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as expanding your acupoint by 10 times. Wu Li also asserted. In the past, Ming Chu was also a sensational genius. He was proud of his success and was in the limelight for a while. However, when he stepped into the acupoint expansion realm, his first expansion was only 7 times. Xiao Han, I am almost 100% confident that your results will far exceed Ming Chu. Moreover, it is very possible for your acupoint to expand by more than 10 times. You should break through to the next realm now. Once the acupoint is expanded by more than 10 times, it will cause a stir in the entire demon warrior world. Expand my acupoint? Xiao Han was stunned. To be honest, Xiao Han also had an itch to step into the acupoint expansion realm in one go to see how many times he could expand his acupoint, whether it was more than 10 times. But he was going to the demon metropolis. At this critical moment, he could not casually expand his acupoint. Once the acupoint was expanded, the capacity of the true acupoint would increase, and it would be easy for the high-level demon race to see through his flaws. Going to the demon metropolis to kill Yan Lang was a risky business. He must be cautious and not make any mistakes. Xiao Han did not want to put himself in danger because of a whim. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Moreover, he could not use a trace of true qi in the demon metropolis. The human race was very sensitive to demon qi and was full of hostility. Similarly, the demon race was also very sensitive to true qi. If a trace of true qi leaked out in the demon metropolis, it would definitely cause a group of demons to besiege him. Forget it, expanding my acupoint now is simply courting death. Xiao Han secretly shook his head. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang, breaking through to the next realm. Disciple should take it slowly, there is no hurry. Xiao Han said in a low voice. Still not in a hurry? Junior brother Xiao Han, you have already accumulated enough. It is only the first time to expand your acupoint. With your foundation, it is more than enough. You are not in a hurry, but we are all anxious for you. Quickly break through to the next realm. Quickly. Once you expand your acupoint, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers. Dongfang Qin was impatient. This. Sect master, let's put it this way. In 5 days, disciple will go to complete a task. This mission was no small matter. Once completed, disciples' accumulation will be more abundant. At that time, I will directly expand my acupoint and see if I can create a new record. Xiao Han quickly said. Is that so? Wu Xiao laughed. Xiao Han, your ambition is not small. What task is it? You've just finished the Devil Hero ranking challenge and won the ranking, and you've already accepted the task. Young people really dare to fight and risk their lives. This mission. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. He would not divulge the fact that he had assassinated Yan Lang. Moreover, if he told this to Lord Wu, he was afraid that Lord Wu would be so frightened that he would even stop Xiao Han. In this way, Wu Xiao would definitely offend the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower and be implicated. Sect Master, it's not a big deal. The higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower probably want to cultivate me, so they specially arranged a task for me to kill a high-level demon emperor. The demonic power of this high-level demon emperor is about the same level as the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. With my current combat strength, it will be easy for me to deal with it. Oh. I see. Wu Xiao nodded. Xiao Han, you can even defeat Ying Zhantian, who is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. Indeed, you can deal with ordinary high-level demon emperors. As long as you don't encounter mutated demon emperors, it will be fine. However, you must be careful. Fang Ling smiled. N. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, let's return to the Pure Maiden sect now. I will complete this task in 5 days. I will also return to the sect to rest for a few days and empty my mind. Ha 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 ha, Junior Brother Xiao Han, you want to consummate your marriage with your 2 lovely wives, right? Ha ha ha. I understand. Dongfang Qin joked kindly. It's time to consummate. Xiao Han, you've neglected the 2 ladies for a long time. Now, it's time to make it up to them. Fang Ling said seriously. Xiao Han collapsed. Alright, let's return to the Pure Maiden sect. Wu Xiao smiled slightly. Southern region. Blazing Flames City, an important city of Beacon Fire Empire. Xiao Mansion. The Xiao clan was the #1 clan in Blazing Flames City. They had many descendants and the most outstanding disciples in the clan cultivated in several major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. Among them, the most outstanding one was Xiao Yunrong, who joined Mingjian Villa. Xiao Yunrong was a demon hero. This glory was enough to raise the status of the Xiao clan in the entire Beacon Fire Empire. For a family in the secular world to produce a hero, it was indeed a blessing that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Night. Outside the Xiao mansion. 2 white-clothed swordsmen appeared on the street opposite the gate of the Xiao mansion. Senior brother, we've been monitoring here for a few months, but we haven't seen senior sister Xiao Yunrong return to the clan. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong is already a demon hero. She has a respected status and is no longer restricted by the sect. She is free and unfettered in Jianghu, slaying demons everywhere. How could she return to the clan in the secular world? It seems that it's useless for us to wait any longer. This matter, I know some secrets. Junior brother, I'll tell you this. Now, monitoring the Xiao mansion is the Villa Master's idea. The matter is worth pondering. If it weren't for my great-grandfather being the current elder of Mingjian Villa, I wouldn't have known about it. Is that so? Senior brother, quickly tell this little brother about this secret. Ha 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 ha, senior brother, quickly say it, don't keep me in suspense. I'll remind you that senior sister Xiao Yunrong has a close relationship with a big enemy of our Mingjian villa. If the villa master wants to kill this enemy, he'll most likely start with senior sister Xiao Yunrong. However, I heard a secret that senior sister Xiao Yunrong seems to have feelings for this enemy. She actually disobeyed the villa master's order and refused to kill this enemy. Enemy? Who is this enemy? Heh. It'll scare you. Xiao Han. The strongest genius in this year's Demon Hero trial. Xiao Han of the sect. This guy can even kill a demon emperor. It's said that in the Demon Hero trial, he killed tens of thousands of people and became a demon hero. He's a fierce and ambitious person with a green face and fangs. He's killed countless people. He's 2 feet tall and spits fire and water. Chapter 285. They turned out to be 2 inherited disciples of Mingjian Villa in the realm of true Qi. They were stalking outside the Xiao's mansion and keeping a close watch. Naturally, their purpose was to find Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong's experience could be said to be unfortunate. As soon as she became a Yao Xia, she didn't even have time to celebrate before she was forced by the villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa, Shimen Piaoxue. He gave her a rotting heart and bone-eroding pill and told her to harm Xiao Han and trick him into taking it. Moreover, they threatened her with Xiao Yunrong's family. In the end, Xiao Yunrong had no choice but to take the rotting heart and bone-eroding pill in order to protect her clan and not to harm Xiao Han. This rotting heart and bone-eroding pill was one of the most insidious pills in the world. Once consumed, the medicinal energy would spread out and seep into one's blood vessels and bones. 3 years later, medicine would be useless and the person would die a violent death. In other words, after Xiao Yunrong consumed the heart corrosion bone pill, she only had 3 years of lifespan left. Moreover, since then, Xiao Yunrong seemed to have vanished from the world and completely disappeared. This caused the entire Mingjian villa to search everywhere. Shimen Piaoxue even used his connections in the devil warrior world to search for Xiao Yunrong's whereabouts all over the world. These 2 direct disciples of Mingjian Villa, who were responsible for keeping an eye on the Xiao residents, were now whispering and talking non-stop. No way. Senior brother, this Xiao Han is 6 meters tall, with a green face and fangs. Is he even human? Could it be a monster? Or someone with a special bloodline? Heh. In short, he is an extremely savage fellow. That's not right, senior brother. I heard that there are only 10,000 people participating in the Hex Hero preliminaries this time. Xiao Han killed tens of thousands of competitors in the competition. This number doesn't add up, this. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, Xiao Han is the mortal enemy of our Mingjian Villa. Let me tell you, the most outstanding genius in the history of our Mingjian Villa, Xia Feng, woke up from a dream for 4 years and obtained the inheritance of the sword god. He killed the heavens with a single sword strike and was praised by the villa master as the cornerstone of the Mingjian Villa's future rise. However, he was destroyed by Xiao Han. Tell me, how could the Manor Lord tolerate such a hateful matter? Xiao Han has destroyed the future of our Mingjian Villa. We won't rest until one of us dies. Oh. If that's the case, then let's just deal with Xiao Han. Why do we have to look for senior sister Xiao Yunrong? Heh. Since it has come to this, let me remind you that senior sister Xiao Yunrong still has less than 3 years to live. Ah? How was this possible? Senior sister Xiao Yunrong had just become a devil hero and was in the limelight among the younger generation of the southern region. She was in high spirits. Why did she only have 2 years left to live? Senior brother, you must be joking. Bullshit. This was the top secret of Mingjian Villa. My great-grandfather told me. Senior sister Xiao Yunrong sacrificed her lifespan for Xiao Han and was about to die. As long as we find senior sister Xiao Yunrong, we can use her as bait to lure Xiao Han into the trap. At that time, we can set up a heavy ambush and kill Xiao Han. This can we really use senior sister Xiao Yunrong as bait to lure Xiao Han into a trap? Of course. It is said that Xiao Han is lustful. He and senior sister Xiao Yunrong had an affair long ago. Now, senior sister Xiao Yunrong is willing to sacrifice her life for him. Do you think Xiao Han will take the bait? That's true. Then, let's wait here for the hare to come to us. But it's too unbelievable. I don't know if senior sister Xiao Yunrong will return to her family. Devil Hero Region. Wu Shuang controlled the clouds and left with the wind. He brought Xiao Han, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling back to the Pure Cloud sect. Dongfang Qin held his Devil Hero token in his hand and scanned it with his spirit wave. Then, he smiled at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, you just got the ranking on the Devil Hero list. It hasn't been a long time, so we can't read your name from the list for the time being. However, your name will definitely appear on the list after 10 days or half a month. TSK, the ranking of 1650 will definitely cause a stir if it is obtained by a young man like you. It will be shocking. Logically speaking, once Xiao Han entered the Devil Hero list, he would have a place on the list. Then, he could read the names and rankings of all the Devil Heroes on the list through the Devil Hero token. Similarly, other Devil Heroes on the list could also read Xiao Han's name at 1650. However, it might be because he just got the ranking, so Xiao Han could not read the names of other Devil Heroes on the list. His name was not on the list for the time being. Xiao Han, don't worry. You'll be on the list in 10 days or half a month. Fang Ling smiled slightly. Well, I'm not in a hurry to get on the list. I don't care much about these empty titles. In comparison, I'm more concerned about the experience and accumulation this time, as well as the enlightenment I've gained from fighting against the strong, Xiao Han said seriously. Then, he said to Wu Shuang. Sect Master, can you return to the Pure Cloud sect within a day? I only have 5 days to rest. 5 days later, I'll set off to finish the task. The task to kill a high-level demon emperor. Yes. Wu Shuang smiled slightly. With a thought, the cloud under his feet was like a stream of light. After a few flashes, he flew out of the Devil Hero region. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, I can't wait any longer. I want to see your 2 lovely wives immediately. I understand. Dongfang Qin winked and said. Xiao Han blushed and said embarrassedly, Senior brother Dongfang, don't make fun of me. I'm in a hurry to return to the Pure Cloud sect not just for Yanxue and Shirong. Well. Senior brother Acho. My good friend, Senior brother Acho, has a nasty disease on his face. He needs a Devil Hero who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to burn the scars on his face. I've already found the best person to treat senior brother Acho, Huang Taiyuan. The true qi that Huang Taiyuan cultivates is the reincarnation divine fire. He has already promised me to go to the Pure Cloud sect to treat senior brother Acho. I'm in a hurry to go back because I want to see if Huang Taiyuan will keep his promise and help senior brother Acho treat his face. Xiao Han tried his best to explain. Huang Taiyuan, ranked 2598th on the Devil Hero ranking board. I've heard of him before, Fang Ling said with a smile. A cave expansion realm expert, an experienced Devil Hero and a respected figure. Xiao Han, when you were participating in the Devil Hero ranking competition, Huang Taiyuan had already returned from the Pure Cloud sect and returned to the Devil Hero pagoda. He took the initiative to look for us with a very good attitude. He said that he had already treated your friend, Cho, the nasty disease on his face. Heh. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've taught Huang Taiyuan a lesson, right? I saw that when he mentioned you, his heart was still trembling with fear. Ha. I tidied him up a little. This guy wanted to extort me and was beaten up by me. He immediately became obedient. However, he's not bad. He really cured senior brother Achao's face. This is great. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed happily. This facial disease had troubled senior brother Ah Cho for many years. It made senior brother Ah Cho feel extremely inferior and even affected his outlook on life. Now, his appearance has finally recovered. Ha ha ha. I'm also happy for senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Han, don't be too happy yet, Fong Ling said with a playful smile. N? Xiao Han was stunned. I have to say, Xiao Han, you've completely beaten Huang Taiyuan into submission. He thought of all ways to flatter you, Fong Ling smiled mysteriously. Huang Taiyuan not only cured your brother Ah Cho's face, but also gave you and your brother Ah Cho a big gift. What's going on? What big gift? Xiao Han was extremely puzzled. Ha 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 ha, Fong Ling, Dong Fong Qin, and Wu Hao laughed at the same time. But they didn't expose it immediately. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dong Fong, Senior Brother Fong Ling, what are you laughing at? Don't keep us in suspense. Say it. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior Brother Xiao Han, Huang Taiyuan is indeed good at flattering. Not only did he cure Ah Cho's face, he also used all kinds of methods to wash Ah Cho's hair and marrow. He didn't even hesitate to use his true qi to enlighten Ah Cho. He personally helped Ah Cho refine his marrow and change his blood, allowing Ah Cho to break through the barrier of heaven and man and enter the true energy realm. What? Hearing this, Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Senior brother Ah Cho also stepped into the ranks of the true energy realm? This is unbelievable. It was utterly inconceivable. Huang Taiyuan's move is too ruthless. Not only will I not argue with him about the blackmail, I even owe him a favor. This person's worldly wisdom is too amazing, Xiao Han exclaimed. But, how did he do it? Senior brother Ah Cho is only an outer disciple in the Pure Rain sect and has only just started changing his blood. He hasn't even reached the half-step true energy realm. This Huang Taiyuan really has some tricks up his sleeve to send senior brother Ah Cho into the true energy realm palace in one go, causing senior brother Ah Cho's level of existence to increase tremendously. Heh, Xiao Han, this is not a difficult matter for a devil hero at Huang Taiyuan's level. You have to know that even I was able to bring you to temper your willpower, allowing you to forcefully break through and step into the true energy realm. Huang Taiyuan's realm is much higher than mine. On the devil hero ranking, he is ranked within the top 3,000. It is not difficult for him to bestow Ah Cho a fortune. However, Cho was forcefully raised to the true energy realm. This is extremely disadvantageous to his future cultivation and he will encounter many bottlenecks. If one completely relies on external forces and other people's help to enter the true energy realm, they will usually stop at the second level of true energy. It is very difficult to advance to the third level of true energy. However, from another point of view, if Huang Taiyuan did not help, with Ah Cho's aptitude, he would never be able to take this step and enter the true energy realm. It is very likely that he will die of old age in the flesh-body realm. Yes. I see. I understand. No matter what, I am very grateful that Huang Taiyuan helped senior brother Ah Cho to advance to the true energy realm. I will definitely repay Huang Taiyuan in the future. Xiao Han nodded heavily. This is great. After I return, I can directly impart some true energy cultivation methods to senior brother Ah Cho. With my relationship with him, I can let senior brother Ah Cho cultivate whatever spirit turtle true energy or hornless dragon profound ice true energy. There are also supreme grade true energy spirit stones. It is said that after Ah Cho attained the true energy realm, his entire clan was shocked and had already summoned Ah Cho back to the clan. It seems that they want to make Ah Cho the future clan leader of the Shao clan. All in all, Cho has already become the most important part of his clan. Xiao Han, if you return now, you won't be able to see your senior brother Ah Cho immediately. It is better for you to peacefully consummate your marriage. With your energy, it will not be a problem to deal with two of them. Fong Ling laughed. Oh right, Xiao Han, your physical strength is so violent. Yanxue and Shirong are both virgin girls. You must not kill them. Take it easy. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Qin also came to make fun of him. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Senior brother Dongfang, you are really a big hooligan. However, senior brother, don't worry. I also know how to be protective of the fairer sex. Hearing this, Wuxia also laughed out loud. Chapter 286. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Pure Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountain ridges, winding around like a sleeping flood dragon. The birds flew high, and the lonely cloud was free. White clouds filled the air, and the mountain peaks were like hibiscus coming out of the water. A white cloud with an ethereal charm was slowly hovering above the Nine Peaks mountain range. On this white cloud stood the few most outstanding leaders of the Pure Rain sect. Black Tiger, Xiao Han, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling. Other than Xiao Mingchu, who had always been wandering outside, the four leaders of the Pure Cloud sect returned at the same time. Xiao Han looked down at the pure mountain range and let out a breath. His tense mind was now greatly relieved. He stood there quietly, and many memory fragments swept over him like a tide. Xiao Han remembered everything that had happened in the Pure Cloud sect. In the past, Xiao Han felt sorry for himself and felt indignant about his identity as a living target. But now, his state of mind had improved, and he returned to the Pure Cloud sect. He felt relieved about that experience. He regarded it as the most precious memory in his life. Xiao Han breathed in the unique and familiar scent of the pure mountain range and listened to the sound of the mountain spring. An inexplicable feeling filled every cell in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han suddenly felt extremely touched. He felt a childlike admiration for the pure mountain range. I was born and raised in the pure mountain range. It is my hometown. I will protect it for the rest of my life. At this moment, Xiao Han understood why Black Tiger's true Qi realm was so strong, and why he had been guarding the pure mountain range despite his high position on the monster hero ranking. This was also Black Tiger's hometown. Xiao Han, you only have a few days to recuperate. When you return to the sect, I won't make a big deal out of it. It will save the disciples from bothering you. You can rest in peace and recuperate. Have a good time with your two wives. I won't disturb you. Black Tiger smiled at Xiao Han. Thank you, sect leader. This was exactly what Xiao Han wanted. He was about to complete a mission that was almost certain death. Before he left, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. He just wanted to spend the few days that belonged to him in peace. Junior brother Xiao Han, quickly return to your peak. Dongfang Qin urged with a smile. Pure Cloud Sect. At the peak of the True Disciple Mountain. Xiao Han's mountain peak. The mountain peak that Xiao Han was on was located in the inner region of the Nine Peaks mountain range. It was also a towering mountain, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Thin bamboo vines hung obliquely, the bushes of flowers and grasses rustled, the tall trees were blown by the wind, and the moss slid across the water silently. At the peak of the mountain stood a carved wooden building. That was Xiao Han's residence. At this moment, two slender, elegant, and extremely beautiful girls were swinging on the swings in boredom, and they were also chatting with each other in low voices. One of them was a beauty dressed in fluttering white clothes. Her pure white dress made her look like a goddess coming out of the water, floating in the air like a fairy. Her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was so white that it was almost transparent. As a result, the veins on her slender, beautiful, and adorable little hand were faintly discernible. She really had skin of ice and bones of jade. Moreover, this beauty in white had a special aura. It was a combination of holiness, nobility, elegance, and dignity. It was also a mixture of restraint and elegance. She was an outstanding beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. As for the other girl in red, she was not inferior in terms of beauty. Her eyes were spirited and her face was like a peach blossom. Her cheeks would occasionally reveal an incomparably rosy color. Under the cover of the crimson veil, the looming peaks of her snow-white peaks would cause the blood of any normal man to boil with rage. These two girls were naturally Xiao Han's wives. Jing Yanxue and Lan Xiong. Ever since they were brought to the Pure Cloud sect by Xiao Han from the Medicine King Valley, they had been living in Xiao Han's mountain peak. When Xiao Han left the Pure Cloud sect and roamed the Jianghu, the entire Pure Cloud sect took great care of them. Other than missing Xiao Han every moment, they were also used to the life in the Pure Cloud sect. Senior sister Shirong, uncle has already been gone for a few months. I don't know when he will return. Yanxue misses him very much. Jing Yanxue's bright and charming eyes revealed a melancholy and longing that did not match her personality. Uncle, come back quickly. I don't know if uncle encountered a dangerous storm while roaming the Jianghu. He can't have an accident. He absolutely can't. I miss him too. Compared to Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong was much more mature. She restrained her longing and comforted Jing Yanxue. Don't worry, Yanxue. He is the strongest man, and his luck covers the heavens. He is the demon hero, and the demon hero is the strongest person in this world. He will definitely be fine. Even if he encounters danger, he will turn it into a blessing. He will return. At this moment, that's right. I will return, he. Xiao Han's voice sounded beside the two girls. Ah. Uncle. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong cried out in surprise at the same time. They jumped up from the swing and kept rubbing their eyes as they looked at Xiao Han, who seemed to have descended from the sky and appeared beside them. They almost didn't dare to believe Xiao Han's appearance. It was as if they were in a dream, but they didn't want to wake up. You really came back? Is it really you? Jing Yanxue's eyes were filled with tears in an instant. I'm back. Xiao Han grinned. Suddenly, Jing Yanxue's delicate body jumped and directly jumped into Xiao Han's embrace. Xiao Han instinctively opened his arms and immediately embraced a warm, fragrant, and soft body. Yanxue, you are too unreserved. Look at Shirong. Xiao Han protested. Uncle, I missed you so much. Jing Yanxue cried tears of joy. At this moment, Lan Shirong also walked over. She gently stretched out her jade-like hand and held one of Xiao Han's hands. The three of them entered an indescribable state of happiness at the same time. They were completely intoxicated. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Mingjian Villa. As one of the top sects in Beacon Fire Empire, Mingjian Villa seemed to be much more prosperous than Pure Cloud sect if the competition between the fiendish heroes was disregarded. This was because Mingjian Villa's number of inner disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and even true disciples far surpassed that of Pure Cloud sect. Mingjian Villa also had a few fiendish heroes. However, in history, there was no genius like Pure Cloud sect's Xiao Mingchu. Of course, fiendish heroes almost never participated in the competition between sections. Therefore, in terms of the sect's foundation, Mingjian Villa was indeed better than Pure Cloud sect. This Mingjian Villa was also built on an undulating mountain range. On top of the mountain range, there were Mingjian Palace, Hidden Sword Pavilion, Sword Scripture Pavilion, Buried Sword Valley, Sword Tomb, as well as many training grounds and manors. At this moment, it was already late autumn. The leaves of the trees inside and outside Mingjian Villa had fallen in large amounts. It was a desolate and somber scene. The entire mountain range was filled with light that shot into the sky. This was not an ordinary light, it was a sword light. A world-shaking sword light. It could be said that the entire Mingjian Villa was enshrouded in rays of sword light. Puchi puchi, puchi puchi, the withered leaves that filled the sky were crushed into powder by the sword light. Moreover, if a sword cultivator with a high cultivation base came to Mingjian Villa, he would find that there was a powerful sword formation set up in the mountain. The sword chi crisscrossed, like thousands of bright moons floating everywhere in the mountain range, emitting extremely sharp sword chi. This was the mountain guarding formation of Mingjian Villa. This sword formation was extremely powerful. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was like a natural stronghold. As long as an enemy dared to attack Mingjian Villa, once this mountain guarding sword formation was activated, the dense sword chi would twist, and no matter how many enemies there were, they would all be turned into powder. It could be said that the many arrangements on Mingjian Villa all showed the foundation of this great sect that had stood for 10,000 years. The main peak where the master of Mingjian Villa lived. In the magnificent main hall. In the front of the main hall, a throne was set up. On this throne, a middle-aged man in snow-white clothes was sitting high, holding a teacup in his hand and sipping tea indifferently. His whole body was rolling with sword chi. This sword chi was majestic and domineering, with a trace of cutting everything and killing everything. The middle-aged man was full of arrogance. In his eyes, there was sword intent appearing and disappearing, and runes intertwined, as if sealing the kingdom of swords. In his pupils, the sword chi shot out from his eyes was enough to kill. The master of Mingjian Villa. Shimen Piaoxue. He was also a senior demon hero. He had a place on the demon hero ranking list. Below Shimen Piaoxue, there were more than a dozen sword cultivators sitting, and each of them also had the existence of heaven-defying sword chi. They were the current elders, deacons, and people who held the power of this Mingjian Villa. Master, we have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to search for Xiao Yunrong everywhere, but still to no avail. An elder frowned. It seems that after Xiao Yunrong took the slow-acting poison, she was determined to die and has quietly hidden. Maybe she is waiting for the medicine to completely spread and quietly die. Humph. Xiao Yunrong is really a traitor. She actually betrayed Mingjian Villa for an outsider. Another elder had a murderous look in his eyes. She is really courting death. Master, in this old man's opinion, don't look for Xiao Yunrong anymore, let her die. Moreover, even if we find her, she will die of poison, and there is no cure. Let's find an excuse to eradicate Xiao Yunrong's family and cut the weeds and roots. Since the Xiao family has a traitorous wretch, then they should bear such punishment and evil consequences. Destroy the Xiao family. This kind of secular family sent their pitiful clan disciples to cultivate true qi. They should have the consciousness of swearing loyalty to the sect long ago, but they actually dared to disobey. How can this be? Uproot the Xiao family and make a warning to others. Let's see if there will be any disobedient disciples in the future. An elder was extremely murderous. Shimen Piaoxue put down the teacup and shook his hand. Everyone fell silent. I heard that Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. After he became a demon hero, he actually went to the great wilderness and killed a high-level demon emperor, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Shimen Piaoxue said indifferently. This, all the elders of Mingjian Villa kept quiet out of fear. Isn't he very powerful? Shimen Piaoxue's eyes were filled with sword chi. Frankly speaking, I have to admit that Xiao Han is heaven-defying. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has a noble bloodline and the probability of mutation is much more ferocious than ordinary high-level demon emperors. Even Li Fanming, who had been a powerhouse for thousands of years, returned in defeat when he personally went there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Even I am not a match for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in a one-on-one situation. We have to form a team to have a chance of killing him. Xiao Han. Regardless of what method Xiao Han used, the fact that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was killed by him had already been proven. There are many popular versions of this matter in the demon hero domain. The most reliable version is that Xiao Mingqiu of the Pure Rain sect joined forces with Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Mingqiu is also a powerhouse in the Great Wilderness and is not to be underestimated. He has the ability to fight against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Villa Master, if Xiao Mingchu also joined forces, then Xiao Han's talent is not as high as the rumors say. An elder stammered. No, Xiao Han is growing. Sooner or later, he will become so strong that we can't fight against him. Shimen Piaoshue's eyes reflected deep worry. Well, Villa Master, what I mean is, Xiao Han destroyed Xiafeng and the future of our Mingjian villa. However, since Xiao Han has risen like a comet and has become so strong that we can't stop him, why don't we reconcile with him? An elder said. Reconcile with him? Suddenly, Shimen Piaoshua burst out in anger. I also want to reconcile with him. However, do you think that Xiao Han will reconcile with him? Let me ask you, among the 5 top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire, which one is the strongest? The elders pondered for a while. One of them said, Villa Master, I have to say that if we consider the demon hero domain, it will undoubtedly be the Pure Rain sect. The sect master of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Yu, might not be ranked very high, but his combat strength is infinitely close to the powerhouses of the Great Wilderness. Furthermore, the chief disciple of the Pure Rain sect, Xiao Mingchu, is also a powerful powerhouse. These 2 powerhouses are the most terrifying foundation of the Pure Rain sect. Frankly speaking, they have the strength to defeat the other sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. Of course, without these 2 people, the Pure Rain sect is trash. Humph. Shimen Piaoshua snorted coldly. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu are extremely terrifying. However, for the past 10,000 years, the 5 top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire have always maintained a kind of balance, and no one has broken this balance. The reason for this is that Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu are people of leisure, indifferent to fame and fortune. That's especially true of Crow Big Brother. My ranking and cultivation level are much lower than his, but even if I were to argue with him face to face, he'd just laugh it off. He wouldn't hold anything against me. They also do not fight for anything. However, Xiao Han is different. This person is arrogant and unruly, quick to repay favors and grudges, and decisive in killing. His talent will not lose to Xiao Mingchu, and is not inferior to Wu Yu when he was young. With the speed of his growth, sooner or later, he will take over the Pure Rain sect. When that time comes, with him in power, do you think that he will not deal with the other 4 sects? Moreover, Mingjian Peak and Xiao Han have long had enmity. When the day comes that he gains power, he will not be as easy to talk to as Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu. He will definitely point his spear at us. Hearing Shimen Piaoshue's words, the elders all silently agreed. Indeed, Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu stood aloof from worldly affairs, but whether it was in the southern region qualifiers or the main competition, Xiao Han showed off his ability, killing countless people. If one day, Xiao Han gains power, he will definitely suppress the other sects of the Fire Beacon Empire, and may even act against the Fire Beacon Empire's royal family. Right now, what we need to do is to destroy Xiao Han before he grows up. Shimen Piaoshue suddenly stood up. To deal with Xiao Han, it is best to start with Xiao Yunrong. Find her, use her as bait, and set a trap for Xiao Han. Find her. We must find Xiao Yunrong. Pure Rain Mountain. Sect. Xiao Han's mountain peak. Night. The night was as cold as water. The moonlight was beautiful. The night was so enchanting. The stars in the sky sparkled like mysterious eyes, blinking like a lover's gentle eyes. The crescent moon was like a small boat, freely moving in the sky. The insects on the mountain whispered like the most beautiful love song. In the pavilion, Xiao Han sat in the middle, Jing Yanxue sat on the left, and Lan Shirong sat on the right. Xiao Han snuggled up to her, indulging in pleasure. His heart was filled with sweetness, and he completely let go of all his worries. Moreover, Xiao Han was also a hot-blooded person. With 2 beautiful wives by his side, to be honest, he could not control himself. Xiao Han pulled Jing Yanxue's delicate body, and his large mouth moved forward, directly kissing Jing Yanxue's cherry lips. At first, the kiss was very rough, but soon, it became unrestrained, and his tongue also slid into Jing Yanxue's sweet mouth. A burst of crazed desire. Jing Yanxue was almost suffocated from the kiss. Lan Shirong watched from the side, nervous, expectant, and indescribably excited. After kissing Jing Yanxue, Xiao Han turned his head, grabbed Lan Shirong, and ate. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that he had to complete that damned mission, and his life was uncertain. Right now, with a beauty in front of him, he could not care so much. He directly moved his hands. Soon, the untouched Lan Shirong softened in Xiao Han's embrace, panting, and her face red. Uncle, you are now a fiend hero, and me and senior sister Shirong are only at the flesh-body realm. Our status is too different from yours. Will you always treat us like this? Will you abandon us? Jing Yanxue softly fell into Xiao Han's embrace, and asked pitifully. I won't. Xiao Han said very seriously. But we know that there are women among the fiends, and there are many stunning beauties. Jing Yanxue pouted. Even if you are not a fiend hero, there are many women in the true Qi realm who are more suitable for you, uncle. You are the most suitable for me. Xiao Han's face was serious. You are trying to coax us. Lan Shirong sweetly smiled. Actually, it's not. Xiao Han tried to explain. Shirong, Yanxue, I met you too when I was at the flesh-body realm. At that time, I didn't know anything, and I didn't know if I could reach the true Qi realm. Now that I have reached the true Qi realm, I have also become a fiend hero. Indeed, I have met many women. Their cultivation is higher than you too, and their appearance is not inferior to yours. However, I don't like them. Once I become a fiend hero, many things will be overshadowed by utilitarianism. I like your innocence, your naivety, and your foolishness. Don't worry, I, Xiao Han, will never let you down. When the two women heard Xiao Han's words, their hearts were intoxicated. They closed their eyes and immersed themselves in an indescribable happiness. Cough cough, let's not waste time, Suddenly, Xiao Han vaguely said. Let's go and do something more meaningful. The two women's delicate bodies trembled. Uncle, what do you want to do? Jing Yanxue opened her eyes and asked with a red face. However, her charming eyes were like silk. It was obvious that she already knew what was going to happen next. I don't believe that you don't know. Ha ha ha. Tonight, leave it to me. Xiao Han laughed loudly. He directly carried the two women on his shoulders and walked towards the wooden building. Tonight, I will make you my women. We have been like this for a long time. Lan Shirong suddenly giggled. Uncle, you have to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Yanxue heard that the first time will be very painful. Night. Beacon Fire Empire, Blazing Flame City. Xiao family's mansion. The Xiao family's current clan leader, Old Master Xiao, and the backbones of the various factions of the Xiao family were all gathered in the main hall. The red candles were burning. All the members of the Xiao family, with Old Master Xiao as their leader, were all beaming with joy. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a white-clothed youth in the middle. This white-clothed youth was in his 20s. He was handsome and had fair skin. His eyebrows were long and slender. His eyes contained kindness and a spirited expression. Moreover, there was a faint jewel aura flowing around his body. That was the fluctuation of true qi. This youth was obviously in the true qi realm. Ha ha ha, good. Yunfan. You are truly the most outstanding child of our Xiao family. You and Yunrong are equally outstanding. Ha 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 ha. Now, not only have the hidden injuries on your face been cured, you have also stepped into the true qi realm. The true qi realm. To us secular families, you are just like an immortal. Lofty and supreme. Usually, when we talk about the true qi realm, we worship it. We absolutely do not dare to dream or imagine it. But now, a true Qi realm has appeared in our Shao family. Moreover, there are 2 of them. Ha 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 ha. The Shao family is truly prosperous. Old Master Shao's face was flushed. It turned out that this white-clothed handsome youth was actually Shao Yunfan, who was also Ah Cho. Grandfather, the injuries on my face and my current true Qi realm cultivation were all bestowed upon me by my brother, Shao Han. It is not my credit. Ah Cho said humbly. Heh, child, no matter what, this is your luck. You have met a benefactor. Ha ha ha. At the clan gathering, I already knew that Shao Han was not an ordinary person. Now that I think about it. Ha ha ha, child, Shao Han is your benefactor. Truly a benefactor. When Ah Chao's father saw that his son was outstanding, he was also greatly comforted. His eyes were filled with tears. Ah Chao's mother was even wiping her tears at the side. Of course, these were tears of happiness. Shao Han. Shao Han, this is even more extraordinary. Old Master Shao widened his eyes. Yunfan, I heard that Shao Han is a demon hero. Moreover, he is not an ordinary demon hero. It seems that he is a very powerful one. It is our Shao family's fortune that you have a relationship with Shao Han. TSK, a demon hero. According to the legends, this is an almighty person who kills demons and devils. Each of them is extremely powerful. Each of them is extraordinary. Even if they meet the monarch of a country, the demon hero does not need to salute. Instead, they receive the greatest respect. Yunrong is also a demon hero. However, her status is definitely not comparable to Shao Han. Of course. My brother, Shao Han, is extremely powerful. A person who defies the heavens. I heard that he has already made a name for himself in the demon hero world. It seems that he has even hunted down some demon emperor. In the future, Shao Han's name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers. He will be all-powerful. Ah Chao's face was filled with pride. At this moment, father, during this period of time, the servants have reported that there are always 2 men lingering outside our mansion. It seems that they are monitoring our Shao mansion. I have sent some servants to receive them. In the end, they were given the cold shoulder. Steward Liang was even flipped over. It is really. Sigh, those 2 people are so arrogant. They don't even look at us. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. One of old Master Shao's sons said with a frown. Yes, grandfather, let Yunfan go out and take a look. Let's see what kind of friend they are. Ah Cho stood up. Now that Ah Cho had reached the true Qi realm, he was more courageous than before. Moreover, there were no more sores on his face. He looked handsome. He was no longer the timid Ah Cho from before. Alright, Yunfan. You will definitely be in charge of the Shao family in the future. Now, you should personally go out and find out the background of the other party. Old Master Shao laughed continuously. Alright, I will go out and take a look. Ah Cho turned around and left. Cloud sect. Shao Han's mountain peak. Inside the wooden loft. Inside a room that was filled with fragrance. In the middle of the room, there was a very large bed. On top of it was a large red bedding with mandarin ducks playing in the water. At this moment, on the bed, Jianghu and Lan Shirong's jade-like bodies were spread out. They were extremely shy. They had already taken a bath and were wearing clothes that were as thin as a cicada's wings. The entire room was filled with an alluring fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind, as well as the virgin body fragrance that was emitted from the 2 women's bodies. Under the burning candlelight that had been added with precious spices, the festive red and soft bedding, the pink and transparent large gauze curtains, and Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's elegant body fragrance that was even more alluring after bathing in the fragrant soup. Although it was the season of late autumn, the inside of the room was full of spring. Shao Han stood at the side of the bed. His eyes were dazzled and his mouth was dry. Although he had already seen the breathtaking and peerless beauty of this pair, this was the first time he had seen them wrapped up in a light-colored, almost transparent gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. This was another fascinating scene. Under the narrow gauze, Xiao Han could see their jade-like and snow-white skin, their exquisite and curvaceous figures, their slender waists that could only be grasped with one hand. Xiao Han's breathing became hurried and he felt as if he was about to suffocate. This was an extremely wonderful feeling. Moreover, his entire body was burning with an indescribable flame. He wanted to directly rush up and melt the two women. It was unknown whether it was the alluring blush from the two women's bath, or the timid blush from the upcoming storm. Their faces were as tender and moist as roses. I can't take it anymore. I'm coming. Xiao Han could no longer control himself and let out a roar. He directly pounced forward. Chapter 287. Facing this pair of lovely and sexy little wives, Xiao Han felt like he was being burned by a raging fire. He could not control himself at all. He suddenly pounced on them. At this moment, what chi cultivation, what demon power, what demon techniques, what threats and temptations from the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower, what death mission, everything was thrown to the back of his mind. The only thing left was his mind filled with charm and tenderness that he could not control. It should be known that in his previous life on Earth, although Xiao Han was not a 1,000-year-old virgin, he had only seen beauties like Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong on television. He had never had the chance to touch them. But now, the beauties were on the bed with their jade bodies lying on the ground. Their clothes were half untied and they were panting. They were willing to let Xiao Han do whatever he wanted. It made Xiao Han feel as if he was in a dream. For a moment, he was in a trance. He did not know if he was in heaven or in the mortal world. Such beauties usually wore light makeup and could move people's hearts. Now that their bodies were covered by a thin veil and their peaks and valleys were faintly discernible, in addition to their peerless charm that was like a concubine coming out of a bath, how could his blood not boil? Moreover, they were two beauties. Xiao Han pounced on them and began to grope and rub the two women's bodies in a fluster. Uncle. Jing Yanshue's body slightly trembled. Her starry eyes were slightly opened. Her eyes were like silk and were filled with charm and joy. In addition, there were 10,000 kinds of love and 10,000 kinds of willingness. While Xiao Han was torturing Jing Yanxue, his mouth was not idle either. He was already kissing Lan Shirong. In a few moments, under the two women's reluctance, the thin and transparent veil of the two beauties had already been taken off, revealing the naked bodies of absolute beauties. Their snow-white and flawless jade-like skin was tender and smooth, delicate and fragile. Graceful and straight white jade necks like that of a swan. Perfectly round and delicate shoulders that looked as if they were woven. Slender waist that could only be grasped with one hand. Slender and elegant snow-white legs. There was not a single part that wasn't beautiful. There was not a single part that wouldn't cause people to have a nosebleed. Gulp gulp, Xiao Han could not help but swallow his saliva. His mouth was dry. It was like a blazing fire. On the other hand, the two pure beauties who were as elegant as fairies were so embarrassed that their ears were completely red, and their delicate faces were flushed red. Yanxue, I'll talk to you first. I'm coming, Shirong, it's your turn. Let Yanxue rest for a while. I'm not done yet. Hiss, is it painful? No. No. Yeah. Yes, yes. A little bit, uncle, slow down. The room was filled with spring. That night, Xiao Han did not rest. Fortunately, he was skilled in the spirit turtle's true chi, which allowed him to seal up his physical strength. Otherwise, it was very likely for something major to happen with Xiao Han's terrifying physical strength when he was so excited that he could barely control himself. Even so, the two women had their first taste of love. They were so affectionate and affectionate. In the end, they had tried every possible way to please him. Because of this, they couldn't help but blush. They couldn't help but cry out in pain and gasp for breath. At this moment, Xiao Han and the two women's hearts and bodies became one, no longer separated from each other. Scorching Flame City. The Xiao family. Outside the Xiao residence. My two friends, how should I address you? Xiao Yunfan of the Xiao clan. I'm from the secret sect. Nice to meet you. As soon as Ah Cho left the residence, he met the two direct disciples of the Mingjian villa who had been monitoring this place for several months. Ah Cho was also very courteous. He reported his name and the origin of the sect one by one. Oh. A disciple of the secret sect. He's also a direct disciple. One of the white-clothed swordsmen glanced at Ah Cho. His eyes flashed with obvious disdain and ridicule. It's indeed rare for a true Qi realm expert to appear in a small clan in the secular world. Furthermore, not to mention a secular clan, even in a sect, it's a big matter for a true Qi realm expert to appear. However, there's a strong smell of medicine on your body. Furthermore, you've only opened one true acupoint in your body. If I'm not wrong, you've relied on external force to forcefully raise your cultivation to the true Qi realm. Ha! This is not a big deal. Those who rely on external force to raise their cultivation to the true Qi realm will encounter bottlenecks everywhere in their future cultivation. Every true acupoint opening is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this lifetime, even if you obtain countless heavenly treasures, it will be impossible for you to reach the second or third level of true Qi. The other white-clothed swordsman also gave pointers. Thank you for your teachings. Ah Cho smiled slightly. In fact, when Huang Taiyuan helped him break through to the true Qi realm, he had already told Ah Cho about the drawbacks of using external force to raise one's cultivation. Ah Cho only willingly accepted Huang Taiyuan's help after weighing the pros and cons. That's right, if Huang Taiyuan didn't act, and Ah Cho relied on his own talent, then in this lifetime, it would be almost impossible for him to touch the door of the realm of true energy. Even half a step into true energy would be extremely difficult. One of the white-clothed swordsmen saw that Ah Cho's true Qi realm was only so-so. It would be difficult for them to produce a true Qi realm expert unless they relied on external force and heavenly treasures to help them grow. Seeing that Ah Cho's true Qi realm was only so-so and that his expression and temperament didn't seem sharp, he didn't show any signs of flaring up even when he was being ridiculed. Thus, he couldn't help but start boasting. The two of you can criticize me as you wish. It's nothing much. However, please don't insult the sect. Ah Cho's expression changed slightly. Ha 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 ha. The two white-clothed swordsmen looked at each other and laughed. It was as if they had seen a very funny thing. He's only at the first level of true Qi and opened one true acupoint. Furthermore, he relied on medicine, yet he still claims to be protecting the sect and dares to roar in front of us. How ignorant. This person is truly ignorant. This kind of person can only put on an act in front of the physical body realm. In the pugilistic world, he's just an idiot. Forget it. My two friends, the two of you have been lingering outside my Xiao clan's residence recently. If you are a friend, you can come to my Xiao clan as a guest. My Xiao clan will welcome you with open arms. If you have other motives, my Xiao clan is not a clan that can be bullied and humiliated. Ah Cho said with a stern expression. That's right. In the eyes of the two of you, my cultivation level is indeed weak. However, I am still cultivating in the pure sect. I hope the two of you can give me some face. Even if the two of you don't give the pure sect face. Oh. My cousin, Xiao Yunrong. She's a disciple of the Mingjian villa. She's also a true disciple and a demon hero. Humph. Hearing this, the two white-clothed swordsmen's expression immediately changed. You don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to use the sect to pressure us? Xiao Yunrong? Ha ha ha, you dare to use the traitor of the Mingjian villa to pressure us? One of the white-clothed swordsmen's eyes were immediately filled with killing intent. Junior brother. Shut up. The other white-clothed swordsman quickly shouted and immediately rebuked Ah Cho. Get lost. Your Shao clan does not dominate this Scorching Flame City. Our staying in Scorching Flame City has nothing to do with the Shao clan. You, quickly get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What? What traitor? What do you mean by this? Ah Cho was incomparably shocked and took a step forward. Please explain clearly, get lost. One of the white-clothed swordsmen was furious. You relied on external force to advance to the true Qi realm. You're worse than trash. You dare to be impudent again and again? Get lost. Just as he finished speaking, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword art and slashed in the air. Pooh, in an instant, a small space was filled with sword light and unparalleled sword qi. Wind and fire roared angrily. A sword qi that was as thick as a thumb suddenly slashed towards Ah Cho. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The air was filled with sword qi that was as thin as gossamer. It was soundless and silent. Bang! Ah Cho was unable to block it. His chest was hit by this sword qi. His entire body felt as if it was struck by lightning. He was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. Ah Cho fell to the ground and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Trash. You can't even block one move. You're also in the true Qi realm? Go back and drink your milk. The 2 white-clothed swordsmen swaggered off. Shao family mansion. Ah Cho laid on the bed. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. Yunfan. Yunfan, my grandson, this is. Old Master Shao was extremely shocked as he stood by the bed. Ah Cho's parents were also crying at the side. It's all right. Ah Cho forced a smile. The other party also showed mercy and didn't kill me. I just entered the true Qi realm and opened a true acupoint. Furthermore, I didn't cultivate any true Qi cultivation method. So, I couldn't even block one move. I'm really ashamed. However, I have many healing sacred medicines with me. They were bestowed to me by a great expert called Huang Taiyuan. I've already consumed a few sacred medicines just now. After resting for a few days, I'll be fine. However, those 2 people actually dared to injure my grandson, Yunfan, in front of you. Moreover, they've been lingering outside my Shao residence for a few months. They've been monitoring us as if they're plotting something. This. I never would have thought that my grandson, Yunfan, would be brutally killed after going out to negotiate with them. It seems like they're enemies and not friends. Old Master Shao was shocked, afraid, and angry. It seems like we have to inform Pure Rain's sect and Mingjian Villa about this matter. Are they trying to bully our Shao family because we don't have any backing? Yunfan is a true disciple of Pure Rain's sect and Yunrong is a demon hero. How dare they touch a member of our Shao family? One of Ah Chao's uncles shouted angrily. Mingjian Villa? Ah Chao's brows twitched slightly. He was shocked in his heart. Just now, those 2 people actually said that my cousin's sister Yunrong was a traitor. This? There must be more to this matter than meets the eye. Don't inform Mingjian Villa for now. Ah Cho immediately said. Yunfan's grandson, why is this so? Yunrong has deep feelings for the family. If she knows that the family is in trouble, she will definitely sacrifice herself to help. This old man doesn't doubt this at all. After all, I've watched Yunrong grow up. Old Master Shao said doubtfully. This. Grandfather, cousin's sister Yunrong is now a demon hero. Her whereabouts are uncertain. If we want to contact senior sister Yunrong, we definitely won't be able to contact her in a short period of time. Let's first inform Yunfan's sect, Pure Rain sect. Because of my relationship with junior brother Shao Han, all the true disciples of Pure Rain sect take extra care of me. After a pause, Cho sighed. If only my brother Shao Han was in Pure Rain sect. With his methods and ability, those 2 people just now would have been easily dealt with. Brother, where are you? All right. Grandson, immediately send a message back and inform Pure Rain sect. If we can contact demon hero Xiao Han, our Xiao family will be fine. Moreover, grandson, you and Xiao Han are like brothers. If he knows that you were beaten, he will definitely stand up for you. Old Master Xiao said excitedly. All right. However, my brother Xiao Han is most likely not in Pure Rain sect. Cho took out a talisman from his bosom. On the talisman, there was a faint fluctuation of true qi swimming around like a dragon or a snake. This is a message talisman given to me by a true disciple of my Pure Rain sect, Senior Brother Wu. I will send a message to Senior Brother Wu for help now. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of true qi shot out from Ah Chao's body and ignited the message talisman. Wisps of true qi started to burn and formed a talisman the size of a palm in the air. It was extremely agile. Senior Martial Brother Wu, I am Ah Cho. Senior Martial Brother Wu, I am ashamed to say this, but my clan has encountered some trouble. There are 2 true qi realm experts of unknown origin who are secretly monitoring my clan outside my clan's mansion. I went out to negotiate with them and because of a disagreement, they severely injured me. I hope that Senior Martial Brother Wu can uphold justice for me. I wonder if my brother, Xiao Han, has returned to the sect. Cho quickly finished a sentence and the talisman immediately disappeared into nothingness. All right, grandfather, father, mother, and uncles, I have already sent a message to Senior Brother Wu for help. Senior Brother Wu will receive my voice transmission at the first instance. Cho heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Grandson, rest in peace and recuperate. Once the sect's almighty true Qi realm cultivators arrive, I want to see who will still dare to bully the weak. Old Master Xiao blew his beard and glared. The future successor of the Xiao family was injured. This was equivalent to slapping the Xiao family in the face. This made him extremely displeased. Do you think our Xiao family has no backing? Chao's uncles also shouted in unison. To be continued. Chapter 288. Southern Region. Mountain Range, Pure Cloud Sect. In the inner periphery of the Pure Cloud mountain range, there were a total of 97 majestic and precipitous mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds. These were the true inheritance peaks of Pure Cloud sect. Each true inheritance peak was dedicated to a true disciple. It was worth mentioning that not long ago, Ah Cho, who had relied on evil hero Huang Taiyuan to forcefully raise to the true Qi boundary with external forces and medicines, had now become a true disciple of Pure Cloud sect. He also obtained a true inheritance peak, with hundreds of servant girls and hundreds of servants. These true inheritance peaks were very tranquil, unaffected by the weather of the outside world, like spring all year round. The peaks were wreathed in mist, green trees entwined with green vines, flowing water, waterfalls, and colorful springs. There were many immortal apes, immortal cranes, tigers, lions, and unicorns, walking up and down the mountains, not afraid of people. It really was a beautiful immortal route, the scenery magnificent. On one of the true inheritance peaks, there were hundreds of beautiful flowers and hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs, and many spiritual beasts were dancing in joy. A dragon-like stone staircase rose from the foot of the mountain, winding upwards, towering into the clouds, directly leading to the countless palaces and pavilions at the top of the mountain. It was late autumn, yellow leaves drifted down, and everywhere was a scene of the end of autumn. However, the trees on this true inheritance peak were verdant and lush, with rosy clouds surging everywhere, and flowing springs and waterfalls. It was a scene of an immortal paradise. This true inheritance peak belonged to a senior true disciple of Pure Cloud sect, Wu Shi. This Wu Shi had already stepped into the true Qi boundary more than 100 years ago. He was considered an all-powerful genius, and was once famous in several large sects of the southern region. But he was not an evil hero, but after a few cycles of cultivation, he was now at the peak of the 5th level of true Qi. He was only one step away from opening the meridian. Of course, whether he could take this step was still unknown. But he was respected in Jianghu, and had killed many demon race in his life. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the watery moonlight sprinkling on the mountain peak. In the pavilion, several pretty servants were brewing tea and serving exquisite pastries, attentively serving. Wuxi and several other true disciples of Pure Cloud sect were admiring the moon. Ah! Senior Brother Wu, the world changes, the winds and clouds change unpredictably. We never thought that there would be such a genius in our Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, this genius was born as a living target, and he had to fight his way up step by step. It's truly a rare sight. A middle-aged Confucian scholar smiled faintly as his entire body glowed with treasured light. Senior Brother Xiao Han is already the leading figure of the new generation of our Pure Maiden sect. He's so young, but he's already accomplished such a great feat in the Devil Hero realm. Even the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the leader of the demon clan, was killed by Senior Brother Xiao Han. TSK. Wuxi was also a middle-aged man. His expression was very capable, and in his eyes was a wise and far-sighted light. There were signs of Senior Brother Xiao Han's rise, and it wasn't sudden. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. This year's Devil Hero trial is known as the cruelest, most difficult, and highest death rate in the history of the Devil Hero Circle. To think that Senior Brother Xiao Han would be able to suppress everyone in a competition of this level and make a name for himself. With the aura of being the number one, he became the demon hero of this selection. No one would be willing to accept him, and no one would be able to compete with him. Ha 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 ha, let me tell you, in the future, Senior Brother Xiao Han will become more and more powerful. His luck will cover the sky, his name will shake the mountains and rivers, and he will become an ancestor. The other core disciples nodded. Yes, the rise of Senior Brother Xiao Han is also the rise of our Pure Cloud sect. Sect Master and eldest Senior Brother are people who have the ability to cover the sky, but they are too indifferent to fame and fortune and stand aloof from worldly affairs. They are too low-key. Therefore, our Pure Cloud sect has always been neither strong nor weak among the top 5 sects of Beacon Fire Empire. Senior Brother Xiao Han is a person who strives for success, dares to fight, and has a fiery temper. When Senior Brother Xiao Han takes control of the Pure Cloud sect, I'm afraid that our Pure Cloud sect will directly suppress the other major sections. A yellow-robed man said with a smile. That's right, I heard from Senior Brother Dongfang that Senior Brother Xiao Han has also returned to the Pure Cloud sect. Why don't we find a time to visit Senior Brother Xiao Han? What do you think? A beautiful woman in red said. Wuxi smiled and shook his head. No. This time, Senior Brother Xiao Han did not make a fuss when he returned. Obviously, he does not want us to disturb him. He also wants peace and quiet. We should not rashly disturb Senior Brother Xiao Han's mood. Besides, Senior Brother Xiao Han has just gotten married. I won't say it, you all understand. The beautiful woman in red chuckled. Senior Brother Xiao Han is hot-blooded, these few days, I'm afraid, he will not be able to get out of bed. Ha, that's right, Senior Brother Wu, you've taken special care of Junior Brother Ah Cho. You've even given Junior Brother Ah Cho a few message talismans that you've personally crafted. It seems that you want to use Junior Brother Ah Cho to climb up to Senior Brother Xiao Han. Everyone in our Pure Cloud sect knows that the relationship between Junior Brother Ah Cho and Senior Brother Xiao Han is as close as brothers. A green-robed man faintly smiled. Wuxi did not deny it. At this time, Suddenly, Wuxi's eyebrows raised. A talisman slowly rose from his body. The next moment, this talisman was surrounded by fine and dense true qi, and suddenly began to burn. In the process of the talisman burning, a weak voice sounded, passing over some voice messages. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, I am Ah Cho. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, I am ashamed to say this, but my clan has encountered some trouble. There are 2 true Qi realm experts of unknown origin who are secretly monitoring my clan outside my clan's mansion. I went out to negotiate with them, but because of a disagreement, they severely injured me. I hope that senior martial brother Wu can uphold justice for me. I wonder if my brother, Xiao Han, has returned to the sect. It's a message that junior brother Ah Cho sent back from his family. He's actually been injured. Humph. Junior brother Ah Cho is a true disciple of my Pure Cloud sect. He dares to hit him? Wuxi flew into a rage, leaping up from his seat. The other true disciples stood up as well. Senior brother Wu, it seems that we need to go to junior brother Ah Cho's family, Blazing Flame City's Xiao family, and stand up for junior brother Ah Cho. Two true Qi boundary experts of unknown origin. Interesting. Truly interesting. After so many years, no one has dared to openly injure a direct disciple of my Pure Cloud sect in the territory of the Beacon Fire Empire. A yellow-robed true Qi realm cultivator's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Even if it's the true disciples of the other four sects, they must give us an explanation. Let's go, senior brother Wu, let's go together. Wait. Suddenly, Wu Shi's eyes moved. Junior brother Ah Cho has a lot of healing medicines on him. His life is not in danger for a moment. How about this? After a few hours, when the sky brightens, I will go to senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak and tell him about this matter. Hee hee. We all know what senior brother Xiao Han is capable of. He's extremely cruel. During the Hex Hero trial, he killed anyone who stood in his way. He even dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now, someone has beaten up his brother. Ahahaha. Isn't this courting death? Pure Cloud Mountain Range. Xiao Han's mountain peak. The first ray of morning light climbed up the mountain peak. Xiao Han slowly got off the bed. On the bed, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong were already exhausted, falling into a deep sleep on the bed like mud. The corners of their mouths were curved with a smile of pain and happiness. On their pink faces, there were tear stains, but also tears of happiness. Was I too fierce last night? Made them. Xiao Han gently lifted the bedding. Seeing their red and swollen areas, a trace of regret flashed across his heart. Let them sleep a little longer. Xiao Han lightly kissed the two girls' cheeks, then stretched his body and walked out of the room. Xiao Han sat on a rock on the mountain peak, looking at the rising red sun. With last night's entanglement with the two girls, Xiao Han's state of mind was already very calm. For the mission that he was about to complete, he unexpectedly had a trace of confidence. In his heart, there was once again a surging belief that he would definitely win. I must not die in the demon capital. For myself, and also for Yanxue and Shirong. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a faint smile. In his mind, he also recalled last night, the two girls' obsession and ingratiation, as well as the bone-piercing joy. Xiao Han emptied his mind and completely immersed himself in a kind of tranquil and full of happiness. After a while, Xiao Han took out his demon hero token from his bosom. He opened the message function. With a sweep of his mind, he read a few messages. Mo Qingtong. Xiao Han, why don't you contact me? I left you a message, but you didn't reply. You really don't give Qingtong any face. The next time we meet, Qingtong will properly settle the score with you. Hee hee hee. Alright. Qingtong is going to form a team with someone and enter an ancient tower for an adventure. Xiao Han, Qingtong is currently accumulating strength and is preparing to expand her meridians. Alright, after today's adventure is over, Qingtong will come find you. Fatty Zhu. Boss, where are you enjoying yourself? During this period of time, Fatty followed his father and a few of his father's good friends. A group of senior demon heroes are training in some ancient ruins in the northern region. Ah. A high-level demon emperor appeared over there. Boss, let's not talk about it. Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han, are you alright? I met a few demon heroes who are at the opening realm. They are all good to me and treat me like sisters. Junior brother Xiao Han, let me tell you, I have already stepped into the opening realm. Isn't it strange? Why did I improve so much? Junior brother Xiao Han, I obtained an ancient strange fruit. After refining it, I gained a few cycles of true qi out of nowhere and broke through many true acupoints. The first time I expanded my acupoints, the result was a so-so. I expanded my acupoints 5 times. The accumulated poison in my body is also slowly dissipating. The life potential that I lost is recovering bit by bit. It is all because of the effect of that ancient strange fruit. Hearing the messages left by his former companions, Xiao Han's heart was filled with warmth. He was inexplicably moved. It seems that everyone's luck is not bad. After Qing Tong came out from the ancient tower, she must have accumulated enough strength to expand her acupoints. Fatty and his father, the older generation of demon heroes, must have benefited a lot from this experience. I didn't expect senior sister Hua Fan's luck to be the best. After obtaining the ancient strange fruit, the life potential that was depleted due to the consumption of the secret medicine has been greatly restored. Moreover, her cultivation base has increased by a few cycles and she has already expanded her acupoints. She has really soared to the sky. She can get a rank on the demon hero ranking board. Xiao Han smiled happily and was happy for his companions. However, where's Yunrong? Recently, every time I open the transmission function, I'll receive messages from Qing Tong, Fatty, and senior sister Huiyang. But Yunrong only left me a message once, and then there's no more news, as if she's vanished into thin air. How's she recently? With a thought, Xiao Han sent a message to Xiao Yunrong. Yunrong, where are you? However, this message was like a stone sinking into the sea. Xiao Han sent a few more messages but there was still no reply. It seemed that Xiao Yunrong had directly turned off the communication function of the demon hero command. What's going on? Yunrong copied me and turned off the communication function. How is she now? He did not know why, but Xiao Han actually missed Xiao Yunrong very much. He wanted to see her, or at least hear her voice and tell her that she was safe. Just when Xiao Han was worrying about Xiao Yunrong in secret, a stream of light descended from the sky. The fluctuation of essential qi was incessantly flickering. The true disciple Wu Shi had already arrived at Xiao Han's mountain peak. Senior brother Xiao Han, hello. I am Wu Shi. Wu Shi cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Han withdrew his thoughts and looked at Wu Shi. Hello. Xiao Han only had a few days of rest this time. Now, 2 days had passed and there were only 3 days left. He cherished these few days very much. Someone came to disturb him. Xiao Han instinctively felt a little unhappy. Wu Shi was also a clever person. Judging from Xiao Han's expression, he immediately discovered Xiao Han's displeasure. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Xiao Han, I did not mean to disturb you, but I have something important to report, so I boldly came. I hope senior brother Xiao Han will not blame me for disturbing you. Wu Shi's words made Xiao Han feel a little embarrassed. He smiled and explained, I'm sorry, because in a few days, I have to complete an extremely dangerous task, so these days I was a little impatient and wanted some peace and quiet. I misspoke just now, senior brother, please don't blame me. Out of courtesy, Xiao Han also called the other senior brother. He was not an arrogant person. Well said, well said. Senior brother Xiao Han, then I'll make a long story short. Just now, I received a message from junior brother Ah Cho from the Blazing Flame City Xiao family. Junior brother Ah Cho was seriously injured by 2 true Qi boundary experts of unknown origin. Now, he is lying on the bed coughing up blood. But senior brother Xiao Han does not need to worry. Junior brother Ah Cho is not in danger of dying, but he must be feeling aggrieved and wants to find someone to stand up for him. Wu Shi succinctly said. I thought that senior brother Xiao Han and junior brother Ah Cho are like brothers, so I came to inform senior brother Xiao Han. If senior brother Xiao Han doesn't have the time to deal with this matter, I will immediately head to the Xiao clan in Scorching Flame City. What? Senior brother Ah Cho was beaten? Suddenly, Xiao Han's brows wrinkled. He flew into a rage. Senior brother Ah Cho has always been kind to others, he almost never causes trouble, his temper is 10 times better than mine, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? Preposterous. Boom, inside Xiao Han's body, there was a sudden explosion of thunder. The air in all directions suddenly condensed, Xiao Han's imposing manner became like heaven and earth, the power of his flesh body slightly released, the air constantly distorted. Wuxi retreated in horror, the shock in his heart was incomparable. I didn't think that senior brother Xiao Han's cultivation had already reached such an abnormal level, this imposing manner is comparable to an ancient beast. Senior brother, please calm down. Wuxi kept quiet out of fear. Who beat him? Forget it, I'll immediately rush to Blazing Flame City. Xiao Han's body moved, true qi gushed out from his body, he controlled his true qi, and in a breath, he escaped far away. Senior brother Wu, please report to the sovereign, I will go to Blazing Flame City and help senior brother Ah Cho. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.